After supporting his girlfriend wholeheartedly for 2 full years so she could quit her job and focus on preparing for the civil service exam, Lin Feng never expected that the moment she finally passed and became a civil servant, she would turn around and break up with him. Worse still, she went online to portray herself as the victim, accusing him of being in debt and lacking ambition, while thousands of netizens blindly took her side and attacked him. Today, after dating for 2 whole years, his girlfriend, Meng Xiaoyu, successfully passed the civil service exam. There was no celebration, no affection, and not even a word of thanks. The first thing she did was find Lin Feng and coldly announced that she wanted to break up. Her reason sounded perfectly justified, yet it was cruel and painfully realistic. The gap between them had become too wide. Lin Feng was ordinary, had no prospects, and was even burdened with online loans. He was no longer worthy of a woman who had entered the civil service. What hurt Lin Feng even more was that immediately after the breakup, Meng Xiaoyu posted a lengthy article on Zaihongshu, pouring out her supposed suffering and portraying herself as an inspirational, independent woman who had worked hard to turn her life around. And Lin Feng became the only stain and burden on her road to success. I was with him for 2 years. During those 2 years, I studied day and night to prepare for the civil service exam, and I finally made it. I gave everything I had to get where I am today, but he is still standing exactly where he was. He is even drowning in online debt. We have long since become people from completely different worlds. Was I really wrong for being the one to end the relationship? The entire post was about how difficult her journey had been, while painting Lin Feng as worthless and hopeless. Once the post went viral, the comment section was filled with sympathy and support for her. Countless netizens jumped on the bandwagon, empathizing with her struggles. "Girl, you're so inspiring. 2 years of hard studying finally paid off. You deserve a better future. I totally understand. Once you pass the exam and enter the civil service, the gap becomes obvious. Your values and horizons are completely different. Breaking up was the right choice. Cut your losses in time. There's no need to let someone else drag you down." Among the thousands of comments, almost no one stood up for Lin Feng. Only one comment remained unusually clear-headed, brutally exposing the hypocrisy of the whole performance. The first sword after passing the exam is to cut down the man she once loved. But this lone voice of fairness was quickly drowned out by countless comments defending and sympathizing with Meng Xiaoyu. Some people even twisted the truth, bluntly declaring that Lin Feng was nothing more than a disposable stepping stone and that he simply wasn't good enough for the dazzling Meng Xiaoyu. Staring at the hurtful words on his phone screen, Lin Feng felt the anger and humiliation in his chest nearly explode. His heart turned completely cold. Outsiders didn't know the truth. They simply followed the crowd and took sides. But Lin Feng knew exactly who had been making sacrifices over the past 2 years and who had been enjoying the benefits without contributing anything. Lin Feng was nothing more than an ordinary customer service representative. He had graduated from high school and entered the workforce early. He worked a regular 9-to-5 job, with overtime being the norm. His monthly salary was barely over 4,000 yuan, and even after working himself to the bone to hit his performance targets, the most he could make in a month was around 5,000 yuan. For the sake of Meng Xiaoyu's dream of passing the civil service exam, he had shouldered every burden of their life together. For 2 whole years, Meng Xiaoyu quit working to focus entirely on studying. She hadn't worked a single day, hadn't earned a single cent, and hadn't even washed the dishes once. To give her a quiet and comfortable environment for studying, Lin Feng turned down a highly cost-effective 2-bedroom apartment that cost only 1,500 yuan a month. Instead, he gritted his teeth and rented a high-end apartment in a premium residential complex for more than 2,000 yuan a month, simply because she insisted on having a good environment that was quiet and free from disturbances. During those 2 years, every living expense, rent, utilities, civil service exam textbooks, and practice materials were paid for entirely by Lin Feng. The accusations that he was buried in online debt and too lazy to improve himself were nothing short of ridiculous. Those high-interest online loans that had nearly crushed him were never taken out so he could indulge himself in food, entertainment, or luxury. It was because Meng Xiaoyu saw one of her classmates sign up for an outrageously expensive guaranteed pass civil service training course. She cried and threw a fit, insisting that she would never pass without the course and forcing him to pay for it. It was because Meng Xiaoyu was afraid that cheap-looking clothes would make interviewers look down on her. She dragged him to the mall and spent thousands of yuan on expensive formal wear, insisting on looking respectable from head to toe. It was her constant comparisons and endless demands, repeatedly draining Lin Feng's already meager salary. Eventually, with nowhere else to turn, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and take out online loans to fill one financial hole after another. Lin Feng had never complained to her, not once. He had never allowed her to feel even the slightest pressure from their financial situation. Every day, he dragged his exhausted body home after work. Even when he was so tired that he could barely keep his eyes open, seeing Meng Xiaoyu seriously working through her practice questions would make him feel that every hardship had been worth it. His heart was always filled with hope for their future. He silently endured every storm, simply so that she could walk a smooth road and pursue her dream without worries. But he never imagined that after 2 years of pouring his heart and soul into their relationship, the woman he had supported with everything he had would, the moment she achieved her goal and successfully entered the civil service, immediately kick him aside like a used tool. Even more ironically, the online debt, grievances, and sacrifices he had shouldered alone had ultimately become the very reasons Meng Xiaoyu used to smear and abandon him. They had become proof that he was not good enough for her. How sincere his love had been. How cheap it had turned out to be. How utterly ridiculous. Lin Feng stared at the distorted words and comments on his phone screen. It felt as though a massive boulder had been placed on his chest, leaving him suffocating and humiliated. He angrily deleted the Zaihongshu account he had created specifically for Meng Xiaoyu, an account he had only used to like and support her posts. He could delete the account from his phone, but he could not erase the scars and anger in his heart. 2 years of sincere love had become nothing more than a joke. All his selfless sacrifices had ultimately earned him only one sentence. You're too poor and too ordinary. You're not worthy of me now that I've made it. As his emotions churned and bitterness filled his heart, his phone suddenly rang. It was his mother calling from his hometown. The moment he answered, Lin Feng suppressed the soreness in his eyes, and his voice was filled with guilt he could barely hide. Over the past 2 years, because he had wanted to accompany Meng Xiaoyu and support her exam preparation wholeheartedly, he had rarely returned home. Even during major holidays, he seldom went back. He had never even told his parents about the relationship. He had originally planned to wait until Meng Xiaoyu successfully passed the exam, then take her back to his hometown to meet his parents and settle down, get engaged, and eventually get married. Now, looking back, it seemed that everything had been nothing more than his own wishful thinking. On the other end of the phone, his mother's voice was warm and cheerful, filled with simple maternal concern. Son, the new year is coming soon. Are you coming home this year? That simple question instantly broke through the last line of defense in Lin Feng's heart. Compared with Meng Xiaoyu's coldness and selfishness, the warmth and concern of his family filled him with guilt, and his throat tightened. After taking a long moment to compose himself, he answered firmly, Mom, I'll definitely come home this year. His mother was instantly delighted and excited. After chatting about everyday family matters for a while, she finally brought up the subject she had been mentioning for a long time. Son, let me tell you something. My friend's daughter also works in your city. She's down to earth and mature, and she's good looking with a nice personality. I already gave her your contact information. Why don't you make some time to meet her for a blind date? For the past few years, his mother had urged him to find a girlfriend almost every time she called. But Lin Feng had always rejected her without hesitation. Back then, his heart and mind were completely occupied by Meng Xiaoyu. He firmly believed they had a future together. He didn't want to betray his girlfriend, nor did he want to waste another woman's time. But now, he had finally come to his senses. For the sake of a cold-hearted, faithless woman, he had disappointed his family and repeatedly brushed aside his mother's efforts. It simply wasn't worth it. Before he could instinctively refuse, his mother's pleading voice came through again. Son, please, I'm begging you. You've been working for so many years without dating anyone. Everyone back in the village is starting to gossip. Just give it a try, okay? Hearing his mother's cautious plea, Lin Feng felt a complicated mix of emotions. He finally let go of every lingering attachment. All the infatuation and obsession he had once held on to had completely disappeared the moment Meng Xiaoyu cruelly broke up with him and twisted the truth. Okay, I'll go. Lin Feng agreed without hesitation. His mother was instantly overjoyed, clearly surprised and excited. She quickly sent him the woman's name, phone number, and WeChat contact, repeatedly reminding him to take the initiative and get along well with her. After hanging up, Lin Feng took a deep breath. He only wanted to cut ties with the past as quickly as possible. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately prepared to contact the blind date woman he had never even met. But just then, A cold, mechanical, majestic system notification suddenly exploded deep inside his mind. Ding! The host has said goodbye to the wrong person, faced a new beginning, and responded to the nationwide call for marriage and romance. The ultimate blind date tycoon system has officially activated. Lin Feng's entire body trembled. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he froze on the spot. A transparent virtual system panel appeared out of thin air before his eyes, floating in midair. It was crystal clear and incredibly realistic. System rules. Every time the host completes a blind date, corresponding tycoon rewards will be unlocked based on the duration and difficulty of the date. The longer you persist, the more luxurious the reward. The exclusive blind date mission has been refreshed. Blind date target, Lu Wenxin. Mission tier rewards. Complete 1 minute of the blind date. 5,000 yuan in cash, deposited instantly. Complete 5 minutes of the blind date. 1 fully loaded 2 terabytes iPhone 17 Pro Max. Complete 10 minutes of the blind date. 1 high-end Rolex Oyster Perpetual Watch. Looking at the tangible rewards displayed on the panel, a blazing fire instantly ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. Heaven had finally given him justice. The 2 years of being betrayed, trampled on, and treated like a tool, the grievances and resentment he had swallowed in silence, could finally be turned around at the very moment the system activated. Wasn't Meng Xiaoyu dissatisfied with him because he was poor? Wasn't she disgusted by his lack of ability? Didn't she think he was unworthy of someone who had entered the civil service? From this moment on, his life was going to change completely. He was going to turn his life around with the system. But when Lin Feng saw the name of his blind date target and compared it with the information his mother had sent him, his excitement instantly turned into shock. His brows furrowed tightly. Lu Wenxin. He knew that name far too well. This wasn't some stranger. She was Meng Xiaoyu's best friend. He suddenly recalled countless details from the past, and everything became clear. All the things he had once been unable to understand finally connected. Lu Wenxin and Meng Xiaoyu were extremely close and shared everything with each other. She was also from the same city and even the same hometown as Lin Feng. The first time he met Meng Xiaoyu and Lu Wenxin, he had casually mentioned his hometown address. At the time, there had been a strange, amused look on Lu Wenxin's face. Now he finally understood why. She had known who he was all along, and she had known everything about his relationship with Meng Xiaoyu. He had just been brutally betrayed and heartlessly abandoned by Meng Xiaoyu. Yet the very first blind date target assigned by the system was none other than her closest best friend. Was this the beginning of a completely new relationship? Or was it another carefully arranged trap? Lin Feng stared at the system panel before him, then looked at Lu Wenxin's contact information on his phone. His emotions were tangled beyond words. He had no idea how this extraordinary blind date would end. And he had no idea what expression would appear on Meng Xiaoyu's face when she found out that he had gone on a blind date with her best friend. Hashtag chapter 2. How is that the same? I told you a long time ago. Lin Feng is simply not good enough for you. A hint of mockery appeared on Lu Wenxin's face as she looked at the woman sitting across from her. That woman was none other than Meng Xiaoyu, who had just broken up with Lin Feng. The two were friends, and after breaking up with Lin Feng, Meng Xiaoyu naturally came to Lu Wenxin first to complain. Lu Wenxin had actually played a significant role in causing Meng Xiaoyu to break up with Lin Feng. The two women had already been sitting in this cafe for 2 hours and had gone through several cups of coffee. Suddenly, Lu Wenxin's phone lit up. It was a WeChat voice message from her mother. She frowned as she tapped on it, already guessing that her biological mother was about to introduce another blind date to her. Biological mom and biological dad had become popular terms among many young women on Zaihongshu. Whenever their parents said something they disliked, they would use these deliberately insulting terms to refer to them. As expected, the voice message was from her mother. Her mother said that Aunt Liang had introduced a man who would contact her about a blind date and told her to keep an eye on her phone. Although Lu Wenxin didn't particularly like her biological mother, she was perfectly willing to cooperate when it came to blind dates. After all, the main reason was that she could get quite a few benefits from these men. That was also how she could afford designer handbags despite earning only a little over 3,000 yuan a month. So this was the real business. I have something to take care of. I'll leave first. Lu Wenxin quietly reached over and turned off the recording function on her phone. She had secretly been recording for quite some time because she wanted to collect evidence against Meng Xiaoyu and report her. Meng Xiaoyu had just passed the civil service exam and was still in the public announcement period. If Lu Wenxin didn't seize this opportunity to report her, was she really going to let her enjoy a good life? Over the past few days, Lu Wenxin had deliberately looked for opportunities to meet Meng Xiaoyu. Her goal was to find something she could use against her. Like Meng Xiaoyu, Lu Wenxin had also been preparing for the civil service exam. But this time, Meng Xiaoyu had successfully passed. What made Lu Wenxin even more upset was that Meng Xiaoyu had found herself a cheap boyfriend who allowed her to focus entirely on studying without having to work. Unlike Lu Wenxin, who had to work while preparing for the exam. To compensate for the imbalance she felt, and fueled by her vanity, Lu Wenxin had accumulated tens of thousands of yuan in online loans. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoyu hadn't accumulated a single cent of debt. All the online loans were Lin Feng's. Why couldn't she find a sucker like that herself? No, not a sucker. A useful tool. On the surface, the two women seemed to have a good relationship, but deep down, Lu Wenxin actually disliked Meng Xiaoyu quite a lot. The reason she hated Meng Xiaoyu was simple. She couldn't have what Meng Xiaoyu had. Okay. I should head home too. Meng Xiaoyu nodded with a smile before standing up. Now that she had left Lin Feng, she couldn't have been happier. The two women got up and walked toward the door. I'll pay. Meng Xiaoyu took the initiative to offer to pay the bill. Lu Wenxin looked at her suspiciously. Whenever the two of them went out together in the past, Meng Xiaoyu almost never volunteered to pay. Why was she acting so strangely today? There had to be something going on. But Lu Wenxin didn't show anything on her face. She felt completely comfortable letting Meng Xiaoyu pay for this small expense. After leaving the cafe, the two women went their separate ways. Just after they parted, Lu Wenxin received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello? Is this Lu Wenxin? I'm the man Aunt Liang introduced to you for the blind date. The man's voice sounded somewhat familiar to Lu Wenxin. But all men's voices sounded more or less alike, so she didn't pay much attention. Hello? How about this? Come over to Guoguo shopping mall. I happen to have something to take care of here. The corners of Lu Wenxin's lips curled upward slightly as she glanced at the Apple store beside her. She was determined to make this blind date spend big. She would get him to buy her a brand new iPhone 17, then sell her old phone and recover some cash. The thought of getting a new phone soon made her eyes light up with excitement. Okay, Lin Feng agreed immediately from the other end of the call. After hanging up, Lin Feng visibly relaxed. Fortunately, she hadn't recognized him. He had been worried that the blind date would fail before they even met. Thankfully, Lu Wenxin hadn't recognized his voice, but he had immediately recognized hers. That's right. She was Meng Xiaoyu's friend. Lin Feng lived not far from Guoguo shopping mall. After all, the apartment had originally been rented for Meng Xiaoyu. There was a subway station right outside, and it only took 2 or 3 stops to get there. The entire journey took barely 10 minutes. Soon, Lin Feng found Lu Wenxin sitting inside Starbucks. Lu Wenxin was wearing a dark gray cashmere coat, revealing a cream-colored cable knit sweater underneath. A milky white cashmere scarf was loosely wrapped around her neck, with the ends hanging down over the collar of her coat. Her makeup was exquisitely done. Lu Wenxin was actually quite skilled at makeup. With makeup on, she could easily pass for an 8 out of 10 beauty. That was also why she was always able to manipulate her blind dates into buying her all kinds of gifts. Lu Wenxin was playing with her phone when a figure suddenly stopped in front of her. She instinctively looked up. Then her face froze in shock. Lin Feng. Lu Wenxin. Lin Feng raised his hand in greeting, wearing an awkward smile. Blind date started. The longer you persist, the corresponding mission rewards you can receive. Lin Feng was just about to speak when a new system notification appeared. To be honest, he felt that Lu Wenxin probably wouldn't even bother talking to him for very long. After all, the two of them had never gotten along particularly well. He had to last until he completed the first mission. That was Lin Feng's first thought. At the same time, he wanted to find out whether this system was actually real. Lin Feng, do you want me to persuade Meng Xiaoyu to get back together with you? Lu Wenxin had no idea that Lin Feng was the blind date partner her mother had mentioned. She simply assumed that he had happened to run into her here and was trying to get her help in winning Meng Xiaoyu back. After all, Lin Feng had always done whatever Meng Xiaoyu told him. Now that she had dumped him, he must be unwilling to accept it. Sorry, but Meng Xiaoyu is never going to get back together with you. Lu Wenxin got straight to the point. She didn't want to waste any more time with Lin Feng. After all, her blind date would be arriving soon. It would be troublesome if any unnecessary misunderstanding arose. She needed to get rid of Lin Feng quickly so he wouldn't interfere with her plan to buy a new iPhone. Lu Wenxin. I'm the man Aunt Liang introduced. Lin Feng knew exactly what she meant and immediately spoke up. There was no point hiding it. He might as well let Lu Wenxin help him verify whether the system was real. As for the outcome of the blind date, he already knew it. There was no way Lu Wenxin would ever be interested in him. Aunt Liang? How could that be? Lu Wenxin froze for a moment before widening her eyes in disbelief. She stared at Lin Feng in astonishment. Yeah, I never expected it to be such a coincidence. We're even from the same hometown. Lin Feng looked at her with a cheerful smile. Lu Wenxin still refused to believe him. Her gaze swept over Lin Feng, filled with undisguised disdain. You think you're worthy of being from the same hometown as me? I'd be too embarrassed to admit it. And you think you're worthy of going on a blind date with me? What exactly do you have to offer? A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. What Lu Wenxin felt most at this moment was actually disappointment. Lin Feng had already been manipulated by Meng Xiaoyu into taking on nearly 100,000 yuan in online debt. There was no way he would have any money left to buy her a new iPhone. At that thought, deep disappointment flashed across Lu Wenxin's eyes. Her lips parted slightly as she prepared to reject Lin Feng outright. Lin Feng, Alipay received 5,000 yuan. A sudden notification interrupted her. Lu Wenxin's head snapped up. The disappointment in her eyes instantly vanished as she stared at Lin Feng. This guy actually still has money? Hashtag Chapter 3. Reward. 1 iPhone 17 Pro Max 2 terabytes. The sudden notification that the money had arrived was completely unexpected. Since Lin Feng had to keep his phone sound on while working delivery orders, he hadn't muted the payment notifications. He never expected the system to transfer the money so quickly. Even Lin Feng himself was startled. But the surprise was quickly replaced by overwhelming excitement. The muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched rapidly. Lin Feng desperately pressed his lips together, barely managing to stop himself from laughing out loud. The system was real. It wasn't some hallucination before he died. He, Lin Feng, actually had a system. The words Lu Wenxin was about to say after Lin Feng were not suitable for each other, were forcibly stuck in her throat by the loud payment notification. Shock and greed flashed in her eyes. Asterisk, this guy actually still has money. Asterisk. Wasn't he completely buried in debt after being drained dry by Meng Xiaoyu? That unexpected payment notification sounded like music to her ears, instantly reigniting her hopes. Lu Wenxin stared at Lin Feng for quite a while. Originally, she had assumed Lin Feng had no money, so naturally she had no intention of wasting her time talking to him. But things were different now. That sudden payment notification instantly reignited Lu Wenxin's intense desire after she had thought her dream of getting a new iPhone was impossible. Even if 5,000 yuan wasn't enough, she would find a way to squeeze every last cent out of Lin Feng. She could make up the difference herself. For the sake of getting a new phone, she could reluctantly entertain Lin Feng for a while. I forgot to turn off the voice notifications. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Wenxin's darting eyes and immediately knew what this woman was thinking. Ahem. Lu Wenxin coughed awkwardly twice before quickly adjusting her expression. The coldness she had shown when she first saw Lin Feng disappeared, replaced by an enthusiastic smile. What would you like to drink? My treat. Lu Wenxin pointed toward the Starbucks behind her with a smile. Spending a few dozen yuan at Starbucks in exchange for Lin Feng's newly received 5,000 yuan was obviously a fantastic deal. Lin Feng took in her textbook perfect change of attitude, and he sneered inwardly. He knew this woman was definitely plotting something. After experiencing what happened with his ex-girlfriend Meng Xiaoyu, Lin Feng had finally awakened. He now knew that Lu Wenxin was no better than Meng Xiaoyu. Besides, the most important thing was to hold out for 5 minutes, even 10 minutes. As long as he could complete the required duration, he would receive the corresponding rewards. With those rewards, he could even pay off his online loans. What a fantastic opportunity. Naturally, Lin Feng had no intention of exposing Lu Wenxin. At that moment, another system notification appeared in his mind. Blind date lasted 1 minute. Reward, 5,000 yuan, completed. No need. I don't usually drink coffee. Lin Feng casually declined. Hearing this, Lu Wenxin secretly cursed him for being so unsophisticated. But there was not the slightest change in her expression. Just now, I thought you came to find me because of Meng Xiaoyu, so my attitude was a little bad. You don't mind, do you? After saying this, Lu Wenxin looked at Lin Feng with an innocent expression, her voice carrying a hint of coquettishness. Several young men nearby couldn't help turning their heads to look. Lu Wenxin's soft, flirtatious voice was particularly attractive. Lin Feng watched her performance and noticed the curiosity in those men's eyes, but he said nothing. Of course I don't mind. Since you want to put on an act, I'll play along. Besides, I'm getting system rewards. I'm the one coming out ahead. A faint smile appeared on Lin Feng's face as well, as if he had genuinely been captivated by Lu Wenxin's appearance. Lu Wenxin picked up the coffee from the table and leaned slightly toward Lin Feng. deliberately allowing their bodies to make brief contact. This little trick could quickly shorten the distance between a woman and a man. Lu Wenxin had tried it countless times, and it had rarely failed. Let's go? I haven't gone shopping in ages. Let's walk around together. Lu Wenxin tilted her head slightly, deliberately revealing a glimpse of her fair neck beneath the scarf. Sure, Lin Feng naturally agreed. As long as the blind date continued, that was all that mattered. Whether they stayed in the cafe or walked around the mall made no difference to him. You're so nice. Hearing Lin Feng agree so readily, the corners of Lu Wenxin's lips curled upward. She continued, I honestly don't understand why Meng Xiaoyu wanted to leave you. Maybe I just wasn't good enough. Lin Feng deliberately put on a dejected expression. Sure enough, when Lu Wenxin saw the disappointment on his face, she assumed he still hadn't moved on from the breakup. Actually, women are very simple. They just want a man to devote all his attention to them. Which woman doesn't want to be cherished and cared for by a man in every possible way? What? The two walked toward the mall as Lu Wenxin spoke with a smile. But when she noticed Lin Feng's expression changing slightly, she immediately changed the subject. But, Brother Feng, you actually did a very good job. Do you mind if I call you Brother Feng? As she spoke, Lu Wenxin lightly raised her hand to her mouth, her eyebrows lifting slightly. Of course I don't mind. Lin Feng forced a faint smile. After entering the mall, Lin Feng deliberately slowed his pace. His goal was to drag out the time. After all, the system had said he only needed to last 5 minutes. Once they entered the mall, Lin Feng immediately noticed Lu Wenxin's eyes lighting up when she saw the Apple store on the left. He instantly realized that she probably wanted to look at phones. Let's go take a look at the phones. Lin Feng took the initiative to suggest it. Lu Wenxin's eyes lit up even more when she heard this. She had been wondering how she should bring up the subject. She never expected Lin Feng to take the initiative himself. This was perfect. You brought it up yourself. It has nothing to do with me. My phone has been getting pretty slow lately too. I've been thinking about getting a new one. Looks like we're really on the same wavelength. As she spoke, Lu Wenxin gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, making herself look even more gentle and refined. What a coincidence. Lin Feng nodded with a cheerful smile. After saying that, he took the lead and walked forward. Seeing Lin Feng move ahead, Lu Wenxin hurried to catch up. Just as they were about to reach the Apple store, however, Lin Feng suddenly walked straight toward the Huawei store next door. Curiosity filled his eyes. I heard Huawei's tri-folding phone is really impressive. Let's take a look. He completely ignored Lu Wenxin beside him. Naturally, Lu Wenxin was unhappy when she saw Lin Feng heading into the Huawei store. She secretly cursed him for having no taste whatsoever. How can some cheap Huawei phone possibly compare with an iPhone? But she didn't show any of her dissatisfaction. Instead, she followed Lin Feng into the Huawei store. Once inside, Lin Feng deliberately dragged things out, asking the staff about various phone specifications and features. He continued until the system notification finally appeared. 5-minute duration completed. Reward: 1 iPhone 17 Pro Max 2 TB. Please go to the Apple store next door to purchase it. The system will pay for it automatically at checkout. The moment Lin Feng received the notification, his eyes instantly lit up. Let's go? Let's check out the Apple store next door. Okay. Lu Wenxin had originally been completely uninterested after entering the Huawei store. But the moment she heard Lin Feng say those words, a flash of excitement instantly appeared in her eyes. Finally. I've been waiting for you. Good thing I didn't give up. Hashtag chapter 4. Buy it, of course we have to buy it. Let's go. The frown that had been firmly etched across Lu Wenxin's face instantly disappeared, blooming into a smile like a flower. Lin Feng couldn't help but admire her. When it comes to changing expressions, you really are the best. Perhaps because they were finally heading to the Apple store, Lu Wenxin became exceptionally excited. She even walked directly beside Lin Feng and linked her arm through his. But since it was winter and Lin Feng was wearing a thick down jacket, he naturally couldn't feel much physical contact. Still, Lu Wenxin's action caused Lin Feng's gaze to drift downward slightly. As if she noticed where Lin Feng was looking, Lu Wenxin didn't loosen her grip. Instead, she wore a brilliant smile. Actually, I've liked you for quite a while. If it weren't for Meng Xiaoyu, you don't mind, do you? She didn't finish the sentence, but her eyes were filled with tenderness. The message she was sending was obvious. She had liked Lin Feng all along. This was a trick Lu Wenxin had always loved using, and it had worked time and time again. Now was an especially crucial moment. As long as she gave Lin Feng just a little sweetness, he would obediently open his wallet later. Lu Wenxin was quite confident in her own charm. If this had been the old Lin Feng, he probably would have thought he had somehow gotten incredibly lucky. But the current Lin Feng had already awakened. He could see through Lu Wenxin's little tricks perfectly. He knew what she was doing, but didn't expose her. Instead, he wanted to see what Lu Wenxin would do next. Really? How come I never noticed? Although Lin Feng didn't expose her, he still couldn't resist teasing her a little. After all, keeping it to himself was genuinely uncomfortable. Sure enough, the moment he said this, Lu Wenxin froze. Her eyes quickly swept across Lin Feng's face. She clearly hadn't expected him to ask such a question. The old Lin Feng probably wouldn't have asked something like that, would he? Although Lu Wenxin was suspicious, her mind was focused entirely on getting Lin Feng to buy her the phone. She didn't think too deeply about it. Girls tend to be more sensitive and reserved. We're just too shy to show our feelings. Lu Wenxin lowered her head and spoke in a sweet, coquettish voice. Her shy expression caused several young men nearby to stare at her. They looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. Sensing the gazes of the men around her, Lu Wenxin slightly raised her chin, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. With her makeup and well-maintained figure, Lu Wenxin was indeed quite attractive. Her outfit only made her even more eye-catching. Lu Wenxin glanced at Lin Feng with a smug expression, almost as if she were taking credit for all the attention. If it weren't for me, those men wouldn't be looking at you with envy. Lin Feng naturally noticed the gazes of those men as well. He merely sneered inwardly. If you knew what kind of person Lu Wenxin really was, you'd probably stay as far away from her as possible. What's there to be jealous of? Let's go. Lin Feng cleared his throat. Hearing this, Lu Wenxin immediately nodded obediently. She was about to make Lin Feng spend a fortune. At a moment like this, she obviously had to act a little more obedient. Otherwise, how could she get him to willingly pay? Okay. Lu Wenxin wrapped both arms around Lin Feng's arm and followed him out of the Huawei store. When the two walked into the Apple store across the way, the young men finally reluctantly withdrew their gazes. Once inside the phone store, Lu Wenxin eagerly asked the sales assistant to introduce her to the iPhone 17 Pro Max. Under the sales assistant's guidance, Lu Wenxin tried out the new phone's camera. She immediately took several selfies of herself. Looking at the images on the screen, she was visibly pleased with herself. Brother Feng, do you think I look pretty? Lu Wenxin showed the photos to Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally knew exactly what she was trying to do. Instead of immediately telling her she looked pretty, he took the phone and pretended to examine the photos carefully. His main goal was to stall for time. Although he had already obtained the second reward, that didn't stop him from wanting to earn the third. He pretended to fiddle with the phone for a while. Lu Wenxin was clearly becoming impatient, but she still forced herself to maintain a smile and wait with him. You're using the front camera. Let me try the rear camera. Lin Feng held up the phone and deliberately took several photos of Lu Wenxin, looking completely professional. Your boyfriend's pose is obviously very professional. The saleswoman standing nearby also joined in with some flattering praise. After all, if this sale went through, she would earn a decent commission. After taking photos for nearly 2 minutes, Lin Feng saw that the time was almost up. Only then did he smile and return the phone to Lu Wenxin. Lu Wenxin was naturally looking down on Lin Feng inside, but she continued smiling on the surface. Brother Feng, you take such great pictures. If I could get a phone like this, I'd take pictures for you every day. After saying this, Lu Wenxin moved even closer to Lin Feng. Buy it. Of course we have to buy it. This phone is so good. Lin Feng nodded gently, his face filled with an indulgent smile. He even put on a slightly goofy, smitten expression. Seeing that expression, the saleswoman immediately understood. So this guy is a total sucker. She instantly figured out what was going on and couldn't help feeling a little jealous. Why can't I ever meet someone like this? Apparently sensing the saleswoman's envious gaze, Lu Wenxin felt even more pleased with herself. Lin Feng really is a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. I only had to use the tiniest little trick, and he fell completely under my control. Too easy. Suppressing the disgust she felt inside, Lu Wenxin continued smiling sweetly. Brother Feng. She immediately pressed against Lin Feng and began acting coquettishly. She had already rehearsed what she was going to say countless times in her head. As long as Lin Feng bought her the phone, she would promise to tell Aunt Liang that the two of them had hit it off. Of course, that was just a lie to manipulate Lin Feng. How could she possibly agree to date him? Lin Feng was nothing more than a poor loser. Meng Xiaoyu's discarded trash was something Lu Wenxin would never want either. Get me one iPhone 17 Pro Max 2 terabytes. Lin Feng gently raised his hand, interrupting Lu Wenxin's performance. He turned directly to the saleswoman and spoke seriously. Sure. The moment she heard Lin Feng, the saleswoman's eyes lit up. Lu Wenxin also raised her head. Her eyes widened slightly as she looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. I haven't even said anything yet. And Lin Feng already agreed to buy it? Just like that? He's actually that easy? The surprise lasted barely a second. It was quickly replaced by overwhelming confidence in her own charm. I, Lu Wenxin, really am irresistible. This is all thanks to me. Pretending to be interested in this guy is exhausting. Brother Feng, you're the best. Lu Wenxin's face was filled with a blissful smile. Ding. Another system notification appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Hashtag chapter 5. We're not right for each other. Blind date duration of 10 minutes completed. Reward. 1 Rolex Oyster Perpetual 41mm watch. Please place your order at a Rolex store. The system will automatically pay at checkout. As the system notification appeared, the corners of Lin Feng's lips curled upward slightly. The 10-minute mark had arrived. The Dragon King had returned. The reason he had been so friendly earlier was because he had a system mission to complete. Now that the mission was finished, Lin Feng had nothing left to fear. At this moment, Lu Wenxin was completely immersed in her happiness. Even she hadn't expected things to go this smoothly. Thinking about it, she felt even more contempt for Lin Feng. This Lin Feng really is a hopeless simp. He must have been thoroughly trained by Meng Xiaoyu. Now, all it takes is a tiny bit of sweetness, and he bites. She had originally thought she would have to put in quite a bit of effort. But this was all it took? Lu Wenxin broke into a radiant smile, excitement filling her eyes. The arm she had wrapped around Lin Feng's tightened slightly. Feeling her little gesture, Lin Feng merely nodded without saying anything. Just thinking about what was about to happen, he almost couldn't stop himself from laughing. The saleswoman led Lin Feng and Lu Wenxin directly to the counter. The necessary procedures were completed quickly, and Lin Feng successfully paid the full amount. He had actually been a little nervous when making the payment. After all, there wasn't much money in his bank account. It was nowhere near enough to cover the purchase. Fortunately, the system worked perfectly. Once Lin Feng confirmed the payment, the smile on the saleswoman's face became even warmer. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go get your phone. With that, the saleswoman walked toward the back. Seeing that Lin Feng's payment had gone through, Lu Wenxin's smile became even brighter. Brother Feng, thank you for buying me this phone. Lu Wenxin looked up at him with a gentle expression, a sweet smile spreading across her lips. Now that you've bought me a new phone, I'll definitely take lots of beautiful pictures. At this moment, Lu Wenxin was completely lost in her own fantasy. Her eager gaze followed the saleswoman. She could hardly wait to get her hands on the phone. She had even already decided that she would immediately post on WeChat Moments and show off her brand new phone. The saleswoman took the brand new phone from behind the counter and walked back toward them. Lu Wenxin had already completely released Lin Feng's arm. Her eyes were fixed excitedly on the saleswoman, and she even rubbed her hands together in anticipation. Wait a minute. Lin Feng's cold voice suddenly rang out. Bought it for you? I bought this phone for myself. The previous second, Lu Wenxin had been filled with joy. After hearing Lin Feng's words, she froze completely. She stiffly turned her head and stared blankly at Lin Feng. What? Lin Feng, what do you mean? Lu Wenxin thought she must have misheard him. Thanks for helping me choose it, but this phone is for me. Lin Feng met Lu Wenxin's questioning gaze, the corners of his lips curling upward slightly. The saleswoman holding the new phone and another employee standing behind the counter both turned their attention toward Lin Feng and Lu Wenxin. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with curiosity. The saleswoman had been envious of Lu Wenxin just moments ago. Now that she had heard Lin Feng's words, she was equally curious to see what he would do next. I never said I was buying you a phone. Besides, this is only our first blind date. You didn't actually think I was going to buy you a phone worth more than 10,000 yuan, did you? Lin Feng deliberately looked at Lu Wenxin in surprise, his voice rising slightly. There were still quite a few customers inside the Apple store. After hearing Lin Feng's words, one after another turned to look in his direction. Wanting the man to buy a phone worth more than 10,000 yuan on the very first blind date was simply outrageous. Naturally, everyone was curious. Damn, is she really that bold? Someone had already started whispering. This girl has some nerve. Asking for something this expensive on the first date? What's she going to demand after they get married? A woman nearby looked at Lu Wenxin and quietly commented. Maybe she'll ask him to sell a kidney. Another woman beside her snorted coldly. Hearing the surrounding whispers, Lu Wenxin's face instantly turned bright red. You heard him just now, didn't you? He clearly said he was buying me the phone. Lu Wenxin turned toward the saleswoman, trying to get her to confirm her story. The saleswoman slowly shook her head. She hadn't had a particularly good impression of Lu Wenxin to begin with. When Lu Wenxin saw her shake her head, her eyes widened instantly, anger appearing on her face. What do you mean by that? You were standing right there. Why can't you just confirm what happened? Girls help girls. Don't you understand that? Believe me, I'll file a complaint against you. The money was paid by this gentleman. The saleswoman added calmly. As long as he agrees, that's all that matters. The meaning was obvious. The man had paid for the phone himself. Whether he wanted to give it to her or not was entirely up to him. Why are you arguing with me about it? And what does girls help girls have to do with this? By your logic, if you wanted to rob someone, I'd have to help you too? What kind of nonsense is that? Lu Wenxin, I originally thought you were a pretty decent person, but I never expected you to be so materialistic. This is our first blind date, and you already expect me to buy you a phone. We're not right for each other. Seeing the contemptuous looks from the people around them directed at Lu Wenxin, Lin Feng finally felt relieved. He immediately rejected her. Exactly. She may be pretty, but if you married a woman like that, she'd probably turn into someone like Yin Dongping. Seeing how decisively Lin Feng rejected Lu Wenxin, someone nearby applauded in approval. That's how you should do it. Be decisive. Miss, there's no need to unbox it. I'll take it as it is. Lin Feng had no intention of opening the package. After all, he was still carrying online debt. Naturally, he planned to sell the phone immediately. A brand new phone could easily be sold for around 10,000 yuan. That would be just enough to pay down his online loans. Of course. Let me confirm it with you. After hearing Lin Feng, the saleswoman quickly nodded. She then confirmed the model and specifications on the box together with him. Once everything was verified, Lin Feng nodded. He picked up the phone and prepared to leave. No, we have to call the police. You're a liar. Lu Wenxin's shrill voice tore through the already tense atmosphere inside the store. She grabbed the sleeve of Lin Feng's down jacket tightly, her carefully made-up face twisted with humiliation and rage. You clearly said you were going to buy it for me. You're deliberately messing with me. You deliberately humiliated me. When the police arrive, they'll prove it. The whispers around them instantly fell silent. Everyone's attention focused on the man and woman pulling at each other. Lin Feng stopped walking. His brows furrowed tightly as he coldly swept his gaze over Lu Wenxin's distorted face. Lu Wenxin, get a grip. Hashtag chapter 6. I found out my ex-boyfriend had hidden income. Can I demand half of it? You wanted to get a new phone yourself? Naturally, I encouraged you just now. But I never said I was going to buy you a phone. After saying this, Lin Feng looked around at the customers nearby, his voice filled with obvious mockery. Everyone heard what happened and saw it for themselves. We met for the first time on a blind date. She tried out a phone and took a few pictures, and then she just assumed that a brand new phone worth more than 10,000 yuan was automatically hers? What kind of logic is that? Someone couldn't hold back a laugh, while the looks of contempt around them became even more obvious. Someone whispered, "Isn't that basically trying to rob him?" After hearing that, Lu Wenxin's face turned even paler. She was completely speechless. When she carefully thought back over what had happened, she realized that Lin Feng really had never agreed to buy her the phone. He had only said, "Buy it. Of course we have to buy it. And get me one." At the time, she had been so overwhelmed by the excitement of getting a new phone that she had subconsciously interpreted his words differently. She had assumed Lin Feng intended to buy the phone for her. But now that she thought about it, it was practically a carefully laid trap. Lu Wenxin was furious, but there was nothing she could do about it. Call the police. She still stubbornly demanded it, but her voice had clearly lost much of its earlier confidence. Go ahead and call them. Lin Feng merely snorted when he heard her. He forcefully shook off the hand she had grabbed onto his clothes with and walked straight outside. Watching Lin Feng walk away, Lu Wenxin stood there in a daze for a moment. Then she felt the gazes of everyone around her stabbing into her like needles. She hurriedly lowered her head and quickly walked outside. This was so humiliating. Why doesn't Lin Feng play by the usual rules? Her first instinct was to complain to Meng Xiaoyu. What kind of useless boyfriend did you have? But then she remembered that the two of them had already broken up. Standing in the lobby outside the store, Lu Wenxin suddenly had no idea where she should go. Just then, she saw a figure walking into the Rolex store. Of course, she knew Rolex. What is Lin Feng doing at Rolex? Did he really think that just because he could afford an iPhone, he could afford a Rolex too? How could that be possible? So Lu Wenxin decided to stay and watch Lin Feng make a fool of himself. A while later, Lin Feng walked out of the Rolex store. There was a faint smile on his face. The sales associate following behind him was wearing an enthusiastic smile as well. Just as I thought. He's just pretending to be rich. Is this really a place someone as broke as you can afford? Lu Wenxin sneered. He had only been inside for a few minutes before coming back out. Looks like he finally realized the gap between us. Lu Wenxin's gaze slowly moved downward, but the sneer on her face suddenly froze. Because she saw that Lin Feng wasn't just carrying the Apple Store shopping bag. He also had a Rolex shopping bag in his hand. Asterisk what? Asterisk. How is that possible? Lu Wenxin felt as though she were hallucinating. The unmistakable Rolex logo was clearly visible on the bag. She was completely stunned. Lin Feng had actually bought a Rolex? But hadn't Meng Xiaoyu said that Lin Feng had tens of thousands of yuan in online debt? Debt? Had he lost his mind? Lu Wenxin stared blankly at Lin Feng as he walked away, still unable to make sense of it. Meng Xiaoyu probably wouldn't lie. At least, she wouldn't lie to Lu Wenxin about something involving Lin Feng. But this was a Rolex. Even the cheapest models would cost tens of thousands of yuan, wouldn't they? Lu Wenxin quickly pulled out her phone and took a picture of Lin Feng's back. She then hurried over to the entrance of the Rolex store. The same sales associate was still standing by the door. When he saw Lu Wenxin approaching, he smiled politely. Hello, hello. Lu Wenxin straightened her chest slightly, trying to make herself look like someone who could easily afford luxury goods. Which watch did that gentleman just buy? As she spoke, she lightly pointed in the direction Lin Feng had gone. Miss, are you interested in buying one too? He purchased the Oyster Perpetual 41mm. It's a very popular model. The sales associate assumed Lu Wenxin wanted to buy the same watch and immediately began enthusiastically introducing it. The market had not been doing particularly well over the past 2 years, affecting many industries. The luxury goods industry was no exception. Compared with before, far fewer people were coming in to buy watches. Previously, customers who wanted to buy a Rolex often had to purchase additional watches or other products as part of the process. But now, that was no longer necessary. Having someone walk in and make a purchase was already a good thing. So when the sales associate saw Lu Wenxin asking about the watch, he was naturally quite enthusiastic. How much does this watch cost? Lu Wenxin nodded slowly and asked casually, pretending not to care too much. 56,000 yuan. The sales associate smiled as he gave her the price. The moment she heard the number, Lu Wenxin's breathing became noticeably uneven. Her chest rose and fell slightly as she desperately tried to maintain a normal expression. Okay. Lu Wenxin nodded lightly. But inside, she was extremely shocked. She clearly hadn't expected Lin Feng to be serious. He really had enough money to buy a Rolex. More than 50,000 yuan. Could Meng Xiaoyu have misjudged him? Lu Wenxin was filled with questions. Suppressing her confusion and shock, she left the Rolex store. She then secretly sent the photo she had just taken to Meng Xiaoyu. The photo clearly showed Lin Feng carrying the Rolex shopping bag. I'm not going to suffer alone. You're coming down with me. At that moment, Meng Xiaoyu was sitting in her newly rented apartment watching television. She hadn't watched TV for quite some time because of her exam preparations. Now that she had finally passed the exam, she could finally make up for all that lost entertainment. Just then, her WeChat notification rang. Meng Xiaoyu lazily tossed a Shodeng mandarin peel into the trash can, then casually picked up her phone. She saw that Lu Wenxin had sent her a picture. She opened it without thinking much of it. She immediately recognized the person in the picture. It was none other than her ex-boyfriend, Lin Feng. Meng Xiaoyu froze slightly. She had no idea what Lu Wenxin was trying to say. Just as she was about to type a question, she suddenly noticed that Lin Feng was carrying 2 shopping bags in the picture. One was from Apple, and the other, Rolex. It was a Rolex shopping bag. Meng Xiaoyu recognized it instantly. She liked luxury goods, so she knew quite a bit about them. I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Feng bought it. Looks like he's actually pretty rich. At that moment, Lu Wenxin sent another message. After reading it, Meng Xiaoyu was even more stunned. How is that possible? How could Lin Feng still have money? Didn't he take out online loans for me until he was completely broke? So how does he still have money to buy a Rolex now? Meng Xiaoyu's expression became extremely complicated. Her eyes shifted back and forth for several seconds before anger suddenly appeared on her face. That Lin Feng actually hid his income. How can he do that? He should have to give me half of that money. With that thought, Meng Xiaoyu immediately opened Xiaohongshu and began typing out a post. I discovered that my ex-boyfriend was hiding income. Can I demand half of it? Chapter 7. She was completely humiliated. At this moment, Lin Feng naturally had no idea that Lu Wenxin had told Meng Xiaoyu about him buying a Rolex. But even if he had known, Lin Feng would not have cared. Asterisk, we've already broken up. What I buy has nothing to do with you. Asterisk. Of course, Lin Feng knew nothing about what was happening. Instead, he immediately called his mother. After all, he definitely needed to explain what had happened. Otherwise, Lu Wenxin might twist the story and complain about him first. So Lin Feng decided to tell his mother everything in advance and give her a heads up. Son, how did the blind date go? His mother quickly answered the phone, her familiar voice filled with anticipation. She was clearly very concerned about how the blind date had gone. Mom, that girl is way too materialistic. She feels like a scammer. Could Annie Liang have been deceived? We hadn't even known each other for 10 seconds, and she directly asked me to buy her an iPhone worth more than 10,000 yuan. Lin Feng did not hide anything and told her exactly what had happened. Really? That can't be. His mother became hesitant after hearing this. What Lin Feng had described sounded simply too outrageous. How could someone ask a man to buy them an iPhone worth over 10,000 yuan on their very first date? They had not even established a relationship yet. Was this really how blind dates worked in big cities? Luckily, your son was smart enough not to buy it. But because of that, the two of us ended up falling out completely. Lin Feng glanced at the two shopping bags in his hands, his voice carrying a hint of pride. All right, I understand. His mother fell silent for a few seconds before speaking again. Lin Feng could clearly hear the anger in her voice. Make sure you explained everything properly to Annie Liang, Lin Feng added. Humph. His mother snorted, obviously unhappy with Annie Liang. After hanging up, Lin Feng's mother immediately called Annie Liang. A few seconds later, the call connected. Sister Zhang, Liang Feng greeted her cheerfully, then asked with a smile, how did your son's blind date go? As a matchmaker in the countryside, Liang Feng had always had a pretty good reputation. No, Feng. You introduced my son to a girl like this? Lin Feng's mother, Zhang Alian, sounded clearly accusatory. Hearing her tone, Liang Feng's heart immediately sank. What do you mean? The girl is quite good. She works in a big city and is currently preparing for the civil service exam. She's from the neighboring village, and her family conditions are pretty good too. Liang Feng was also confused. She had carefully screened the girl's background and had even seen her photos. The young woman looked pretty good, too. My son had barely been on the blind date for 10 minutes, and this girl actually asked him to buy her a phone worth more than 10,000 yuan. Do you think that's normal? What? Liang Feng's voice immediately rose several notches. That can't be right, can it? I finally managed to convince my son to go on a blind date. There's no way he would lie about something like this. Zhang Alian still chose to believe her son, Lin Feng. All right, I understand. Don't say anything else for now. I'll ask her about it. Liang Feng was also becoming angry. After all, she had introduced the girl to them. If word got out that the girl behaved like this, it would damage her reputation as a matchmaker. Going out for dinner or having coffee on a blind date was perfectly normal. But asking the man to buy a phone worth more than 10,000 yuan right at the beginning? Who knew what she would demand next? After hanging up, Liang Feng immediately called Lu Wenxin's mother and explained what had happened. Listen, is your daughter seriously going on a blind date? It was their first meeting, and within just a few minutes, she asked the man to buy her a phone worth more than 10,000 yuan. Do you think that's appropriate? As soon as the call connected, Liang Feng poured everything out in one breath. Lu Wenxin's mother did not say much. She knew her daughter fairly well. Over the past few years, ever since she started working away from home, she had no idea what had happened to her. She used to be a pretty sensible girl, but she had gradually become more and more materialistic. Asking a man to buy her a phone? Honestly, that really did sound like something her daughter would do. After all, Lu Wenxin had pulled similar stunts before. So when Liang Feng questioned her, she did not have much to say. The more Liang Feng talked, the angrier she became. Especially after noticing that Lu Wenxin's mother had clearly lost confidence in defending her daughter, Liang Feng realized that Zhang Alian's son was probably telling the truth. Forget it. From now on, have your daughter find someone else to introduce her to men. I don't dare to do it anymore. What if next time she asks the man for 1 million yuan? She'll ruin my reputation. After saying that without hesitation, Liang Feng hung up. Lu Wenxin's mother had barely ended the call when her daughter called her. Mom, what kind of person did you introduce me to? He's a complete scammer. A scammer. Lu Wenxin's mother had just been chewed out by the matchmaker and was already furious. A scammer? First, tell me, did you ask that man to buy you a phone? Her mother's voice was noticeably louder. Mom, how did you know? Lu Wenxin froze when she heard her mother say that. She clearly had not expected her mother to find out so quickly. She had just finished messaging Meng Xiaoyu and was about to call her mother to complain. She never expected her mother to already know everything. The moment Lu Wenxin's mother heard her daughter's response, she understood immediately. The matchmaker had been telling the truth. The problem was her daughter. From now on, figure out your own blind dates. I'm done helping you. You've completely ruined my reputation. Lu Wenxin's mother felt extremely wronged. She had gone out of her way to help her daughter find a suitable match, only to end up being humiliated like this. And this was not the first time. Everyone in the surrounding villages already knew about Lu Wenxin's behavior. It had taken a lot of effort to finally find a matchmaker willing to help introduce someone. And now, before long, she had been thoroughly scolded by the other family. Naturally, she was furious. She even started scolding her daughter over the phone. You were on a blind date for less than 10 minutes, and you asked the man to buy you a phone worth more than 10,000 yuan. Hearing her mother's furious voice on the other end, Lu Wenxin was completely speechless. Originally, she had planned to call her mother and vent her anger. Instead, her mother ended up venting her anger at her. Lu Wenxin was completely stunned. Her mother's voice was so loud that even though she was not using speakerphone, the people nearby could still hear everything. A few passers-by even chuckled when they heard the conversation. Feeling utterly humiliated, Lu Wenxin hurriedly hung up. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had no intention of going back. He planned to turn the phone and watch into cash. He would sell both items and use the money to pay off his online loans first. Unfortunately, he could not simply return them. If he returned the items, he had no idea whether the refund would actually end up back in his hands. It would be safer to find a shop and sell them directly. Chapter 8. Sis will introduce you to someone. Boss, do you buy Rolex watches? Lin Feng pushed open the glass door of a seemingly reputable luxury goods resale shop and asked calmly. The middle-aged man behind the counter looked up at him. His eyes swept over the brand-new Apple shopping bag in Lin Feng's hand and the other bag bearing the iconic Rolex crown logo. A professional smile immediately appeared on his face. We do, handsome. Do you have the receipt? I have everything. Lin Feng placed the Rolex shopping bag on the counter and took out the exquisitely packaged watch box. He carefully opened it. The Oyster Perpetual 41mm watch lay quietly on the black velvet cloth, reflecting a deep, understated sheen under the store lights. The shop owner put on a pair of white gloves and carefully examined the watch. He then checked the warranty card and receipt. After confirming that everything was genuine and in order, a glint flashed across his eyes. Boss, the watch is indeed brand new, but you know how it is. We're buying secondhand, so naturally the price has to be discounted a little. Just tell me how much, Lin Feng said, too lazy to beat around the bush. The owner held up 5 fingers and waved them slightly. You bought it for 56,000, right? There are rules in our business. Even brand new items have to be discounted. How about 50,000? I can transfer the money to you right away. Lin Feng quickly calculated in his head. Asterisk, it was free from the system. 50,000 is pure profit. Add the 5,000 in cash I already received, plus whatever I get from selling the iPhone later, and I'll have more than enough to clear my online loans. Asterisk. His expression remained calm. 51,000. One price. Deal or no deal, I'll just go somewhere else. The shop owner pretended to hesitate for a moment before finally slapping his thigh. Deal. Consider it making a friend. You're a straightforward man. The transfer was completed quickly. Only after seeing the 51,000 yuan arrive in his account did Lin Feng nod in satisfaction before walking out of the store. He immediately paid off his online loans. After clearing the 2 biggest debts, he still had nearly 20,000 yuan left. The pressure on him instantly eased considerably. The burden of several tens of thousands of yuan in online loans had almost suffocated him before. Now, he could finally breathe a little easier. Lin Feng looked at the Apple shopping bag in his hand. Although he really wanted to keep the phone, he hated the feeling of being in debt. After thinking it over, he decided to sell it as well. He had no idea when the next blind date mission would appear. For now, paying off his debts was the most important thing. Being debt-free is what matters most. Soon, Lin Feng found another phone shop and sold the iPhone for 10,000 yuan. He used that money to pay off more of his online loans as well. 10,000 yuan remained. When he returned to his rented apartment, Lin Feng began thinking about his living situation. The lease was about to expire. It was probably time to move. If he hadn't been living with Meng Xiaoyu before, there was no way he would have rented such a nice place. Now, all he needed was a simple 1-bedroom apartment. Sharing an apartment would work too. Lin Feng didn't have particularly high demands, but that was something to worry about later. Right now, Lin Feng suddenly thought about dating websites. He wondered whether finding a match through one of those sites could trigger another mission from the blind date system. Why not give it a try? With that thought, Lin Feng opened a matchmaking app, registered an account, and filled in his basic information. Hopefully, it would have some effect. After finishing that, Lin Feng cleaned the apartment again. After all, Meng Xiaoyu had left without a second thought, taking all her belongings with her. The apartment was still a complete mess. Once he finished cleaning, Lin Feng ate dinner and went straight to bed. The next day, Lin Feng rode his electric scooter to work. His company was actually a customer service outsourcing company. It was rush hour, and everyone was anxiously waiting for the elevator in front of the doors. Many people were eating breakfast while scrolling through short videos on their phones. Lin Feng was also looking down at his phone. Lin Feng. Just then, a voice called out. Lin Feng turned toward the sound and saw one of his co-workers, Sister Zhu. Sister Zhu was about 2 years older than Lin Feng, and her child was already old enough to run around on their own. They had joined the company during the same onboarding class, so they were fairly familiar with each other. I heard. Sister Zhu squeezed through the crowd and came up beside Lin Feng before lowering her voice. Lin Feng had taken the day off yesterday, and Sister Zhu had heard that it was because he had broken up with his girlfriend. So when she saw him today, she was naturally concerned. Seeing that Lin Feng's expression hadn't changed much, she had initially wondered if the rumor had been wrong. Yeah, we really did break up. Lin Feng nodded lightly and admitted it. Really? Seeing how calm Lin Feng was, Sister Zhu widened her eyes in surprise. He was almost too calm. This didn't look like someone who had just gone through a breakup. Sister Zhu had always thought Lin Feng was a pretty good guy. If she hadn't already had a husband, she might even have considered pursuing him herself. She passed the civil service exam. I wasn't useful to her anymore, so she broke up with me. Just as I thought. I saw her before and already felt that she. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Sister Zhu remembered meeting Meng Xiaoyu before. She had never had a particularly good impression of her. She hadn't expected her suspicions to be right. She really was a cold and heartless woman. It's okay. I'll introduce someone to you in the future. Sister Zhu had originally wanted to say a few more bad things about Meng Xiaoyu, but she noticed that Lin Feng clearly didn't want to talk about her anymore, so she stopped. That would be great. Lin Feng's previously calm expression instantly changed. His eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth rose. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Sister Zhu was stunned when she saw his reaction. She clearly hadn't expected such an enthusiastic response. After thinking about it, she figured that Lin Feng must have been hurt badly and wanted to find someone quickly to help him forget about the relationship. Of course, Sis will introduce someone to you. I guarantee she'll be pretty and sweet. Sister Zhu patted her chest confidently. That would be amazing. Lin Feng immediately thanked her. Once work began, everyone became busy until lunchtime. Sister Zhu stretched slightly and prepared to get up for lunch. She picked up her phone and glanced at it. She had a WeChat message. When she opened it, she discovered that it was from Lin Feng. Sister Zhu, I ordered you some milk tea. Just go pick it up yourself. A photo of the milk tea followed. The company's delivery orders were all placed together on the delivery rack outside. You're too kind. The corners of Sister Zhu's mouth curled upward. Who didn't love milk tea? No problem. I'll leave the blind date thing to you. Lin Feng replied almost immediately. Sister Zhu froze when she saw the message. Wait, Lin Feng, are you serious? You really want me to introduce a girl to you? Sister Zhu looked toward Lin Feng. At that exact moment, Lin Feng also happened to be looking at her. As if he understood what she was thinking, Lin Feng clasped his hands together and gave her a pleading gesture. He was clearly really counting on her. Fine. Sis will help you find someone. As it happened, she already had someone in mind. Chapter 9. So hard to guess. Meng Xiaoyu was becoming more and more upset. After learning from Lu Wenxin that Lin Feng actually still had money to buy a phone and even a Rolex, she felt as though her chest was tightening. Something was wrong. There was no way Lin Feng should still have money. Meng Xiaoyu remembered that before breaking up with Lin Feng, she had secretly checked his phone. She had quietly looked through several banking apps on his phone, as well as his Alipay and WeChat accounts. She had confirmed that Lin Feng had virtually no money. Not only did he have no money, but he was also heavily in debt from online loans. This can't be right. Meng Xiaoyu carefully recalled everything that had happened before. Everything she had seen clearly indicated that Lin Feng was buried under a mountain of debt. So where had he gotten the money? She was genuinely confused. Her best friend Lu Wenxin had no reason to lie to her either. Could it be that Lin Feng had actually been secretly hiding a large amount of money from her? The more Meng Xiaoyu thought about it, the more suspicious she became. Or could it be that he was pretending to be poor while he was dating me? After thinking about it all night, Meng Xiaoyu's mind became more and more confused. She couldn't figure out what was really going on. Deep down, Meng Xiaoyu really wanted to call Lin Feng and get to the bottom of it. But they had already broken up. What right did she have to question him? Damn Lin Feng. How dare he lie to me? The more Meng Xiaoyu thought about the possibility that Lin Feng still had plenty of money, the angrier she became. She had been Lin Feng's girlfriend, yet he hadn't spent all his money on her. That made him a complete jerk. A man like that was simply despicable. Breaking up with him had definitely been the right decision. With that thought, Meng Xiaoyu edited another post about Lin Feng and uploaded it to Zaihongshu. There was no way she was going to suffer alone. She needed to discuss it with all her fellow sisters online. The previous night, she had posted about discovering her ex-boyfriend's hidden income, and many of her fellow users had already offered their opinions. Some people had even suggested that she seduce Lin Feng again and then turn around and accuse him of rape. When Meng Xiaoyu saw that suggestion, she thought it was actually quite plausible. If she eventually discovered that Lin Feng really was secretly wealthy, she might genuinely give that method a try. Meng Xiaoyu was quite confident in her appearance. More importantly, she believed Lin Feng was such a devoted simp that if she showed him even the slightest bit of affection, he would probably immediately bow and scrape at her feet. She had no idea, however, that Lin Feng had already undergone a tremendous transformation. Meanwhile, at Lin Feng's company, perhaps because the cup of milk tea had worked its magic, just before the end of the workday, Sister Zhu walked toward him with a smile. Sister Zhu, is something wrong? Lin Feng secretly hoped she had come to talk about the blind date. I've found someone for you. Sister Zhu pushed up her glasses and looked at Lin Feng with a cheerful smile. There was also a hint of pride in her eyes. Really? That's fantastic. The moment Lin Feng heard that, his face lit up with joy. To him, this was absolutely wonderful news. He hadn't expected Sister Zhu to work so quickly. Sister Zhu, you're truly the best. Lin Feng was so excited that he reached out and shook her hand. Ha ha ha, you're too polite. Seeing how enthusiastic Lin Feng was, Sister Zhu became even happier. I'll send you the girl's contact information right now. She's a resident in our neighborhood. I've seen her a few times. She seems pretty nice. Her name is Li Yunyun. As she spoke, Sister Zhu took out her phone and tapped a few times. A new contact card appeared in their WeChat conversation. Thanks, Sister Zhu. Whether it works out or not, I'll definitely treat you to a meal sometime. Lin Feng thanked her again. As long as you two get along, that's all that matters. Sister Zhu smiled. All right, I have something else to do. I'll go first. After saying that, Sister Zhu waved at Lin Feng and returned to her desk. Lin Feng immediately added Li Yunyun using the contact card. Before long, she accepted his friend request. Hello, I'm Lin Feng, Sister Zhu's friend. Hello, I'm at work right now and don't have time. Let's talk later. A while later, Li Yunyun sent him a reply. Okay. Lin Feng then focused on his work. It wasn't until shortly before the end of the workday that he received another message from Li Yunyun. I get off work at 6. Let's meet at Little Pig Steakhouse after work. I'm in the mood for Western food today. Was she simply trying to find a sucker to pay the bill, or did she really want to eat Western food? Lin Feng thought. This is really hard to guess. He then carefully looked up the restaurant. He discovered that it was located near Swan Lake, where diners could enjoy the nighttime scenery around the lake. The average spending per person at the restaurant was over 400 yuan. Ding! Just as Lin Feng was checking out the restaurant, a new system notification suddenly appeared. When he saw it, a smile immediately spread across his face. Sure enough, once he confirmed the blind date location, the system automatically assigned him a mission. This system was seriously clever. Lin Feng couldn't help smiling. This was fantastic news for him. Ding! Please begin your blind date with Li Yunyun as soon as possible. Stay for 5 minutes and receive the reward. Normal vision. When Lin Feng saw the reward, his face instantly filled with excitement. Although Lin Feng had only graduated from high school, he wore glasses. Both of his eyes were at -500 degrees. It was quite troublesome. Without his glasses, Lin Feng looked almost like Nobita from Doraemon. He had considered getting LASIK surgery, but he had heard that the procedure carried certain risks. On top of that, he hadn't had the money, so he had never gone through with it. Now he had a chance to improve his eyesight. Even if the reward only reduced his prescription, Lin Feng would still do everything he could to complete the mission. What's more, the reward was normal vision. For Lin Feng, that was even more exciting than receiving a brand new iPhone. Fantastic. Lin Feng then turned his attention to the next 2 rewards. Stay for 15 minutes and receive a BYD Qin Plus in a high-spec configuration. All paperwork has already been completed. Simply pick it up at the 4S dealership. Stay for 30 minutes and receive facial blemish removal, acne removal, and skin whitening. The next second, new information appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng. Appearance, 75. Height, 178 centimeters. Physical condition, 50. Suffering from lumbar disc herniation, kidney stones, and other conditions. Presence, 20. Professional skills, cooking, 40. Office skills, 50. Driving, 50. Assets, fixed assets, Yadia electric scooter. Debt, 15,432 yuan. Savings, 5,000 yuan. Looking at these numbers, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. His stats were pretty terrible. But whatever. That could wait. The blind date was the most important thing. When the time came, the system would naturally take care of everything. Hashtag Chapter 10. My eyesight is restored. At last, it was time to get off work. Lin Feng shut down his computer and left immediately. First, he went to the restroom. Then he stood in front of the mirror and checked his appearance. There wasn't anything particularly wrong. His clothes were quite simple. At a glance, he looked exactly like an ordinary office worker. But Lin Feng didn't care. After all, he wasn't genuinely interested in dating this woman. He was only doing this for the system rewards. Although he hadn't met Li Yunyun yet, he had already gotten a little information about her. This woman probably wasn't simple either. Lin Feng rode his electric scooter to the restaurant. The restaurant was quite popular, especially given its excellent location. Fortunately, Lin Feng had made a reservation in advance. After arriving at the restaurant, Lin Feng sat down and waited. He initially thought the woman would arrive soon, but he sat there for nearly half an hour, to the point that even the nearby waiter started giving him curious looks. Fortunately, his blind date, Li Yunyun, finally arrived. Table 6. Li Yunyun finally came over to Lin Feng and looked at him suspiciously. Are you Lin Feng? Lin Feng stood up and looked at the woman in front of him with a faint smile. That's me. You're Li Yunyun, right? Li Yunyun nodded lightly, her eyes sweeping over Lin Feng's clothes with obvious disdain. The outfit Lin Feng was wearing probably cost only a few dozen yuan from Taobao. What was Sister Zhu thinking? Was this really the kind of man she thought I deserved? Humph. Li Yunyun was extremely dissatisfied with Sister Zhu's arrangement. Feeling Li Yunyun's gaze, Lin Feng merely smiled calmly. But inside, he was thinking, this woman is as skinny as a stick. And she's not even pretty. So this is the level Sister Zhu thinks I'm at? Whatever. He was only going through the motions anyway. Take a look at the menu. What would you like to drink? I heard the fruit teas here are pretty good. With a polite smile, Lin Feng pushed the menu toward Li Yunyun. Anything is fine, but don't order anything too cheap. It won't taste good. Li Yunyun withdrew her gaze and pretended not to care. She placed her handbag on the table. Then she took out her phone, revealing her rhinestone-covered manicure. Although she had said anything was fine, before Lin Feng could even choose anything, she had already pointed at several dishes on the menu. I heard the steak here is pretty good. This dish looks good too. One of those. And this foie gras looks good. One of those as well. And since we're having Western food, it wouldn't be too much to order a bottle of red wine, right? As she spoke, Li Yunyun lightly tapped the red wine section of the menu with her rhinestone-covered fingernail. She had already researched all these dishes on Xiaohongshu. They were guaranteed not to disappoint, and they would look great in photos later. Lin Feng followed her manicured finger to the red wine section. One bottle alone cost nearly 1,000 yuan. Good grief. Adding that to all the other dishes she had ordered, this meal was already heading toward 4,000 yuan. And it probably wouldn't stop there. All the dishes had been ordered by Li Yunyun herself. Lin Feng hadn't ordered anything. Seeing that she had already ordered so much, he decided not to order anything either. There was no way the two of them could finish all this food. All right, that'll be all. Perhaps noticing the increasingly serious look on Lin Feng's face, Li Yunyun finally stopped ordering. Lin Feng's heart was bleeding. He handed the menu to the waiter. After finishing her order, Li Yunyun didn't even look up. She simply picked up her phone and started scrolling. All right, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. How much do you make per month? I'm asking about your take-home pay. Lin Feng was slightly stunned when he heard that. He hadn't expected this woman to be so blunt. I make around 5,000 yuan a month. Lin Feng glanced at the time. Only about 2 minutes had passed. The moment Li Yunyun heard his answer, her eyes immediately shifted from her phone to Lin Feng. How much? Did I hear you correctly? What's 5,000 yuan a month supposed to cover? Rent, utilities, food. After all that, do you even have enough left to buy a pack of cigarettes? Li Yunyun let out a disdainful laugh. She was even more contemptuous of him. If she hadn't already ordered all the food, and if she hadn't already told her friends that she was coming to this restaurant after work today, she would have gotten up and left immediately. But she couldn't leave yet. At the very least, she had to finish the meal and take some beautiful photos before leaving. Miss Li, how much do you make a month? After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng looked directly at her and asked. I make a little over 2,000 yuan a month. Li Yunyun didn't look embarrassed in the slightest. When Lin Feng heard this, he couldn't help asking, Miss Li, your salary seems to be even lower than mine. Those words instantly made Li Yunyun bristle like an angry cat. Her gaze became sharp. How is that the same? How is it not the same? Lin Feng retorted inwardly. But his expression didn't change much. After all, finishing the blind date was what mattered most. You have a point. Lin Feng nodded lightly. Seeing him say that, Li Yunyun became even more confident. She began talking about how difficult life was for women and how hard they had it. Lin Feng merely nodded occasionally and chimed in with a few words from time to time. He continued this until the food finally arrived. Only then did Li Yunyun stop talking. After the second dish was served, exactly 5 minutes had passed. Blind date duration of 10 minutes completed. Reward, normal vision. The next second, Lin Feng felt a warm current flowing through his eyes. After a while, he noticed that everything became blurry while he was wearing his glasses. He took off his glasses, and only then did everything look normal again. When Li Yunyun saw Lin Feng remove his glasses, she glanced at his face. Without his glasses, she suddenly felt that Lin Feng looked somewhat different. His eyes looked much more vibrant. He felt completely different from before. Li Yunyun picked up her phone and pointed it at the dishes, taking several photos. Then she took several selfies as well, deliberately avoiding Lin Feng in every single one. She was going to post them on her social media later. There was no way she was going to let Lin Feng appear in the pictures. After all, she had already sentenced Lin Feng to death in her mind. After taking several beautiful photos, Li Yunyun continued scrolling through her phone while asking, Do you have a car and a house? I'm still looking for a house. Lin Feng answered instantly. He felt that if he didn't say a little more, he might not even make it to the end of the blind date. Really? Which housing development are you looking at? After hearing that, Li Yunyun became slightly more interested. Which housing development? Lin Feng hadn't looked at a single housing development recently, but he quickly pulled out his phone and searched. China Merchants Tianqing. The moment she heard the name of that development, Li Yunyun's eyes instantly lit up. Chapter 11 says that Yadea electric vehicles are new energy vehicles, right? Merchants Tianqing. This project is not bad. The smallest one is 150 square meters, and the location is pretty good. This house costs nearly 4 million. Li Yunyun was certainly aware of this project. Li Yunyun's job is to do nail art. When she does nail art for others in the shop, she naturally encounters many people. She had heard about it from others, so she naturally looked into it. I thought to myself, how wonderful it would be if I could live in this place someday. 150 square meters is too small. It's at least 200 square meters. She'll live in a big apartment, drinking coffee every day, and her life won't be any better. Thinking of this, Li Yunyun looked directly at Lin Feng. She clearly hadn't expected Lin Feng to look so unremarkable. He actually has the money to look at houses like this. Is it true or false? To be honest, Li Yunyun still had some doubts. After all, Lin Feng's current attire doesn't make him look like someone who can afford a house like this. Yes, this is the project. I've been looking at it recently. Lin Feng seemed to sense Li Yunyun's slightly scrutinizing gaze, but his face remained completely expressionless. This is the time to test acting skills, and Raymond Lam must succeed in this system mission. You only earn 5,000 yuan a month. Can you afford this house? Li Yunyun's gaze fell on Lin Feng's clothes again. To be honest, Li Yunyun still didn't want to believe it. Although I don't have any money, my family is doing quite well. My parents have some money. Lin Feng smiled slightly, attributing everything to his family. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. Seeing Lin Feng's calm expression, Li Yunyun finally believed what he had said. His expression also changed noticeably. They are completely different people. The smile on his face seemed to have softened considerably at this moment. Really? Your parents are so good to you. How much money are they saving for you to buy a house? Li Yunyun didn't want to marry a man who still had a mortgage to pay. After all, Raymond Lam only makes 5,000 a month, and after paying off his mortgage, he has no money left. Lin Feng's 5,000 yuan salary came from Li Yunyun. This won't do. Therefore, Li Yunyun naturally hoped that the man would buy the house in full. Can the woman's name be added to the deed of this house? Li Yunyun asked again. His tone became much gentler, and not only his tone, but his eyes also softened. Of course, no problem. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. Seeing Lin Feng's confident gaze, Li Yunyun felt that all the boys in front of her seemed to have become much more handsome. After thinking about it, it's not impossible. Although Raymond Lam looks very simply dressed now. But this is a good thing. After they get married, won't all the money Lin Feng saves go to her? Thinking of this, Li Yunyan nodded slightly. This man is really too good. After I get married, I definitely don't want to live with your parents. I don't know how to take care of them. I smell like an old person. Who wants to live with the elderly? It was probably because of the house issue that Li Yunyan entered a special state. At this moment, Li Yunyan completely forgot that the two of them were just on a blind date. I've already started looking forward to my future life. Lin Feng glanced subtly at the Xiaomi Mi band on his wrist. Nearly 3 more minutes passed. Lin Feng cheered himself on. Lin Feng, you can do it. Just hang in there a little longer, and you'll be fine. Just hang in there a little longer, and you'll own a BYD. How wonderful. Hold on. You're amazing. Thinking of this, the anger in Lin Feng's eyes, which were lowered, slowly dissipated. While it's possible to live away from one's parents, saying something like that is going too far. After all, everyone gets old. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Yes, you're absolutely right. Of course, there's no problem with that. My parents bought the house for me to use when I get married. Lin Feng smiled and nodded at Li Yunyan. Li Yunyan didn't expect Lin Feng to agree so quickly. He was initially surprised, but then overjoyed. How did Li Yunyan manage to snag such a promising talent? By this time, Li Yunyan had long forgotten that she had initially disliked Sister Zhu. I'm already praising Sister Zhu for being so good to me. The steak is here. Lin Feng gestured to Li Yunyan. You eat. Okay. Li Yunyan smiled, but because of her thin and withered face, her smile looked even more sinister. Then Li Yunyan looked at Lin Feng with some confusion. Aren't you going to eat? The food at this restaurant is pretty good. I come here often. In fact, Li Yunyan herself had never been here, but in order to pretend, she said that she had been here many times. I'm not hungry. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Seeing Li Yunyan's somewhat puzzled look, Lin Feng quickly changed the subject. Besides housing, what other needs do you have here? Li Yunyan picked up her knife and fork, cut off a piece of beef, put it in her mouth, and chewed it with some enjoyment. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, she hurriedly and excitedly said, A car? Isn't that a basic thing? My best friend's boyfriend, even the worst one, drives an Audi A4L. I think you should at least need a Mercedes C-Class or something, Li Yunyan said, nodding heavily as if to confirm her statement. Actually, her best friend's boyfriend doesn't own an Audi A4 at all. Actually, it's about her best friend's friend owning an Audi A4, but whether that's true or not, she herself doesn't know. But as long as someone says it, as long as Li Yunyan knows about this, it's as if she has it too. It's like if the guy drove a Porsche before the couple broke up, then the girl's next boyfriend will basically have to drive a Porsche or something similar. Otherwise, it would become, my ex-boyfriend always drove a Porsche. More importantly, this is something that this girl can use, and her best friend can also use. It can also be used by your best friend's best friend. This change takes the form of fission, comparable to a nuclear explosion. Upon hearing Li Yunyan's words, Lin Feng's lips twitched. Audi A4L? Do you think this is TikTok? Is everyone a millionaire? Does the average annual salary exceed 10 million? In real life, having a car for transportation is already quite good. I have a new energy vehicle. Lin Feng thought of his Yadea electric vehicle. It's fair to say that Yadea electric vehicles are new energy vehicles, right? Electric cars are great. My favorite electric car is Tesla. I've heard it's amazing, much better than domestic cars. It's like the difference between an iPhone and an Android phone. Li Yunyan's eyes lit up again when she heard about the tram. Clearly, trams were also within Li Yunyan's knowledge. Yes, it seems Miss Li knows quite a bit about cars. This car accelerates quite quickly. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, adding a point about its advantages. It accelerates quickly. That's absolutely right. There's a saying that goes something like that. Many car crashes back then were caused by excessive acceleration. Don't be in front of a Tesla or behind a boundary marker on the road. Of course, I know a lot about cars too. I often browse posts on Xiaohongshu. Hearing Lin Feng's praise, Li Yunyan's eyes were filled with a hint of pride. Chapter 12. My parents have raised me for so many years, so a bride price of 360,000 yuan isn't too much. Little sweet potato. Hearing Li Yunyan say this, Lin Feng nodded slightly, seemingly not surprised. After all, the way Li Yunyan speaks is the kind of tone only a seasoned Little Red Book user would have. There's definitely no mistake. Lin Feng sneered inwardly, but showed no emotion on his face. Lin Feng slightly raised his hand, seemingly casually fiddling with the knife and fork on the table, but his gaze quickly swept over the Xiaomi bracelet on his wrist. 14 minutes and 35 seconds. It'll be soon. In just over 20 seconds, I'll be able to get my hands on that BYD Qin Plus. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement. but maintained a perfectly appropriate smile on his face. Lin Feng continued to respond, going along with Li Yunyun's words. Little red potato is great. You can learn a lot from it. Just hold on for half an hour. Hearing Lin Feng say that, Li Yunyun became even more smug, raising her chin slightly. Eat up. Otherwise the steak will get cold and won't taste good. Seeing that Li Yunyun seemed to want to say something more, Lin Feng quickly interrupted her. Can you take some photos for me? Li Yunyun thought for a moment, and then handed her phone to Lin Feng. Okay. Lin Feng smiled and took the phone, then took a few photos of Li Yunyun. As soon as Lin Feng took the phone, he received a notification from the system. Ding! You completed your blind date within 15 minutes and are rewarded with a BYD Qin Plus high-end model. The paperwork has been completed. Please pick it up at the Xinxi Road 4S store. Upon seeing this message, Lin Feng lowered his head and subtly revealed a smile. This system is really great. In just 2 days, he owned a car. Although this car is not expensive, but for Raymond Lam, that's already quite good. Raymond Lam is quite content. This system is amazing. 15 minutes have been completed. Continue for another 15 minutes. That way, I'll be able to improve my appearance. Look at the camera. Smile. Taking advantage of the photo opportunity, Raymond Lam moved from the left to the right. Then let Li Yunyun check on the filming progress. He acted like a simp. This caused many men around to shake their heads. This guy is such a complete simp. He's a disgrace to all men. The girl next to him subtly revealed a smile that was almost imperceptible. How dare you criticize others? Lin Feng had no time to pay attention to other people's gazes at this moment. After all, the system rewards are the real ones. Although it may seem shameless now, the future benefits will be substantial. 5 changes in appearance. If you were to get plastic surgery, who knows how much it would cost? Great. This one's a really good shot. This one is good too. At first, Li Yunyun was very happy that the other party was taking such a focused photo of her right after they met. Raymond Lam even lay down on the ground to take photos. Such skill naturally earned Li Yunyun the envy of the girls around her. After filming for a while, Li Yunyun started to feel annoyed. Because after taking a single photo, Raymond Lam would come over and ask for her opinion. Why is this man so indecisive? That's really awful. With Lin Feng's acting skills, Li Yunyun already had the illusion that Lin Feng was her lapdog. Taking photos also takes a lot of time. Lin Feng took more than a dozen photos of Li Yunyun, in addition to Lin Feng's repeated inquiries. It also took up quite a bit of time. Lin Feng waited for the photo shoot to end, then glanced at the time on his wristband without making it obvious. Another 10 minutes had passed. 5 more minutes. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. Are you really not going to eat? Li Yunyun had almost finished eating. She held her wine glass and swirled it slightly, then looked at Lin Feng with an elegant air. I'm really not hungry. Lin Feng smiled slightly. He sneered inwardly, thinking, you'll be crying when it's time to pay. Lin Feng didn't touch a single bite. Seeing that the time was not yet up, Lin Feng immediately began to guide the conversation. What are your thoughts on marriage? The tradition of bride price is indispensable. Once the topic of marriage came up, Li Yunyun seemed to open up and talk a lot. Upon hearing Li Yunyun's words, Lin Feng sneered inwardly. Being a good wife and mother is considered outdated, but bride price is not? That's absolutely ridiculous. Lin Feng found it rather amusing. However, he did not interrupt Li Yunyun, but simply nodded slightly, signaling Li Yunyun to continue. After all, my parents raised me for so many years, so a bride price of 360,000 yuan isn't too much, is it? Li Yunyun looked at Lin Feng, and after receiving an encouraging look from him, she felt even more confident that she had no problem with it. I wonder what your parents will bring as dowry. Lin Feng was also quite curious about this. A dowry? You actually believe in such rubbish? But we do have some. 2 quilts, 2 pairs of slippers. Li Yunyun looked at Lin Feng with disdain when she heard his question, and then started counting on her fingers. Lin Feng only heard Li Yunyun say that, and then realized that they were all worthless items. These things together amount to 5,000 yuan, which is quite good. However, judging from Li Yunyun's tone, it's probably impossible. Lin Feng was speechless. 10 years ago, one of his cousins got married. The bride price was 28,000 yuan, but his cousin's parents later bought refrigerators, TVs, air conditioners, and other commonly used appliances, and gave them back. A special truck was sent to deliver it. Lin Feng had always thought this was normal, but he never expected that things would change so drastically. The things Li Yunyun just mentioned, let alone a truck, probably wouldn't even fill the trunk of a car. That's absolutely hilarious. What about the dowry? Lin Feng continued to ask, dowry money? What do you mean by dowry money? My mom said that's outdated. Anyone who cares about their parents wouldn't let them give them New Year's money. Li Yunyun said matter-of-factly. But isn't this money for you? Lin Feng blinked, looking at Li Yunyun with some confusion. Li Yunyun was momentarily puzzled when she heard Lin Feng say that. Yeah, of course. I heard it's to ensure their daughters don't have to worry about money, so they always have some as a dowry. You didn't know that, did you? Lin Feng said, leaning back slightly in his chair and looking at Li Yunyun with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Seeing Lin Feng's calm expression, Li Yunyun became even more puzzled. After all, that's not what her mother told her. She needs to check this on Zia Hongshu, Little Red Book. If it's really for my daughter, she'll definitely want it. How can this tradition be abandoned? Seeing the change in Li Yunyun's expression, Lin Feng knew what was going on. This woman is truly amazing. Anything that is beneficial to oneself, no matter how traditional, is good. I have to say, this is a really small sweet potato. Chapter 13. Using formulas is fast. Seeing Li Yunyun's expression at this moment, Lin Feng knew that this woman definitely didn't know before. No problem. I'll just give you a quick lesson. Actually, in ancient times, the bride's family would prepare a lot of things for her when she got married. New clothes, new blankets, and cosmetics go without saying. Of course, the girl's parents will also prepare some gold and silver jewelry, jade bracelets, and other such items for her. These are all to ensure the girl's future life in her husband's family. Lin Feng looked at Li Yunyun very seriously and said. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Yunyun's eyes showed even more astonishment. Is it true? There's gold too? Shouldn't this be something the man bought? Bought? How come it was bought by the woman's parents? Li Yunyun looked at Lin Feng with some suspicion, clearly not believing what Lin Feng said. The 3 gold pieces, no, the 5 gold pieces, shouldn't these things be bought by the groom? Li Yunyun blinked, puzzled. Upon hearing Li Yunyun's words, Lin Feng sneered inwardly. So you used to be a triple gold medalist too. I don't know who spoiled them with this bad habit. A few years ago it was 3 golds, but now it's 5. Earrings, pendants, necklaces, rings, and bracelets. These items were originally part of the bride's dowry, but now the groom has to pay for them. That's different. Lin Feng waved his hand lightly, glancing at the time. There were still 3 minutes left. The groom's betrothal gifts are different from this. Lin Feng looked at Li Yunyun with a smile, his face showing that he was doing it for Li Yunyun's good. He then searched for it and showed it to Li Yunyun. You see, this is the difference. The hardware is a gift from the mother-in-law to her daughter-in-law, mainly to express her affection and respect for her. But as for dowry, parents who can afford it will prepare it for their daughters. It's a blessing from their parents, and they also hope that their daughters can have a decent marriage. Lin Feng read the contents aloud. Li Yunyun also looked at it carefully and nodded slightly, confirming that it was indeed so. You don't want your wedding to be undignified, do you? Or do your parents not have your blessings? Seeing Li Yunyun's increasingly serious expression, Lin Feng looked sad for her. The sales pitch was just a formula. Using a formula is fast. How could there not be? Seemingly sensing the pitiful look in Lin Feng's eyes, she hurriedly said, but there was a hint of panic in her eyes. Clearly, Lin Feng's words had touched Li Yunyun's soul. How could she not have her parents' blessings? This is definitely necessary. I'll definitely have it then, she said again in a low voice, seemingly afraid that Lin Feng wouldn't believe her, her voice filled with determination. Seeing Li Yunyun's expression, Lin Feng knew that she had definitely taken his words to heart. She will listen to anything that benefits her. Inside a women's clothing store in a shopping mall. Darling, buy me this dress. It looks so good. Meng Xiaoyu had already put on the new dress and twirled around in front of a man. Before breaking up with Raymond Lam, Meng Xiaoyu had not visited him for a long time. The main reason is that Meng Xiaoyu found another boy. This guy was a blind date arranged for Meng Xiaoyu by her parents. This guy is quite good in every way. His family owns a factory, and he's a rich second generation. I heard that his annual income is around 1 million. Of course, aside from being slightly less attractive, his economic situation is much better. So after going on several dates with this man, Meng Xiaoyu made a decisive move. With her good looks, she quickly won him over. Today, Meng Xiaoyu felt a bit angry whenever she thought about Lin Feng, so she decided to go out for a walk with her boyfriend Wang Bing that evening. Of course, the main reason was to get her boyfriend to buy her new clothes. Wang Bing's gaze also followed Meng Xiaoyu. Wang Bing was clearly attracted to Meng Xiaoyu, but when Meng Xiaoyu asked him to buy clothes, his brows furrowed slightly. What's wrong? Sensing Wang Bing's appearance, Meng Xiaoyu quickly stepped forward and asked in a low voice. My family says I'm not dating anyone, so they won't give me any money. They only give me 20,000 yuan a month. I don't have much money right now, Wang Bing said helplessly. Upon hearing what Wang Bing said, Meng Xiaoyu frowned as well. Although 20,000 yuan a month is not a small amount, it is not much for the dress that Meng Xiaoyu wants to buy, because the dress she liked cost over 10,000 yuan. Aren't we already dating? Meng Xiaoyu asked, somewhat puzzled. That's what I said too, but my family doesn't believe me. They said they've never seen any photos of me on your WeChat moments. Of course they don't believe me, Wang Bing said awkwardly, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across Meng Xiaoyu's face. Meng Xiaoyu nodded slightly when she heard what Wang Bing said. She has indeed never posted anything about Wang Bing on her WeChat moments. How could I just casually post photos of my boyfriend? After all, Meng Xiaoyu has several backup options. If these people found out, these backup options would definitely turn around and leave. People these days are so realistic. But Wang Bing's family is better off than these backup options. Sometimes, it is necessary to make some sacrifices. Let's just get rid of these backup options. Once she gets along well with Wang Bing and they get married, wouldn't the 1 million yuan a year all be hers? Wouldn't it be great to be a wealthy wife then? With this in mind, Meng Xiaoyu made up her mind. It was indeed my oversight. It was my fault. I apologize to you, she said. Then she started to act coquettishly towards Wang Bing, leaning into his arms and then pecking him on the cheek. She's 1.6 meters tall, and with high heels, she's almost 1.65 meters. Wang Bing is only 1.55 meters tall. Meng Xiaoyu has to bend down to kiss him, which is Wang Bing's biggest weakness. This is nowhere near as good as Raymond Lamb. Let's go? Let's go eat. I know a good steakhouse. Let's go check it out. The view from up there is nice too. Let's take a couple of pictures together, Meng Xiaoyu said, looking at Wang Bing. The meaning is very clear. You can post it on WeChat moments right after you finish eating. As expected, upon hearing Meng Xiaoyu's words, Wang Bing nodded slightly, a smile playing on his lips. No problem. Let's go. Okay. Wait for me. Meng Xiaoyu smiled faintly, then turned and walked towards the fitting room. She smiled at Wang Bing, then drew the curtain. The moment the curtain closed, Meng Xiaoyu's smile vanished. He took out a wet wipe and wiped his mouth before changing his clothes. She touched up her makeup in front of the mirror and only went outside after confirming that everything was in order. Then, with his arm around Wang Bing, he walked towards the restaurant. Chapter 14, You haven't paid for your meal yet? Raymond Lamb is talking to Li Yunyun about the child. Li Yunyun also has her own insights on this matter. Lin Feng couldn't wait for Li Yunyun to say more, since he himself was already hoarse from talking. I feel that having a child has taken a lot of damage to my body, so you definitely need to give me money. This is compensation for my future. I think 1 million per child. More. Lin Feng had just finished speaking when he saw two figures walking in from outside the door. At this moment, Lin Feng's position was directly facing the doorway, so he could naturally see the people at the door. It was none other than Meng Xiaoyu and her boyfriend. What's wrong? Li Yunyun, who was talking nonstop, naturally noticed Lin Feng's somewhat surprised look and quickly asked. As they spoke, they followed Lin Feng's gaze and looked towards the door. Then I saw a girl with her arm around a short man. She immediately noticed that the girl was quite pretty, at least prettier than Li Yunyun. Fortunately, the man next to this girl was really quite unattractive. Thinking of this, Li Yunyun's gaze fell on Lin Feng again. Raymond Lamb is still the most handsome. Meng Xiaoyu also entered the restaurant at this moment, but the next second, she also saw Lin Feng. Their eyes met. A hint of surprise flashed in Meng Xiaoyu's eyes, clearly not expecting to see Lin Feng in such a restaurant. She immediately thought of what Lu Wenxin had told her yesterday. Raymond Lamb actually has the money to buy a Rolex and an iPhone. Now she sees Lin Feng eating at a restaurant where the average cost per person is several hundred yuan. Really? Is Raymond Lamb really rich? This idea quickly planted a seed in Meng Xiaoyu's heart. What's wrong? Wang Bing noticed Meng Xiaoyu's condition and quickly asked her with concern. No, it's nothing. Meng Xiaoyu tried hard to hide her surprise and appear normal. Just then, the waiter came over and led Meng Xiaoyu directly towards Lin Feng and the others. Their seats were at the table next to Lin Feng and his group. Could we change seats? Meng Xiaoyu glanced at Lin Feng, then turned to the waiter. The waiter shook his head slightly, saying apologetically, I'm so sorry, there are no other seats available at the moment. All right then, Meng Xiaoyu said helplessly after hearing what the waiter said. Wang Bing had already noticed something was wrong, because Meng Xiaoyu's eyes kept drifting towards Lin Feng. Upon seeing Lin Feng's appearance, Wang Bing felt even more nervous. Li Yunyun happened to turn around and found Meng Xiaoyu looking at Lin Feng. This won't do. What are you looking at? You have a man, why don't you look at him? Do you really want to see my man? Li Yunyun's alarm bells went off, and her face immediately adopted a scrutinizing and probing expression. She drawled out, "Hey Lin Feng, what are you looking at? So engrossed. That woman, you don't know her, do you?" Her gaze swept back and forth between Meng Xiaoyu and Lin Feng, carrying a hint of barely perceptible hostility. Meng Xiaoyu's beauty made her instinctively feel threatened, especially after talking with Lin Feng earlier. Lin Feng's conditions in all aspects were quite good, and he was already a potential rich husband. Lin Feng quickly looked away, cursing his bad luck inwardly. Just when I was about to receive the reward of clearing up blemishes, acne, and whitening my skin after persisting for 30 minutes, I ran into the person I least wanted to see. Ding! Successfully completed a 30-minute blind date, rewarded with facial blemish removal, acne treatment, and skin whitening. Just then, a system notification popped up. Upon seeing this notification, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. He took a deep breath, the slightly ingratiating smile he had shown Li Yunyun earlier gone from his face. Instead, he said in a relaxed tone, "Oh, you mean those two who just came in? Actually, that girl is my ex-girlfriend. Pretty, isn't she?" Li Yunyun's face froze instantly, as if she had been slapped hard. She never expected Lin Feng to admit it so bluntly, and she certainly didn't expect him to use his ex-girlfriend to taunt her. "Pretty, isn't she?" A surge of anger, a mixture of humiliation and comparison, suddenly rose to the top of his head. This statement is as if it's an insult, implying that Li Yunyun is ugly. How could Li Yunyun tolerate this? "Lin Feng, what do you mean?" Li Yunyun's voice suddenly rose, so sharp it almost pierced the restaurant's soothing background music. "Where is your ex-girlfriend Pretty? She's disgusting. And her boyfriend is short and ugly too." Li Yunyun glared fiercely at Meng Xiaoyu at the next table, her eyes filled with venom. That shout instantly drew the attention of the entire restaurant. The once elegant environment was completely gone, and the air was filled with gossip and the smell of gunpowder. The waiter stood there awkwardly, at a loss for what to do. Meng Xiaoyu at the next table was also stunned by this sudden remark. He clearly didn't expect to be insulted. Wang Bing was already seething with anger because Meng Xiaoyu kept glancing at Lin Feng. Now, being publicly called a short and ugly man, his already unattractive face instantly turned a deep purplish red. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his short frame tense with anger. Pointing at Li Yunyun, he roared, "Who the hell are you calling short and ugly? You bitch, watch your mouth." Meng Xiaoyu was both ashamed and angry, caught in the middle, especially when she saw Lin Feng scanning her and Wang Bing with an indifferent look that was almost like watching a show. For some reason, Meng Xiaoyu felt that Raymond Lam looked incredibly handsome at that moment. His domineering CEO-like gaze made Meng Xiaoyu's heart skip a beat. "What's wrong with me? Wait, what's wrong with Raymond Lam?" Meng Xiaoyu finally realized that the two of them were definitely on a blind date. Could it be that after seeing himself, Raymond Lam was unable to continue his blind dates? They must be trying to get my attention through this cold attitude. Is that really the case? Still acting like a simp? She retorted to Li Yunyun. "What are you yelling about? Why are you taking your anger out on others?" Hearing Meng Xiaoyu's words, Li Yunyun became even more annoyed. "Li Yunyun, I'm leaving now. Based on the results of our blind date, we're really not a good match. Your standards are too high." Just as Li Yunyun was about to say something, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. These words made Li Yunyun pause for a moment. "What do you mean? We were having a perfectly good talk just now. Don't you agree with all of that?" "My nod means I understand. It doesn't mean I agree." Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly when he saw Li Yunyun's surprised look. 1 million must be given for each child. A bride price is required. 5 gold items are required. A gift for getting out of the car is required. But the dowry is only. I have no way to agree to these conditions. Lin Feng recounted all the conditions that Li Yunyun had just mentioned. Those around them were even more astonished upon hearing this. Goodness, these conditions are really a bit outrageous, aren't they? Why do they need so much, while the dowry is just a few quilts? Even poor people in ancient times weren't this stingy when it came to marrying off their daughters, were they? Seemingly sensing the whispers around her, Li Yunyun's face turned even paler. "We're really not a good match. I'm leaving now." Lin Feng stood up and prepared to walk towards the door. "Wait, you haven't paid for your meal yet." Li Yunyun quickly stopped Lin Feng. "Chapter 15 I didn't eat, so why should I pay?" Lin Feng originally wanted to leave. Upon hearing Li Yunyun's words, Lin Feng also stopped. The cost of the meal? Lin Feng looked at Li Yunyun with some confusion. Yeah, you paid for the meal. You didn't expect me, a girl, to pay for such an expensive dinner, did you? You. Li Yunyun panicked when she saw Lin Feng trying to leave. After all, Li Yunyun herself didn't have much money. She did a rough calculation when ordering the food, and it came to be nearly 4,000 yuan. Li Yunyun wouldn't pay for this. Shouldn't it always be the boys who pay? How can Raymond Lam be so tasteless? If you're unwilling to pay for a meal, no wonder your ex-girlfriend broke up with you. Anyway, Li Yunyun is not going to pay. The guy should pay for this. Since she started dating, has the guy never been the one to pay for everything? So this time, how could she possibly let Lin Feng leave like this? Lin Feng stopped and turned around, a smile of surprise and amusement on his face. Looking at Li Yunyun, the meal money? Miss Li, you must be mistaken. Li Yunyun was taken aback by his expression, but she still held her tongue, her voice sharp with agitation and the stares of those around her. What's wrong with you? We're having a blind date. Shouldn't you pay? That's basic courtesy and etiquette. What's wrong with me ordering? Shouldn't the guy pay on a blind date? Don't you even know that? After she finished speaking, Li Yunyun looked at Lin Feng with some disdain. Although she didn't know why, Lin Feng seemed to have become more handsome, but that didn't diminish her determination to make him pay at this moment. After all, if Lin Feng didn't pay, Li Yunyun herself didn't have 4,000 yuan. Lin Feng shook his head slightly, his tone calm, yet clearly laced with sarcasm. Rules? Politeness? Miss Li, did you ask for my opinion when ordering the food from beginning to end? The dishes you ordered, the expensive red wine, were all according to your own taste and portion sizes. Most importantly, he pointed to the spotless table and intact tableware in front of him. I didn't eat a single bite or drink a single drop from start to finish. Why should I pay for a table full of food that I didn't touch? Those around him initially thought Lin Feng was somewhat shameless. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone nodded in agreement, agreeing that Lin Feng was right. It's really going too far to eat such an expensive meal on the first blind date. You're being a scoundrel. Li Yunyun's face turned red with anger, and her finger pointing at Lin Feng was trembling. You want to get a free meal? Dream on. Waiter, stop him. He can't leave without paying. She tried to pull the waiter to help her. The waitress looked embarrassed. After all, she had just been standing next to them. Li Yunyun had ordered all the dishes, while Lin Feng hadn't ordered anything or eaten anything. Lin Feng didn't even drink a drop of the free boiled water offered at the restaurant. It's really unreasonable for you to make someone pay for this, isn't it? Ha. Lin Feng, you're getting poorer and poorer. You can't even afford to pay for a meal. Meng Xiaoyu, who was standing nearby, had seen everything and was even happier to hear that Lin Feng was unwilling to pay. I was worried at first, but now it seems my worries were completely unnecessary. Lin Feng, a man who already owes tens of thousands of yuan in online loans, could never become a rich man as Lu Wenxin claimed. I'm glad I left early. Otherwise, if you follow Lin Feng around, you won't even get to eat. Hearing what Meng Xiaoyu said, Li Yunyun, who previously had a somewhat bad impression of Meng Xiaoyu, nodded repeatedly. He thought to himself, this woman is not bad. Meng Xiaoyu, if you have money, then pay for it. I supported you through your civil service exam, providing you with food, drinks, entertainment, and handbags, and you turned around and got together with another man, treating me like an ATM. How dare you say such a thing? Upon hearing Meng Xiaoyu's words, Lin Feng immediately retorted. I used to think that you, Meng Xiaoyu, would marry me, so I put up with it. We've already broken up, so why are you still interrupting? Lin Feng, of course, did not indulge Meng Xiaoyu in the slightest. Lin Feng's words were like bullets, leaving Meng Xiaoyu completely dumbfounded, because Raymond Lam had never cursed himself like that before. No, isn't Raymond Lam a simp? Shouldn't he beg me while crying? Why this attitude now? Meng Xiaoyu was completely dumbfounded. You're not allowed to insult Meng Xiaoyu. Wang Bing coughed lightly, then stepped forward. He felt that at this crucial moment, standing up for himself was a way to show his manly side. You little guy, shut up. I used to spit all over her mouth. Now you must really enjoy licking it. Lin Feng said casually, looking at Wang Bing with a smile. Who are you calling short? Wang Bing hates being talked about his height the most, and now that someone has said it to his face, he is naturally furious. He stiffened his neck and stared wide-eyed at Lin Feng. Ha! Just then, someone next to them started laughing. The laughter startled Wang Bing for a moment, and then he carefully considered Lin Feng's words, his expression changing instantly. Meng Xiaoyu's face turned ashen. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to say such a thing. She just wanted to come and mock Lin Feng. But she didn't expect that not only would she fail to mock him, but she would also get herself into trouble. Li Yunyun also realized it. He just stood there and burst into laughter. Who are you laughing at? Meng Xiaoyu blushed and stamped her foot in frustration when she saw Li Yunyun laughing so blatantly. I'm laughing at you. Then Li Yunyun and Meng Xiaoyu started arguing back and forth. While the two were arguing, Lin Feng quickly left. He left quietly. With a wave of his sleeve, he leaves without taking away a single cloud. After leaving the restaurant, Raymond Lam breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, with Meng Xiaoyu's help, he was able to get out so quickly. Let's go pick up the car first. With that in mind, Lin Feng went downstairs and took a taxi to the 4S store. Inside the restaurant, Li Yunyun and Meng Xiaoyu's argument finally ended, and they were pulled apart. Turning around, she found that Lin Feng was no longer there. No, where's Lin Feng? After failing to find Lin Feng, Li Yunyun panicked and her eyes sharpened as she looked at the waiter. That gentleman has already left. The waiter told the truth. While the two were arguing, Lin Feng had already left. Leave? Who let him leave? How could you let him leave? He hasn't paid yet. Li Yunyun was incoherent when she heard that Lin Feng had left, and she began to question the waiter. As she spoke, she prepared to walk towards the door. I want to win Raymond Lam back. Madam. Just then, several waiters quickly stopped Li Yunyun. You haven't paid yet. You should ask him for the money. He should be the one paying. Li Yunyun panicked, pointing towards the door. She really has no money. Chapter 16 Car Delivery. Lin Feng went downstairs and hailed a ride-hailing car. While waiting for the car, Lin Feng naturally didn't forget to call Sister Zhu. Xiaolin, how is it? Sister Zhu answered the phone quickly, her voice carrying a hint of laughter. Sister Zhu, this girl is asking for dowry and stuff like that. She wants 1,000,000 yuan in compensation just for having a baby, and she just spent 5,000 yuan on a meal. I'd better pass on a girl like that. Lin Feng said with a hint of regret in his voice. This kind of girl isn't right for me. What? That's outrageous. That's not what she told me. 5,000 yuan for a meal. Sister Zhu was dumbfounded. She herself has never eaten a meal that costs 5,000 yuan. Goodness, a single meal cost 5,000 yuan? Have you run away yet? You'd better run. Could this girl be a bar scammer? Sister Zhu was now full of apology and worry. Luckily, I managed to escape. Lin Feng replied. That's all right. This is also my fault. I was too hasty. Sister Zhu still felt somewhat sorry for Lin Feng. It's okay. You can introduce me to the right person later. Lin Feng smiled. Just then, the ride-hailing car arrived, and Lin Feng waved slightly. All right. I'm going to pick up my car anyway. That's all. Pick up the car? Okay. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Although Sister Zhu was a little confused, she didn't ask any further questions. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng got into the car and sent Sister Zhu a red envelope containing 200 yuan. He also sent the recordings to Sister Zhu. The recordings were all about the exaggerated conditions that Li Yunyun had mentioned. Sister Zhu, although it wasn't successful this time, thank you still. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. Sister Zhu had just hung up the phone when she saw a 200 yuan red envelope sent by Lin Feng on WeChat. Sister Zhu was completely taken aback. Really, it's not necessary. Sister Zhu said politely. Sister Zhu, just take it? Or I can give it to you at the company tomorrow. Just take it. If you meet someone good in the future, just think of your little brother. Lin Feng sent a voice message with a cheerful smile. Only then did Sister Zhu accept the red envelope. After receiving the red envelope, Sister Zhu felt somewhat apologetic, since this blind date had failed. But she was also very happy, because she could even receive a red envelope for introducing someone. This is wonderful. In the ride-hailing car, Lin Feng put down his phone, looked outside, and looked forward to picking up the car later. Although it's just a car worth around 100,000 yuan, it's a huge step forward for Lin Feng. Inside the restaurant, Li Yunyun was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She then looked at the waiters blocking her way, her voice becoming shrill. You must find him today? I'm not paying for this meal. After saying this, Li Yunyun crossed her arms over her chest. The waiters were speechless. How could I possibly encounter such a bizarre person? Madam, we have no right to restrict her freedom. We checked the surveillance footage, and she definitely didn't eat anything. At this moment, the restaurant manager also came out, looking at Li Yunyun with a slight smile, wanting to resolve the issue politely. Does not eating mean you don't have to pay? What kind of blind date makes the girl pay? Li Yunyun started throwing a tantrum. I don't care. You have to find this person and make them pay. The people around her were all smiling, clearly treating Li Yunyun as a joke. Serves you right. Serves you right for cursing me. Meng Xiaoyu felt even more relieved when she saw Li Yunyun like this. Who are you calling deserving? I think you're the one who deserves it. Li Yunyun immediately heard what Meng Xiaoyu said, tossed her hair, and glared fiercely at Meng Xiaoyu. I was talking about you. So what? Meng Xiaoyu retorted defiantly. Ms. Li, please pay first, is that all right? At this moment, the restaurant manager, worried that Li Yunyun might take advantage of the chaos to escape, directly blocked Li Yunyun's path. I will not pay. Li Yunyun's attitude was even more firm. I'm really sorry. Call the police. Seeing Li Yunyun's attitude, the restaurant manager immediately told someone to call the police. Don't call the police. Li Yunyun's face turned pale when she heard that the police were going to be called, and she quickly shouted. She knew she was in the wrong. Wait for me a moment. She only had 1,000 yuan, which was not enough to pay the bill, so she needed to borrow money from someone. The restaurant manager nodded slightly to the waiters, signaling them to keep a close eye on this person. Mom, do you have any money? Transfer me 5,000 yuan. Fine, I won't give it to you then. Why are you being so aggressive? Dad, transfer me 5,000 yuan. What do you mean I only know how to play all day? Working is so hard. What's wrong with me not working? After making more than a dozen phone calls, Li Yunyun finally paid the money, looking dejected, and then slunk away. She had already noticed the mocking looks in the eyes of those around her. He walked away without looking back. Meng Xiaoyu looked towards the door, recalling everything that had just happened, and remembering the feeling of her heart fluttering when she saw Lin Feng. At the BYD4S store, salesperson Xiao Chun had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Lin Feng approaching, Xiao Chun warmly greeted him. After confirming Lin Feng's information, Xiao Chun's smile became even brighter. Mr. Lin, your car is ready. This way, please. Soon we arrived at the vehicle delivery area, where a silver-gray BYD Qin Plus was parked quietly, its streamlined body gleaming with a metallic sheen under the lights. Lin Feng walked around the car twice, then reached out and touched the car door. The cool touch warmed his heart. His eyes couldn't hide his excitement. After all, he finally owned his own car. This was certainly exciting for Lin Feng, who had been working for so many years. Mr. Lin, here are the car keys. The paperwork is in the glove compartment. Xiao Chen handed over the keys. You can try the car out first. As Lin Feng sat in the driver's seat, adjusted the seat, and gripped the steering wheel, an unprecedented sense of security welled up in his heart. He started the car, slowly drove out of the 4S store, and drove around the street. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with the car. After all, compared to the interiors of Japanese cars, this car's interior was quite luxurious. System, thank you, Lin Feng said gratefully. If it weren't for the system reward, he might still be struggling with online loans, let alone buying a car. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of reward my next blind date will bring me. Lin Feng has completed the car pickup. After leaving the restaurant, Li Yunyun made a phone call to Sister Zhu. Sister Zhu, what kind of guys are you introducing me to? He's a total jerk. He ran off without even paying for the meal, and I was the one who paid for it. Sister Zhu had just received a red envelope from Lin Feng, and given Lin Feng's prior statement, she naturally sided with him. Hearing Li Yunyun immediately question her, Sister Zhu didn't mince words and started. You came up here and started ordering randomly, and people haven't even eaten a bite. So what if they don't pay? Pay. You just wanted to get a free meal from someone, and when you didn't succeed, you're getting angry and upset, aren't you? I'm telling you, you deserve it. Chapter 17, just shut up. Li Yunyun was rendered speechless by Sister Zhu's retort. Her fingers, gripping the phone tightly, turned white from the force. After a long while, she managed to stammer out. You're biased towards him. Favoritism. Sister Zhu sneered. Listen to what you're saying. You want 1 million in compensation for having a child. The bride price is 360,000 yuan, plus the wedding gift and all that. Nobody would dare marry you without tens of millions. But what about it? She gave only 2 quilts as a dowry, and spent 5,000 yuan on a single meal, all of which were her favorite dishes. She completely ignored the man. If you were in her shoes, would you be willing to pay for it? Li Yunyun on the other end of the phone fell silent instantly, clearly having been hit where it hurt. Sister Zhu's lips curled up slightly. She couldn't let down the 200 yuan Lin Feng had just given her. Besides, Sister Zhu had seen Lin Feng's character in the company. She was naturally more inclined to believe Lin Feng. It's definitely not because of those 200 yuan. Forehead. Not entirely because. Before she could retort, Sister Zhu hung up the phone and blocked Li Yunyun on WeChat. She thought, I can't avoid this kind of person anymore. I'd never dare to introduce her to anyone again. Li Yunyun originally wanted to scold Sister Zhu, but she didn't expect that Sister Zhu would hang up the phone before she could even say 2 words. Despite saying all that, Li Yunyun still felt that she had done nothing wrong. The man should always pay for blind dates. Isn't this all perfectly natural? Li Yunyun was scolded by Lin Feng and Meng Xiaoyu, and eventually had to pay money. Now she turned around and wanted to find Sister Zhu, but Sister Zhu also gave her a severe scolding. This naturally made Li Yunyun even angrier. No, was it my fault? This isn't my fault, okay? Why should I pay? Thinking of this, Li Yunyun directly brought up the matter in the community's owners group. Look at Zhu Hui from Building 12. I call her Sister Zhu, and she introduced me to a guy on a blind date. He didn't even pay for the meal and just ran away. What a spineless man. Then I went to Sister Zhu, and she actually spoke up for that guy. Everyone, please be the judge. This is absolutely shameless. Li Yunyun's voice, tinged with a sob, quickly attracted the attention of some people in the homeowners group. Don't be angry. Exactly, this kind of person is despicable. Anyway, I definitely won't let a girl pay. A guy from Building 9 sent a voice message with a grin. How about it, beautiful lady? I'd like to go on a blind date with you. I'm single too, the guy then added. Hearing Li Yunyun say this, Zhu Hui, Sister Zhu, just hung up the phone and was about to take a shower after resting for a while when her husband shouted at her with his phone in hand. Someone in the owners group is talking about you. Did you introduce a girl to someone? That guy has no class. He actually skipped out on the bill. Zhu Hui's husband looked at her with a smile. Zhu Hui was naturally unhappy when she heard her husband say that. She glared at her husband, frowning, and said, What do you know? As she spoke, she quickly took out her phone and looked at the residents' group chat. Sure enough, I saw the voice message from Li Yunyun, where she was crying and complaining. How dare this girl talk nonsense here? On her first blind date, she took the guy to a restaurant where the average cost per person is several hundred yuan, and they ordered nearly 5,000 yuan worth of food. The guy didn't eat a single bite, so what's wrong with him not paying? If you ask me, she deserved it. When Zhu Hui's husband heard what she said, he was immediately surprised. How much? 5,000 yuan. Zhu Hui's husband was somewhat taken aback, since he himself had never eaten at a restaurant that cost 5,000 yuan. That's really an exaggeration. At this moment, he finally understood. It turns out this girl probably paid 5,000 yuan herself, and now she's unhappy about it. If that's the case, then the guy did nothing wrong. It's not that guys can't pay, but we're definitely not suckers. Honey, don't worry, I'll scold him for you. Then the group started arguing. Shaolin sent me a recording, and I put it directly into the group chat. These people really shut up. Zhu Hui glanced at the owners group chat at that moment. Many people were supporting Li Yunyun, and seeing this support naturally annoyed Zhu Hui. What do you people know? Li Yunyun, you don't need to say anything anymore. I'll just release the chat history from back then. You take people to such a fancy restaurant yourself, aren't you just treating them like suckers? The other person didn't order a single dish, but you ordered nearly 5,000 yuan worth of food. The guy didn't eat a single bite, so what's wrong with not paying? Besides, with your looks and qualities, any guy who marries you would be incredibly unlucky. After saying this, Zhu Hui immediately sent the recording Lin Feng had just given her to the group chat. Soon, all the supportive voices in the group disappeared. They immediately fell silent. Seeing that no one was speaking anymore, Zhu Hui let out a cold laugh. Why are you all so quiet? You young man, didn't you want to go on a blind date with Li Yunyun? Go now, Li Yunyun. Look how supportive this guy is of you. Message him privately. You absolutely mustn't give up on such a good man. At this point, the boy who had initially wanted to get to know Li Yunyun also fell silent. He was clearly frightened by the contents of the recording. Good heavens, this condition is simply outrageous. If I had that much money, would I need you? Are you kidding me? The key point is that, judging from the content of the recording, Li Yunyun actually thought it was perfectly normal. This is the scariest place. He couldn't even hide in time. Why would I rush to stick it on? It was clearly too late to take back what he had just said. Now that he's heard Zhu Hui's voice, he doesn't dare to speak at all. You'd better just shut up. After seeing Zhu Hui release the recording, Li Yunyun's face turned slightly pale. She had originally intended to use the power of the crowd to pressure Zhu Hui. Unexpectedly, it backfired and made me look like a fool. What should I do? The next morning, Lin Feng drove his new car to work. This car is a 2026 model, which was just launched in January. This car offers more features for the same price. It's a plug-in hybrid, and the top-of-the-line model has a significantly larger battery capacity than before. The 2025 model had a range of 120 kilometers, but now it has been upgraded to 210 kilometers. As soon as I arrived at the parking lot, my colleagues surrounded me. Wow, Lin Feng, you bought a car? A BYD Qin Plus? Great. This car looks pretty good. When did you bring this up? Why didn't you tell us? We could have gone to celebrate with you. With you? Lin Feng responded with a smile. I just picked it up. I went to the 4S store to get the car yesterday. Wow, you've kept that a secret. Lin Feng's colleague, Xiao Wang, patted him on the shoulder. I saw you riding an electric scooter before, and now you suddenly bought a car. Did you win the lottery? Chapter 18 Yanzu. No way. I saved up some money, plus some support from my family. Lin Feng casually made up an excuse. We can't exactly say this is a system reward, can we? Just then, Sister Zhu walked over and her eyes lit up when she saw Lin Feng's new car. Wow, Lin, this car is really nice. I thought you were joking when you called me yesterday, saying you were going to pick it up. Good morning, Sister Zhu. Lin Feng greeted her with a smile. He didn't know why, but seeing Sister Zhu today made him feel especially close to her. If Sister Zhu hadn't introduced me to a blind date, how could I have picked up my car yesterday? So to a certain extent, Sister Zhu can be considered my great benefactor. Sister Zhu waved her hand. Hey, that's nothing. By the way, I blocked Li Yunyan yesterday. Don't associate with that kind of person anymore. Okay, I understand. Lin Feng nodded. By the way, Sister Zhu, about that thing you mentioned yesterday, do you have any other suitable ones? Sister Zhu was taken aback for a moment, then realized that Lin Feng was talking about a blind date, and couldn't help but laugh. You're in a pretty hurry? Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you, and I'll definitely introduce you to someone suitable. Thank you so much, Sister Zhu. Lin Feng said with a beaming smile. I'll definitely give you a big red envelope then. Huh. When Lin Feng said that, Sister Zhu naturally thought of the red envelope Lin Feng had given her last night, and she felt very happy. Working here, you don't even earn 200 yuan a day, but you can earn 200 yuan by introducing Lin Feng to a blind date. Sister Zhu was naturally happy. Hey, why aren't you wearing your glasses? Sister Zhu finally looked at Lin Feng more closely. I noticed that Raymond Lam wasn't wearing his glasses today. He usually looks quite ordinary when he wears them. But after removing his glasses today, Lin Feng seems even more handsome. Yeah, I noticed it too. Feng looks even more handsome after taking off his glasses. A girl next to Sister Zhu nodded repeatedly at this moment. When she arrived, she didn't notice that Lin Feng had a new car, but she did notice that Lin Feng's appearance seemed to have changed. If Raymond Lam hadn't come to work yesterday, she would have suspected that he had secretly gone for plastic surgery. Haha, maybe my glasses have sealed my good looks. Lin Feng's lips unconsciously curled up when he heard a female colleague praise him. Everyone went to the company together. When Lin Feng arrived at the office, he noticed that many of his female colleagues were looking up at him furtively. These 5 aspects of appearance seemed to be very important. It's basically a direct upgrade. In addition, he was wearing glasses and his hair was somewhat messy. Last night, Raymond Lam got a haircut, and he looked refreshed and handsome, with less of a gloomy vibe and more of a sunny disposition. Her entire style is completely different. Wow, Feng, you look so handsome today. A male colleague exclaimed, somewhat exaggeratedly. You're just as good as me, Yanzu. Yu Yin has good taste. The two of them were showering each other with compliments, which caused a burst of laughter from those around them. Lin Feng's company is in customer service, so the entire lobby is filled with individual cubicle desks. I don't remember having such a handsome guy in the company. Yes, I've never seen it before. That's really strange. Many female colleagues were whispering among themselves at this time. Zhang Meng also turned her gaze away at this moment. As Lin Feng's direct supervisor, Zhang Meng seemed to be meeting Lin Feng for the first time today. In addition, she had just found out about Lin Feng and actually bought a car. As Lin Feng's superior, she naturally knew how much Lin Feng earned. With such a salary, it's truly remarkable that one can still save enough to buy a car. What a pity. Being handsome and earning a higher salary isn't necessarily a bad thing. Zhang Meng is already 30 years old, but she is still not married. Not only am I not married, I don't even have a boyfriend. Zhang Meng was also a little anxious. She had dated a few people, but none of them were quite suitable, so she was still single. Some needs are met entirely by oneself. Seeing Lin Feng's changes now, I felt a slight ripple in my heart. For some reason, she suddenly felt a stirring of romantic feelings within her. Is this the time for ovulation? Zhang Meng cursed herself inwardly. Lin Feng, come to my office. Zhang Meng beckoned to Lin Feng, her voice softer than usual. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then got up and followed Zhang Meng into the office. Lin Feng is now the team leader, so it's perfectly normal for Zhang Meng, as the manager, to call him over. After closing the door, Zhang Ming pointed to the chair opposite her. Sit down. Manager Zhang, is there something you need? Lin Feng sat down. Usually, when Zhang Ming called him, it was either to criticize work mistakes or to assign tasks. Today, her tone was unusually gentle. Zhang Ming usually has a cold face, so why is she smiling at me today? Lin Feng had some doubts. Zhang Ming picked up her coffee and took a sip, her gaze falling on Lin Feng's face. I heard you picked up a new car yesterday? A BYD Qin Plus. Well, I've saved up some money, and my family has also helped me out a bit, Lin Feng replied with the same old excuse. Not bad, you're quite capable. Zhang Ming smiled, a hint of admiration in her eyes. By the way, you've broken up with your girlfriend? Lin Feng looked up at Zhang Ming, as Zhang Ming's question was indeed a bit unexpected for him. Oh, Zhang Ming's eyes lit up, and she leaned forward slightly. So, what are your requirements for a girlfriend? Like age, height, occupation, etc. Lin Feng was a little embarrassed by the question and touched his nose. I don't have any special requirements, as long as we get along. We get along well. Zhang Ming nodded thoughtfully, tapping her fingers lightly on the table. I think the most important thing for two people to be together is to understand and support each other. At this point, Zhang Ming's face flushed slightly, and her eyes became somewhat evasive. This was the first time she had ever spoken to a boy like this. Yes, the leader is right. That's exactly the kind of girl I want to find. Lin Feng thought Zhang Ming's words made sense. He lowered his head and nodded slightly, not looking at Zhang Ming at this moment. Realizing Lin Feng wasn't looking at her, Zhang Ming became anxious. I've already said that. Look at me too. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Zhang Ming originally wanted to speak, but when she saw someone knocking on the door, she stopped talking. She called out towards the door. Come in. In. After the office door opened, a man in a coat walked in. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback when he saw this person. Because this person is General Manager Yang Tao. I didn't expect this person to come in person. Mr. Yang, what brings you here in person? You could have just given me a call, and I'd be right there. Zhang Ming quickly stood up and looked at Yang Tao. There's something important. Someone reported that one of our employees was selling customer information, product SKU data, and pricing information without authorization. Find him and verify this. Yang Tao frowned, his expression unfriendly. There's such a thing. Zhang Ming was startled when she heard the general manager say that. Raymond Lam, who was standing next to him, also joined in the gossip. No. Who is this person? How dare they? Lin Feng. No. How did this gossip get me involved? Chapter 19. Which girl would use her own innocence to falsely accuse someone else? Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded when he heard what President Yang said. I never imagined that I would get caught up in the gossip myself. No, he's just a customer service representative, at most a team leader now. Although I'm the team leader, aside from earning an extra 500 yuan, my daily work is the same as everyone else's. In addition, they are responsible for all situations involving the entire group. I'm just a lowly customer service representative. Lin Feng genuinely didn't understand how someone in his position could embezzle funds by abusing his power. Isn't this a joke? Zhang Ming, who was standing next to her, was also somewhat dazed at this moment. At this moment, her thoughts were exactly the same as Lin Feng's. While others might not know Raymond Lam, Zhang Ming was quite familiar with him. After all, Lin Feng was someone he personally promoted. Lin Feng is an honest, down-to-earth, and responsible person. He could never do such a thing. However, now that General Manager Yang has said that Lin Feng has been selling internal company data without authorization, Zhang Ming has to begin to have some doubts about Lin Feng. Mr. Yang, I am Lin Feng. After a brief moment of surprise, Lin Feng looked up at Mr. Yang. Lin Feng was also quite curious at this point. Who would report him? This is completely unfounded. You must be Lin Feng. General Manager Yang rarely interacts with his frontline employees, so he didn't really know Raymond Lam at all. Upon hearing Lin Feng's self-introduction, he turned to look at Lin Feng, his eyes sharpening. Since you're here, you'd better explain yourself properly. Report all your problems to the company truthfully. General Manager Yang raised his hand and pointed heavily at Lin Feng, his tone somewhat unfriendly. No, Mr. Yang. Have you verified the person who reported this? Is what he said necessarily true, or did he provide you with some evidence? Lin Feng looked at Mr. Yang with a helpless expression. No. President Yang slowly shook his head, but his eyes still held a strong sense of disbelief as he looked at Lin Feng. Mr. Yang, there must be some misunderstanding here, right? Lin Feng is usually a very nice person. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Ming still spoke up to say a good word for Lin Feng. Zhang Ming, you don't know. These days you can only know a person's face, but not their heart. General Manager Yang sighed. Then his words became sharp again. Lin Feng, when I came over just now, I heard someone say that you just bought a car in full. I didn't suspect you before, but I just received a report and heard that you bought a new car. So I think you must be up to something, so you'd better confess. General Manager Yang stared intently at Lin Feng, as if trying to see right through him. Lin Feng sneered inwardly, but his face remained calm. Mr. Yang, it's true I bought the car, but the money was legitimate. I've been working for 3 years, earning 5,000 yuan a month, and saved up 80,000 yuan through frugal living. Adding the 100,000 yuan my parents gave me, I bought this BYD Qin Plus in full. He paused, then looked at General Manager Yang. As for the matter of privately selling customer information and product SKU data and pricing information, you said someone reported it. Please have the whistleblower provide evidence. Trying to slander someone with mere words is too frivolous, isn't it? Zhang Meng chimed in. President Yang, Lin Feng is telling the truth. There must be some misunderstanding. Then show me your bank statements. I'll have the finance department verify them. General Manager Yang was now sitting in the spot where Zhang Meng had just been sitting, looking up at Lin Feng with the same suspicious expression he had when he saw a thief. Why should I produce my bank statements myself? If you can find out, please have the police take me away. Lin Feng originally wanted to hold back, but seeing Mr. Yang's expression, he couldn't stand it at all. I'll endure this. Ask Lin Feng to produce his bank statements. This directly led Lin Feng into a self-proving trap. Why should he have to prove his innocence when there was nothing to begin with? If Lin Feng has a problem, why not just arrest him directly? Lin Feng, what kind of attitude is this? You can't even cooperate with the company properly? Is this your awareness as an employee? General Manager Yang was furious when he saw Lin Feng's firm stance. This remark made Lin Feng laugh. What did that mean? Isn't this just bullying honest people? I clearly ate 1 bowl of noodles, but you insist I ate 2. What proof do I have? Are you kidding me? I only said one thing in rebuttal, and they think my attitude is bad. Can't you argue with me anymore? Mr. Yang, the whistleblower is my ex-girlfriend Meng Xiaoyu, right? Lin Feng raised his head, his gaze meeting Mr. Yang's. When General Manager Yang heard what Lin Feng said, his eyes flickered slightly. Yes, the whistleblower was indeed Meng Xiaoyu. That's right, it's her. Your ex-girlfriend reported you. Do you think she would lie? Mr. Yang nodded slightly, acknowledging the matter. But upon hearing what President Yang said, Lin Feng sneered. President Yang, what evidence did she provide you? As soon as he asked the question, Lin Feng noticed that President Yang's eyes were still flickering. There is clearly no substantial evidence whatsoever. She's a girl, and she's crying like that. Would she lie to me? What girl would use her innocence to falsely accuse someone else? President Yang tapped his fingers on the table repeatedly, making a crisp sound. Upon hearing what Mr. Yang said, Zhang Meng, who was standing next to him, nodded slightly. That makes perfect sense. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Raymond Lam was truly speechless. The young leaf that used to chase the wind has now become an old leaf that chases the wind. What happened to that Hui Jun who uttered that famous quote back then? A male student from Wugong University has been falsely accused and has developed mental problems. How dare you talk like that? No, where do you get the courage to say such a thing? Raymond Lam is utterly speechless. You believe what a girl, who isn't even from your company, says, but not me, an employee who's been here for several years. And she came to question me without providing any evidence or conducting any investigation. As a leader, you don't even have the most basic ability to discern right from wrong. Mr. Yang's face was already flushed, like the color of a pig's liver. He's obviously really angry. Zhang Meng, look at this. How is this managed? How can such an employee be allowed to work in our company? She has no respect for her superiors at all. General Manager Yang was furious with Lin Feng and turned to look at Zhang Meng, his voice filled with accusation. Zhang Meng panicked instantly when questioned by President Yang. She glanced at President Yang's ashen face, then at Lin Feng, trying to ease the tension. President Yang, Lin Feng is probably just too agitated. Please don't take it to heart. Zhang Meng hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so assertive today. He seemed different from his usual self. It's fair to say that Raymond Lam seems more masculine today. So manly. I should find some time to get to know Raymond Lam better. Ding. Blind date task issued. Please start a blind date with Zhang Meng. Just then, a system notification appeared in front of Lin Feng. Chapter 20. The female lead arrives, and the blind date begins. Zhang Meng. Which Zhang Meng? Lin Feng was somewhat dazed at this moment. What's going on? Zhang Meng. There's a Zhang Meng right in front of me. Could it be that she's with this Zhang Meng? Thinking of this, Lin Feng turned his gaze to Zhang Meng and carefully examined her. Zhang Meng was still thinking to herself when she felt Lin Feng's gaze sweeping over her, making her tremble slightly. I don't know why. It seems I really am ovulating. Persist for 1 minute and receive a reward of 10,000 yuan. Persist for 5 minutes, and you will be rewarded with evidence related to Meng Xiaoyu's moral failings. Persist for 10 minutes, and your kidney stones will be completely cleared. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The system task had come at just the right time. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed as he looked at the system reward. Both of them are what Lin Feng urgently needs right now. 10,000 yuan is just enough to pay off all the online loans. Evidence of Meng Xiaoyu's moral failings is even more important. Raymond Lam and Meng Xiaoyu have already broken up. Because he was a simp before, he didn't have any evidence. Since Meng Xiaoyu is currently in the public announcement period, if she can receive such a reward, it would be perfect to report her directly. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's eyes shone with light as he looked at Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng seemed to sense Lin Feng's burning gaze and lightly bit her lip. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that President Yang was still here. But right now, General Manager Yang is furious, so he has to stabilize the situation first. He took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and looked calmly at President Yang. President Yang, since you mentioned that the whistleblower is my ex-girlfriend, then I also have something to say. After breaking up with me, Meng Xiaoyu harassed me multiple times due to relationship disputes. Yesterday, she even harassed me at the restaurant where I was on a blind date. This report is a complete fabrication. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out his phone and played a recording of Meng Xiaoyu arguing with him at the restaurant yesterday. Lin Feng extracted this clip last night, and I didn't expect it to be used so soon. I suggest the company immediately launch an internal investigation. If it is found that I have engaged in any form of embezzlement, I am willing to accept legal sanctions. However, if no evidence is found, I hope the company can clear my name. Mr. Yang was taken aback by Lin Feng's composed attitude and was about to lash out when Zhang Meng spoke up at the opportune moment. Mr. Yang, Lin Feng is right. Our company always emphasizes evidence when dealing with employee issues. Perhaps we should first have the finance department check the recent accounts, and at the same time contact the whistleblower to provide specific evidence. If it is indeed a false accusation, we must also protect the rights and interests of our employees. Mr. Yang frowned, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Zhang Meng beside him. Why is Zhang Meng siding with her employees? Yang felt a surge of anger, but as soon as Lin Feng produced the recording, he immediately recognized the voice as that of the girl who had reported Lin Feng. Furthermore, as the department manager, Zhang Meng's opinions cannot be completely ignored. He snorted coldly. Fine, then let's proceed according to procedure. Zhang Meng, you're in charge of following up on this matter, and give me results within 3 days. Yes, Mr. Yang. Zhang Meng nodded, feeling a growing appreciation for Lin Feng's composure. Mr. Yang turned and left. Only Lin Feng and Zhang Meng remained in the office. The atmosphere became somewhat tense for a moment. Zhang Meng tidied up the documents, looked up at Lin Feng, and said in a gentler tone than before, Lin Feng, don't worry too much. I will arrange an investigation as soon as possible, and I believe the truth will come out soon. Lin Feng glanced at Zhang Meng, who was so supportive of him. Thinking to myself, this girl is pretty good. Although I'm a bit older, I still take good care of myself. Thinking of the system task, Lin Feng's heart stirred, and the system task prompt was still flashing in front of his eyes. He smiled slightly and said sincerely, Manager Zhang, thank you for your trust. Actually, there are some things I'd like to say to you privately. Would that be convenient? Isn't now the perfect opportunity? It's convenient. Zhang Meng's eyes flashed with panic after hearing Lin Feng's words. She sensed that Lin Feng's gaze had suddenly become serious. Zhang Meng naturally panicked a little. Ding! The female lead has arrived. The blind date mission has begun. Lin Feng originally planned to meet Zhang Meng for dinner or a short chat after get off work. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the system directly started the task. That means he has to be with Zhang Meng for the next 15 minutes. What a terrible thing. Isn't this system up to something? The environment here is an office. It's completely unsuitable for romance. But now that things have come to this point, Lin Feng is somewhat helpless. He noticed an unnatural blush on Zhang Meng's face and a somewhat unfocused gaze. So he took the opportunity to ask, You just mentioned that finding a partner requires mutual understanding and support, which I agree with. But exactly what constitutes understanding and support? Zhang Meng hadn't expected Lin Feng to talk to her about these things so directly. I'm still at work. If it were the previous Raymond Lam, Zhang Ming would probably have made him leave immediately. But Raymond Lam is different today. I think that when two people are together, they should discuss things together. That makes perfect sense. Lin Feng nodded slightly at this. Sister Ming, you're much better at managing money than my ex-girlfriend, who would buy bags and lipsticks as soon as she had a little bit of money. Zhang Ming's eyes flickered. Lin Feng was naturally paying extra attention to Zhang Ming at this moment, afraid that he might accidentally interrupt the blind date. So naturally, he noticed the flicker in Zhang Ming's eyes. There seems to be a problem. Sister Ming, what's wrong? Lin Feng asked Zhang Ming with a hint of concern. Sensing Lin Feng's concerned gaze, Zhang Ming sighed softly before speaking. Actually, I also want to wear pretty clothes. But, could it be that your family is poor? But my parents make me hand over my salary every month. Basically, I give them most of my salary, Zhang Ming explained her situation. Isn't this a bit too much? Lin Feng hadn't expected things to turn out this way. From childhood to adulthood, Zhang Ming's eyelashes drooped. My dad said that daughters are like water spilled out of a pond, but the water must first nourish the family's own fields. Her fingertips traced the documents on the table. Last year, I was hospitalized with a stomach hemorrhage. My mom's first words were, "Don't miss work. If your salary is deducted, who will pay for your brother's tuition?" That's so heartbreaking. Lin Feng felt angry for Zhang Ming after hearing what she said. It is clear that Zhang Ming's parents have a very strong preference for sons over daughters. Why don't you just not pay them their wages? Or give them less? Lin Feng thought for a moment and gave Zhang Ming a suggestion. Sigh. Zhang Ming sighed again, then looked up at Lin Feng. I've tried. Have you tried it? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Is this the result after trying it? Chapter 21. I can't ignore this. Seeing Zhang Ming's slightly haggard eyes, Lin Feng understood. They clearly resisted. These parents are really going too far. They were treating Zhang Ming like a blood bank. Moreover, it was an unrestrained situation. The fact that Zhang Ming has been able to persevere until now only shows that she is capable of enduring hardship. After all, the behavior of Zhang Ming's parents could very well drag Zhang Ming down. Ding. Hold on for 1 minute. Reward 10,000 yuan. Lin Feng saw the system notification but still looked at Zhang Ming. I've tried it. Zhang Ming's voice was as soft as a falling leaf, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the rim of her coffee cup. In a previous job, I deliberately delayed transferring money for 3 days, and my mom rushed downstairs to the company. She knelt on the ground and cried in front of the cleaning lady, saying that my daughter was an ungrateful wretch and that I couldn't even afford my brother's tuition. Her throat bobbed slightly, her eyes reddened, and she continued. The receptionist filmed a video and posted it in the residents' group chat with the title, "Unfilial Daughter Forces Mother to Kneel." And every time I change jobs, they make me show them my payslip. They insist on confirming my salary. They're afraid I'm getting a little extra pay. Now, my mother has to live with me, afraid that I'll run away. Hearing what Zhang Ming said, Lin Feng felt sorry for her. These kinds of parents are absolutely terrifying. This is being constantly chased by your parents. This. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Zhang Ming, whose eyes were dim. To be honest, Lin Feng himself didn't know how to comfort her anymore. Zhang Ming's situation is not simply economic control, but emotional blackmail and mental imprisonment. They are locked in a cage by their closest relatives in the name of filial piety. Your brother, has he never said anything? Doesn't he care about you? Lin Feng thought of Zhang Ming's brother. Any normal person would object to seeing their sister being oppressed like this. Zhang Ming slowly shook her head. Seeing Zhang Ming's action, Lin Feng finally understood. In such a family, everything becomes taken for granted. As the younger brother, who was a beneficiary of the system, he believed that the money should rightfully be given to him. He has enjoyed everything since childhood, so naturally he cannot resist. They even thought it was normal. That's the scary part. After all, if the younger brother has children later, he might continue to carry on this mindset. This isn't fair, Sister Ming. Lin Feng's voice was deep but firm, carrying a kind of strength. You are not your brother's ATM, nor are you an appendage of your parents. You are an independent, living person, and you have the right to live for yourself. Zhang Ming raised her head, tears welling up in her eyes, not from sadness, but because no one had ever told her so bluntly that she had the right. For a long time, she had become accustomed to obedience, to guilt, and to taking sacrifice for granted. She herself was also exhausted because of her parents. I know it's not fair, Zhang Ming choked up, her fingers gripping the coffee cup tightly. But I can't help it. Every time I try to be tough, my mom threatens suicide, My dad scolds me for being unfilial, and the neighbors and relatives gossip. I really can't take it." Zhang Meng seemed to have returned to the scene where she was looked at with all sorts of strange eyes by her neighbors and colleagues. This feeling is absolutely terrifying. Ding. The blind date was completed within 5 minutes. Reward. Evidence related to Meng Xiaoyu's moral failings has been sent to the host's phone. The system notification tone sounded at the appropriate time. Lin Feng was overjoyed. This would be the key weapon to counter Meng Xiaoyu's false accusations. But now, he is more focused on the fragile yet resilient woman in front of him. There was no expression on his face. Lin Feng and Zhang Meng had only a simple working relationship before, and Lin Feng had always thought Zhang Meng was quite capable. But unexpectedly, beneath such an appearance lay a soul that had been completely corrupted. Lin Feng leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Meng. "Sister Meng, have you ever thought that the reason their threats are effective is because you care about their opinions, and you care about keeping this family together? But real family wouldn't push you to your death like that. They're just taking advantage of your kindness and sense of responsibility. Sometimes, the first step to breaking free from shackles is not thinking about how to break free, but realizing that being locked up is wrong in itself. You don't need their approval to prove your worth. And there's no need to pay attention to what others say. What do these people know? They have no idea what the actual situation is. If they knew the situation, they wouldn't be pointing fingers at you." Tears welled up in Zhang Meng's eyes and rolled down to the ground. This was the first time that Zhang Meng had seen the grievances that she had suppressed for many years, and it was a kind of liberation for her. She looked at her subordinate, who had suddenly become confident and radiant. There was a reassuring power in his eyes. If only Raymond Lam were her boyfriend, Zhang Meng thought to herself. But they gave me life and raised me. I can't just abandon them. Lin Feng was taken aback. They had been talking for so long. Lin Feng had initially thought Zhang Meng would at least awaken to something, but this one sentence silenced him. "How are your parents?" Zhang Meng probably sensed that the topic was rather heavy, so she turned to ask about Lin Feng's family situation. "My parents were just ordinary parents." Lin Feng recounted his parents' situation in detail. Hearing Lin Feng talk about some funny things, Zhang Meng laughed along, and then her eyes showed even more envy. She really envies Raymond Lam. How wonderful it would be if I could have parents like those. As Lin Feng recounted the story, time flew by. Ding. The blind date was completed within 10 minutes. The host's kidney stones have been completely cleared as a reward. A strange warm current instantly swept over Lin Feng's waist and abdomen. A warm current flowed through his waist and abdomen, just like the warm current in his eyes last time. After a while, the long-standing discomfort in his waist completely disappeared. "I'm so envious of your life. I wish I had parents like you." Zhang Meng looked at Lin Feng and sighed, her eyes full of envy. Zhang Meng desperately wanted her family to be a normal family. Only, the two chatted for a while, and Lin Feng didn't say anything more. They did not dissuade Zhang Meng from leaving bravely. After all, Rome wasn't built in a day, and my relationship with Zhang Meng wasn't good enough for me to give her advice. Otherwise, if Zhang Meng's parents find out, Lin Feng will probably be in trouble too. If Zhang Meng really had the courage to leave, she would probably have already gone far away. It can only be said that Zhang Meng has been subjected to extremely severe psychological manipulation. She even felt that since her parents gave birth to her and raised her, she should be filial to them. However, this kind of filial piety has changed its meaning. Lin Feng also knew that no matter how good Zhang Meng was, as long as she was not completely free from her parents' control, he could not have any relationship with her. Otherwise, you'll end up being used as a blood bag too. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. "Sister Meng." Chapter 22. "Brother, you smell so good. Please come in." Zhang Meng quickly composed herself, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with a tissue, and called out after confirming that everything was all right. Another team leader came in. Seeing Lin Feng inside, he nodded slightly, then looked at Zhang Meng and said, "Sister Meng, there's something I need you to confirm." "Okay." Zhang Meng had returned to her usual self. Her gaze fell on Lin Feng, a rare tenderness flashing in her eyes. "Lin Feng, don't worry about your affairs. It's all right. I'm not worried at all." Lin Feng waved his hand lightly, having nothing to hide. "Okay, Sister Meng, I'll head back now." He said goodbye to Zhang Meng, then walked out of the office and went to his workstation. Raymond Lam isn't worried at all. Moreover, he already has evidence against Meng Xiaoyu. It's time for us to fight back. Meng Xiaoyu. The mere thought of that name made Lin Feng grit his teeth in hatred. They spent my money and showed absolutely no gratitude. On the contrary, They kept making things difficult for Lin Feng behind his back. That's the most annoying thing. Breaking up is fine. I haven't settled any old scores with you. And what do? I, Lin Feng, have only just started to have a slightly better life, and you're already looking down on me. You dare to report me? Then let's hurt each other. I want to see whose report is more serious. Lin Feng opened his WeChat and quickly found the relevant content sent to him by the system via WeChat File Assistant. After downloading it directly and carefully checking it, Lin Feng's eyes sharpened. With the evidence in his possession, it's highly likely that Meng Xiaoyu will never become a civil servant. Lin Feng directly found the relevant information about that organization and then made a phone call. After making the arrangements, he sent the compiled information directly to the contact person. Moreover, Lin Feng made the report under his real name. Not afraid at all. After a report is filed, an investigation is required. Lin Feng simply needs to wait patiently. After dealing with these matters, Lin Feng used the 10,000 yuan to pay off his online loan. At this point, all online loans have been settled. Lin Feng obtained a settlement certificate from the online lending company. I feel much more clear-headed. Brother Feng, you seem to have changed. You always seemed a bit listless before, but that seems to have disappeared now. Are you in a relationship? Really? Lin Feng asked, feigning doubt, as he gently touched his chin after hearing what his teammate said. But he had a faint smile on his face. Everyone felt that Lin Feng must have some great news. I'm not dating. If you know anyone suitable, you can introduce me, Lin Feng said cheerfully. However, there are indeed some things to be happy about. Paying off all his online loans was a relief for Lin Feng. I used to be overwhelmed by online loans, especially when he was with Meng Xiaoyu. He had to worry about not being able to repay his online loans. Fortunately, it's all over now. Sister Zhu's office wasn't far from Lin Feng's, and she overheard Lin Feng asking his team members to help him find a partner. I immediately became alert. No, that won't do. In an instant, Sister Zhu felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Raymond Lam has to help introduce people to his blind dates himself. In short, her desire to introduce Lin Feng to potential partners had reached its peak. Especially at noon, Lin Feng put the milk tea he bought on Sister Zhu's table. Wow, Lin Feng, you're so good to Sister Zhu. A female colleague who was fairly familiar with Lin Feng stood up and looked at Sister Zhu with envy. I'm here to thank Sister Zhu. Sister Zhu introduced me to a blind date. Although it wasn't a good match, Sister Zhu still put in a lot of effort. I really have to thank her. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. Brother Feng, do you think I'm okay? The girl said, gently tossing her hair. She wasn't interested in Raymond Lam before. But today, Raymond Lam gave her a different kind of attraction. No, brother, we're on the same side. Lin Feng smiled and waved gently at the girl. The girl is reasonably good-looking. Her only flaw might be that she lacks ambition. Raymond Lam doesn't want to find someone with a smoother physique than himself. The reason is quite simple. Raymond Lam likes soft things. Although Meng Xiaoyu's character was flawed, she was still quite outstanding in terms of figure and other aspects. This is why, and it was because of this, Lin Feng gradually ensnared himself in it. Can I have a brother? I think you smell really good, the female colleague said as she approached Lin Feng. She was ready to use her strength and methods. All right. Sister Zhu quickly interrupted, immediately understanding the girl's thoughts. However, it's not suitable. How can this be? Lin Feng's blind date must be arranged by Zhu Hui. No one else is acceptable. All right, enough joking. I'm going to work. Lin Feng didn't continue on this topic, smiled, and said goodbye, then returned to his workstation. The female colleague watched Lin Feng leave, her eyes filled with regret. They clearly felt they had missed a good opportunity. How come I never noticed how handsome Raymond Lam was before? What a pity. What a pity. He then glanced at Sister Zhu, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. If Sister Zhu hadn't stopped me, I would have had some physical contact with Lin Feng earlier. The female colleague returned to her seat. Sister Zhu glanced at Lin Feng, thinking to herself, I must find a suitable partner for Lin Feng as soon as possible. I wonder if Raymond Lam suddenly had a breakthrough. After taking off his glasses and changing his hairstyle, he underwent a huge transformation. When she went to the toilet in the morning, she was in the bathroom and heard the girls in the next stall talking about Raymond Lam. After observing for a whole morning, Sister Zhu discovered that whenever Lin Feng got up, many girls around him would follow his gaze. Sister Zhu naturally felt a sense of crisis. Meng Xiaoyu was lying lazily in bed at the moment. She had gotten up very early this morning. Today is the last day of the public announcement period. As long as we get through today smoothly, everything will be settled without any problems. Then I just waited for my employer to notify me to start work. You will then become a formal civil servant. The thought of becoming a civil servant in the future made Meng Xiaoyu's eyes sparkle. It's as if I've already become a leader. She was so excited. Just then, a phone rang, and Meng Xiaoyu quickly answered it. Hello? Are you Meng Xiaoyu? It's me. The caller ID showed the company number, so Meng Xiaoyu naturally didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Although I will be amazing in the future, I can't be now. You are being informed that during the public notice period, someone filed a complaint, and we have formed an investigation team. Please wait patiently for the investigation. What? You're reporting me? Chapter 23. Such a good thing? Meng Xiaoyu's voice suddenly rose, sharp with disbelief. Report? Who reported me? What did I do wrong? Meng Xiaoyu never expected that she would be reported at such a critical moment. How could someone report me when I'm doing nothing wrong? What problem could she possibly have? She was filled with anger. She wanted to get to the bottom of it. The voice on the other end of the phone remained formulaic and flat. I'm sorry, we cannot disclose the whistleblower's information at this time. But please cooperate with the investigation. It's a procedural requirement. If there are no problems after the investigation, we will continue to employ you. After hearing those words on the other end of the phone, Meng Xiaoyu immediately felt a little panicked. What if there's a problem? She had worked so hard to get into this school. If there really is a problem, wouldn't her exam have been for nothing? The key question is, how could anyone possibly report her? And it happened on the last day of the public announcement period. Who on earth chose to report her on the very last day of her public announcement period? Is it Raymond Lam? A person flashed through Meng Xiaoyu's mind in an instant. She felt it was very likely Lin Feng. Meng Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. She had a bad feeling. It's him. It must be him. Who else could it be but him? Yesterday, she reported Lin Feng for selling customer information and product SKU data and pricing information without authorization, and today she herself was reported. This is definitely not a coincidence. Is her dream of becoming a civil servant going to be ruined by this sudden whistleblower? This was the civil service job she had always dreamed of. Meng Xiaoyu was completely dazed and hung up the phone in a daze. By the time Meng Xiaoyu realized what was happening, her phone had already fallen to the ground with a thud. Her face was rather pale. Meng Xiaoyu suddenly jumped out of bed, frantically picked up her phone, her fingers trembling as she tried to call back, wanting to ask for clarification again. Calm down. Calm down. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. There must be a mistake. Or it could be a prank. Just then, Meng Xiaoyu's phone suddenly rang. In her panic, Meng Xiaoyu thought it was the call from her workplace earlier. Boss. Meng Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly. She wanted to ask her supervisor first, under what circumstances would she be able to avoid being successfully reported. But then I thought, maybe it's not appropriate to ask that question. She froze on the spot. Meng Xiaoyu, it's me. Want to go shopping together? Just then, Meng Xiaoyu's familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. It's Lu Wenxin. After realizing it was Lu Wenxin, Meng Xiaoyu relaxed a little. I'm somewhat glad I didn't ask that question earlier. Oh no, I have something to do. How could Meng Xiaoyu possibly be in the mood for shopping right now? Her mind was now filled with the news of being reported. I had absolutely no interest in shopping. Lu Wenxin sought out Meng Xiaoyu today, partly because it was the last day of Meng Xiaoyu's public announcement period. She felt she had to hurry. We must find Meng Xiaoyu's problems today and report her immediately. However, after the call was connected, Meng Xiaoyu's condition was clearly not right. Something must be going on. What's wrong? Meng Xiaoyu, is something the matter? We're such good best friends. Why don't you tell me? I'll give you some advice. Lu Wenxin felt this was a good opportunity. At this moment, Meng Xiaoyu was completely confused and had no idea what to do. Upon hearing Lu Wenxin's words, her mind went blank, and she agreed. Actually, I just received a call from my workplace saying that someone reported me. Meng Xiaoyu gently bit her lip, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. What? You've been reported? Upon hearing Meng Xiaoyu's words, Lu Wenxin's voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became much louder. At that moment, Lu Wenxin on the other end of the phone almost burst out laughing. No? Is there really such a good thing? This is wonderful. Lu Wenxin herself was worried about not being able to find evidence to report the incident. I never expected someone would report it. Who exactly reported it? At this moment, Lu Wenxin also wanted to know who this person was. She really should thank this person. Thinking of this, Lu Wenxin tried her best to suppress her excitement and asked in feigned surprise. How could this happen? Aren't you always been excellent? The public announcement period was almost over. How could something like this suddenly happen? Is someone jealous of you and deliberately sabotaging this? Hearing her best friend's concern, Meng Xiaoyu's tense nerves instantly relaxed, and she said with a sob in her voice, I don't know either. Wenxin, do you think it could be Lin Feng? I just reported him yesterday for selling customer information and product SKU data and price information without permission, and today it's my turn. What a coincidence. She heard that it might have been Lin Feng who did it. Lu Wenxin was secretly delighted. Although her previous blind date with Raymond Lam did not end well, this report was very gratifying. At least Lu Wenxin feels relieved. I really hope that Raymond Lam didn't just make a random accusation, but that he actually has evidence. This is a good thing. Lin Feng? How could that be? How could he possibly have such abilities? Besides, if he wanted to report it, he would have done so long ago. There was no need to wait until now, was there? Lu Wenxin's voice was full of worry. After saying that, Lu Wenxin felt like she was such a good actress. Could it be that you offended someone before? Or that you forged some documents? Lu Wenxin continued to help analyze the situation. The materials. What could be wrong with the materials? I filled them out truthfully. Meng Xiaoyu's mind was completely blank at this moment. Lu Wenxin noticed her fluster and continued to press. Really? For example, internship experience, awards. Were they embellished at all? These days, the most dangerous thing about reporting is these kinds of details. Meng Xiaoyu's voice trailed off. The internship. I wrote half a year when I was on proxies at a relative's company for half a month to make my resume look better, and I even added a good intern comment. But those are minor things. A trivial matter? Lu Wenxin's tone turned serious. The vetting process for civil servants is so strict these days. This kind of integrity issue is easily uncovered. How could you be so foolish? Meng Xiaoyu panicked completely, her fingers trembling as she gripped her phone. What should we do? Wenxin, you have to help me think of something. I can't lose this opportunity. Lu Wenxin sighed and said with feigned helplessness, what can I do? I can only wait for the investigation results. But don't worry too much. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. But I still think it's Raymond Lam. It must be him. He's definitely holding a grudge and fabricating evidence to frame me. I'm going to sue him for defamation. Chapter 24. Isn't it only right that you spend money on me? Upon hearing Meng Xiaoyu's words, Lu Wenxin was already overjoyed. But there was still just the right amount of anxiety in her voice. Xiaoyu, I know you're anxious, but don't worry. It's not certain whether Lin Feng did this. If you rashly approach Lin Feng now, you'll definitely give him some leverage. Of course, you also need to test Lin Feng properly to see if he really is Lin Feng. Lu Wenxin was probably hoping the two of them would start fighting. Once you start doing it, even problems that weren't there will turn into problems. Test? How do I test? Meng Xiaoyu was completely at a loss. Call Lin Feng and tell him you want to get back together and test him. Lu Wenxin suggested. Okay, I'll make a call later. Meng Xiaoyu thought this was a good idea. Let's test Lin Feng and see if he really did it. Meng Xiaoyu's breathing quickened, her nails digging deeply into her palms. But those little things on my resume, would the company really reject me because of that? The public notice period is the most sensitive time for reports. Lu Wenxin said in a somber tone, her fingers flying across the phone screen as she typed. Xiaoyu, tell me the truth. Besides your internship experience, is there anything else? Like your affair with Wang Bing? Wang Bing. Meng Xiaoyu was stunned, her voice suddenly becoming weak. We're just ordinary friends. Upon hearing Meng Xiaoyu's words, Lu Wenxin sneered inwardly. Ordinary friends? Nobody would believe that. At a time like this, are you still pretending? You deserve to be reported. Sigh, since you're unwilling to tell the truth, then I won't say any more. Don't worry, just wait for our notification. Lu Wenxin's tone was tinged with frustration. I'll tell you. Only you, my best friend, can give me some advice now. Lu Wenxin's tactic of retreating to advance caught Meng Xiaoyu completely off guard. Upon hearing Meng Xiaoyu's words, Lu Wenxin quickly took out another phone and secretly recorded the conversation. Actually, I was already dating Wang Bing before I broke up with Lin Feng. Meng Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Hearing Meng Xiaoyu say that, Lu Wenxin was overjoyed. This is the best evidence. The two chatted for a while before finally hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Lu Wenxin quickly found the phone number her mother had given her last time. Lin Feng's contact information. She also wanted to know if it was really Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was at work, suddenly had his phone ring. Raymond Lam made a special note for Lu Wenxin. Lin Feng frowned slightly when he saw that it was Lu Wenxin calling. What does it mean that this guy is calling himself? Instead of answering, they hung up immediately. There's no need to associate with a girl like that. Raymond Lam has never been a fan of Lu Wenxin before, and he still isn't. Lu Wenxin and Meng Xiaoyu are equally matched. Lin Feng will only keep his distance from such people in the future. After hanging up with Lu Wenxin, Lin Feng's phone rang again. This time it wasn't Lu Wenxin, but Meng Xiaoyu. Originally, Raymond Lam had blocked Lu Wenxin's phone number, but after she reported him, he released her back. Lin Feng knew that Meng Xiaoyu would definitely call him to verify the situation. Lin Feng just wanted to infuriate this guy. Lin Feng deliberately let his phone ring for 30 seconds before pressing the answer button, just before hanging up. Hello. Lin Feng answered the phone, his voice turning cold. Lin Feng couldn't possibly have a good temper with this woman. Lin Feng, did you report me? Meng Xiaoyu's voice on the phone was accusatory. At this point, Meng Xiaoyu's mindset had not changed. Although she has broken up with Raymond Lam, she still feels that he is still the same person she used to be able to boss around. Therefore, the voice carried a questioning tone. What makes you think it's me? Besides, even if it is me, so what? Lin Feng was annoyed after hearing this question. It really was you. Meng Xiaoyu completely ignored what had just been said. Yes, it was me. I'm the one who reported you. What do you want? Lin Feng sneered. Lin Feng, I know you still care about me. Me? You're probably just trying to get my attention by reporting this, right? Meng Xiaoyu thought for a moment and decided that a softer approach would be better. Upon hearing Meng Xiaoyu's words, Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Do you really think I'm still the same person I used to be? Feel sorry. Who gave you the courage to say such a thing? I reported this just to get your attention? Are you kidding me? For a moment, Lin Feng was also rendered silent by Meng Xiaoyu's words. He really didn't know what to say. Hearing that Lin Feng didn't speak, Meng Xiaoyu felt even more certain that her guess was correct. Lin Feng, I do have feelings for you. You don't need to do this. This kind of behavior is really bad, causing unnecessary trouble for the company. If the investigation finds nothing wrong, you'll definitely be in trouble. You really don't need to do this. So go and withdraw your report right now. Meng Xiaoyu spoke one sentence after another. Raymond Lam fell silent again. No? Where do you get the confidence to think I'm still hung up on you? If you're sick, go get treatment. A mental hospital is waiting for you. I reported it. I will not withdraw it. Lin Feng's voice was resolute. I'm hanging up. Lin Feng said, preparing to hang up the phone. Wait. Lin Feng, what do I have to do for you to withdraw the report? Seemingly sensing Lin Feng's determination, Meng Xiaoyu's initial haughtiness vanished, replaced by a pleading tone. If you return all the money I've spent on you over the years, I might consider withdrawing my payment. Lin Feng replied directly after a moment's thought. Isn't it your duty to spend money on me? Do you expect me to pay you back? If you keep saying that, then there's nothing to talk about. Lin Feng interrupted Meng Xiaoyu as soon as she finished speaking. I don't know what was wrong with my brain to fall for this woman. It seems I was really hungry at the time. Okay. Meng Xiaoyu quickly agreed. It's 150,000 in total. Check it out. Lin Feng had already calculated the cost. In the past 2 years, I have taken out online loans and spent nearly 150,000 yuan of my earnings from work and part-time food delivery jobs on Meng Xiaoyu. Meng Xiaoyu must return all this money to me. Isn't 150,000 too much? Meng Xiaoyu's face turned pale and her voice trembled after hearing the number. She was about to say something when Lin Feng on the other end of the phone said directly, We'll continue talking once you have the money. After saying that, he hung up the phone immediately. Lin, Meng Xiaoyu hurriedly spoke, but the phone was already busy. What should I do? Meng Xiaoyu was now in a state of utter confusion. Just then, the phone rang again. Chapter 25. You haven't apologized yet. Lin Feng hung up the phone with Meng Xiaoyu. His smile returned, and he sensed that Meng Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone was starting to panic. Meng Xiaoyu had always lived a life of extravagance. Moreover, he hasn't worked for many years, so naturally, he wouldn't have any money on him. It's practically impossible for Lin Feng to repay 150,000. However, Meng Xiaoyu might go looking for that man. Lin Feng quickly thought of someone, the short man he had seen at the restaurant last time. This man looks like Meng Xiaoyu's current boyfriend. They were wearing nice clothes at the time, so their living conditions must have been quite good. This aligns well with Meng Xiaoyu's current aspirations. After all, Meng Xiaoyu had already passed the civil service exam, so finding someone with better conditions than Lin Feng was naturally a piece of cake. Lin Feng, on the contrary, hoped that Meng Xiaoyu would actually borrow 150,000 yuan to pay him back. If I have the chance to meet Wang Bing again, I'll just tell him directly. It must be very exciting. Brother Feng, you look so happy. At this moment, The female colleagues around Lin Feng teased him after seeing his smile, their gazes towards him filled with a hint of passion. Since Raymond Lam got a haircut, he looks even more handsome. At the company, it attracted the attention of many female colleagues. The female colleague who had previously been sitting not far from Lin Feng had no interest in him at all, but now the way she looked at him was completely different. Work makes me happy, Lin Feng said with a laugh. I guess he's just happy because he's thinking about going home for the Chinese New Year soon. Haha, I see through it, but I won't say it. Sitting in the office, Zhang Ming watched Lin Feng mingling with his colleagues, her eyes filled with envy. She always had a cold expression at the company. Zhang Ming naturally hoped that she could get along well with her colleagues. However, the thought of her mother quickly vanished from Zhang Ming's mind. She has had close colleagues like this before. However, whenever her mother discovers that someone is too close to Zhang Ming, she will go directly to the company and verbally abuse that person. So ever since that incident, Zhang Ming has never had any good colleagues or friends at the company. Therefore, Zhang Ming kept a certain distance from all her colleagues. I'm just worried that one day I might cause unnecessary trouble for these people. Sigh. Zhang Ming sighed softly, her eyes filled with even more helplessness. I'll leave them after my younger brother graduates from university. Zhang Ming thought for a moment and made up her mind. Ding talk on the computer screen flashed once. Zhang Ming quickly checked the message. It was from General Manager Yang. Zhang Ming, come to my office. Bring Lin Feng with you. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ming quickly composed herself, then walked out of her office with a stern face. We arrived at the outdoor office area. The office area was quite lively just now, but after Zhang Ming appeared, everyone's whispers stopped. The air in the entire office seemed to have become somewhat stagnant. The moment everyone saw Zhang Ming, they quickly lowered their heads and got busy. He was afraid of being criticized by Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming could naturally sense the attitude these people had towards her, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. She really wants to get along well with her colleagues. Real, Zhang Ming thought to herself, but her expression remained unchanged. She had long since trained herself to be like a cold, mechanical machine. Apart from yesterday, I don't know why, she actually revealed her true feelings to Lin Feng. Since joining the company, she has never talked about her family with any of her colleagues. Raymond Lam is the first. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. Lin Feng, after you're done with your work, come with me. Zhang Ming turned to look at Lin Feng with a still indifferent expression. Lin Feng's gaze was already fixed on Zhang Ming as she walked out. Hearing Zhang Ming call his name, Lin Feng nodded slightly to her. After quickly finishing his work, he stood up and followed Zhang Ming. The two walked towards General Manager Yang's office, one after the other. Lin Feng did not choose to walk side by side with Zhang Ming, but instead walked behind her. This state caused a hint of sadness to flash in Zhang Ming's eyes. We arrived at General Manager Yang's office. When Mr. Yang saw Lin Feng, he nodded slightly, but his eyes still showed dissatisfaction. Mr. Yang just called Meng Xiaoyu. I thought Meng Xiaoyu would stick to what she said yesterday, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she quickly admitted her mistake. You could hear a hint of fear in his voice. They also pleaded that it should not have any negative impact on Raymond Lam. This attitude is completely different. General Manager Yang still felt that Lin Feng had threatened Meng Xiaoyu, considering that the company had not found any substantial evidence after conducting an investigation. Of course, as a customer service representative, you can apply for some gift compensation for your relatives. Many colleagues have done this before. But Lin Feng always felt it wasn't worth it and had never done such a thing. After an investigation, Lin Feng was found to be innocent. However, General Manager Yang was still not satisfied. After all, Lin Feng didn't hold back at all yesterday. Yang Tao is a leader in the company. Is this how you treat your boss as an employee? You should humbly accept whatever your leader says, whether it's right or wrong. If your boss says something wrong, you can always say it privately. Would I, as a leader, lose face if you said that to my face? Yang Tao leaned back slightly in his office chair and placed the documents in his hand on the table. Regarding Lin Feng's investigation, we have results, Yang Tao said, glancing at Lin Feng. Of course, I personally believe in Lin Feng. The results also prove that Lin Feng had no problems. Yang Tao coughed twice and then directly stated the final result. After speaking, Yang Tao did not look up again, but instead looked at the documents in front of him. Zhang Ming and Lin Feng exchanged a glance. A hint of joy flashed in Zhang Ming's eyes. After all, it proved Lin Feng's innocence. What a wonderful thing this is. And then, Lin Feng asked again at that moment. Oh. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Yang Tao seemed to suddenly realize something. and looked up at Lin Feng and Zhang Ming again, saying, "You can go back now." "That's all," Yang Tao said before continuing his work. Lin Feng blinked and looked at Yang Tao. "Is that all? It ended so easily." "No. You gave me a severe dressing down yesterday and even made me admit that I had a problem. The investigation today found no problems with me, and you just casually said that? Why should I? If it were the old Raymond Lam, he might have tolerated it for the sake of work. However, after what happened with Meng Xiaoyu, Lin Feng became more open-minded about many things. Why should I tolerate it? Mr. Yang, you haven't apologized yet." Chapter 26. It's a blind date. I'm free. Lin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like thunder. At this moment, not only Yang Tao looked up at Lin Feng, but Zhang Ming, who was standing next to him, did the same. Her heart was pounding in her throat. She never expected Lin Feng to be so assertive, directly demanding an apology from his superior. Who in the company doesn't know that Mr. Yang is the person who cares most about his reputation? Making him apologize is like killing him. This was simply unthinkable in her world of carefully maintaining working relationships. Apologize. Yang Tao suddenly raised his head, his facial muscles twitching as if he had heard the most absurd request in the world. He has never encountered an employee who asked him to apologize before. Raymond Lam is the first. His eyes widened as he stared at Lin Feng in disbelief, his sharp gaze now filled with shock and anger at being offended. "Lin Feng, get your facts straight. The company has already proven your innocence. What more do you want?" Zhang Ming subconsciously reached out to tug at Lin Feng's sleeve and whispered, "Lin Feng, let it go." But before her fingers could touch him, Lin Feng spoke again. "President Yang," Lin Feng said calmly, even with a hint of taking it for granted, looking directly into Yang Tao's eyes. After all, yesterday, Lin Feng was also verbally abused by Yang Tao, who pointed at his face. Without any evidence whatsoever, they treated Raymond Lam as a criminal. Is that correct? That's not right at all. Why should it be okay for you to point fingers at me like that yesterday? All I want today is for you to apologize to me. Is that not enough? Yesterday, without any evidence and based solely on a false accusation from someone who is not a company employee, you directly accused me in front of Manager Zhang of privately selling customer information and product SKU data and price information, demanding that I explain myself, and even implying that the money for the car was obtained illegally. People who don't know me might think I'm a criminal already in police custody. He paused, his voice becoming clearer. Now that the investigation has proven my innocence, shouldn't you, as the company's leader, apologize to me for your arbitrary and inappropriate words and actions yesterday? Isn't that the most basic principle and respect? The air in the office seemed to freeze. Zhang Ming felt that the air pressure in this space had dropped to a suffocating level. Zhang Ming was so nervous that her palms were sweating and she didn't dare to breathe. She secretly glanced at Yang Tao and saw that his face had turned from red to green, and the veins on his temples were slightly bulging. His hands, resting on the desk, were clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white. To be honest, this was the first time Zhang Ming had ever seen Yang Tao so angry. Reason? Respect. Yang Tao's voice suddenly rose, filled with barely suppressed anger. "Lin Feng, I think you've gotten too big for your britches. The company pays you a salary, not for you to teach me how to be a leader. What kind of attitude is this? With your disrespectful attitude towards your superiors, your work ethic is clearly improper." He slammed his hand on the table with a loud thud. "Proving your innocence is company procedure. As for the rest, young man, I advise you to tone it down. The workplace isn't a place for you to act tough and argue all the time. Get out of here and get back to work." The roaring voices could already be heard coming from inside the office. Many employees were also curious and looked over because of the sound. Looking at Yang Tao's, "I did nothing wrong. You're the one whose ungrateful attitude." Lin Feng's anger was replaced by extreme calm. This is the attitude of a leader. He suddenly found it somewhat ridiculous. Yesterday, he was falsely accused by Meng Xiaoyu, unreasonably reprimanded by his boss, and now he had to endure these unreasonable workplace rules. "Screw your rules." "Heh," Lin Feng chuckled. "President Yang is right. The workplace isn't a place where everything is about reason. Since there's no room for basic logic and respect here." Here. He didn't look at Yang Tao again, but turned to Zhang Ming and said in a calm tone, "Manager Zhang, thank you for your previous trust." Then, he looked at Yang Tao again, his eyes calm and his tone resolute. "You idiot. I'm just a lowly customer service representative. Anyone with a brain knows there's absolutely no kickbacks in my job. You don't trust people from our own company, but you insist on trusting outsiders? Is your brain full of water? Or is it full of pig brains? One sentence after another, Manager Yang had no chance to refute. Fire. You must be fired. I'll have HR fire you right now. Yang Tao was also quite angry at this moment, as no one had ever treated him like this before. Yang Tao walked straight towards the HR manager's office across the street. Fire Lin Feng. He talked back to his superior. A few minutes later, Yang Tao handed Lin Feng the dismissal certificate stamped with the official seal. I wouldn't take this Class B even if you gave me the chance. Lin Feng sneered. Just wait for the arbitration. Lin Feng received the dismissal certificate. The company will definitely drag things out with you. You can't just take that money so easily. Yang Tao replied. Shake your head and see if your ear can hit your face. Lin Feng was already standing in the corridor, chuckled, and looked at Yang Tao. No. What did he mean? What do you mean by hit the ear in the face? He called me a pig? Yang Tao finally realized what he meant. Zhang Meng was completely stunned, watching Lin Feng's resolute departure. The words, I'm not going to work anymore, still echoing in her ears. He actually confronted his boss so directly? Just because the leader didn't apologize? This is too impulsive. But for some reason, deep inside her, besides shock and worry, she also felt a faint sense of pleasure that she had never experienced before. How she wished she could leave as freely as she did, without the slightest hesitation. Seeing Lin Feng slam the door and leave, Yang Tao was trembling with rage. Pointing at the door, he yelled at Zhang Meng. Look at this. Look at this. This is the kind of employee you've trained. Lawless. Utterly lawless. Good riddance. Keeping such a troublemaker around is just asking for trouble. Lin Feng walked straight back to his workstation, ignoring the curious glances from his colleagues, and began to quickly and calmly pack his things. Charger, water bottle. Everyone sensed something was wrong. Sister Zhu immediately went to Lin Feng's side and asked in a low voice, Lin, what's wrong? What did President Yang want to talk to you about? Why are you arguing? It's nothing. I just don't want to do it anymore. Lin Feng said without pausing his work or looking up. What? Sister Zhu exclaimed in surprise, attracting the attention of several colleagues nearby. Xiaolin, are you crazy? How can you just quit your job like that? Is it because of General Manager Yang? Recalling that Lin Feng had just been called to General Manager Yang's office, Sister Zhu immediately imagined a scenario where a leader would make things difficult for an honest person. However, she could only be angry but dare not speak out, because as long as she worked at the company for a day, she had to behave herself. Sister Zhu still really needs this job. It's nothing serious, Sister Zhu. Lin Feng stuffed the last item into his backpack, zipped it up, and slung it over his shoulder. Looking at Sister Zhu's concerned face, he gave a sincere smile. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. I still need your help with the blind date. That's definitely no problem. Sister Zhu smiled slightly when she heard Lin Feng say that. Lin Feng then nodded slightly to his other colleagues as a greeting before heading towards the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed, shutting out the surprised, puzzled, or somewhat admiring gazes from the cubicles. Lin Feng leaned against the cold elevator wall, staring at the fluctuating floor numbers, and let out a long sigh of relief. Feeling frustrated? Yes, there are. But more than anything, it's a feeling of relief, like being freed from shackles. His work environment has always been rather oppressive. It's just a job that pays 5,000 yuan. With the system in place, why would I be afraid of starving? Just as Lin Feng stepped out of the company building, his phone rang. Excuse me, are you Mr. Raymond Lam? It's me. This is True Love Matchmaking Network. Do you have some free time? Oh, it's a blind date. I'm free. Chapter 27, did we hit the jackpot this time? Mr. Lin Feng, we've selected a pretty good girl for you. Do you have some time to go and take a look? The girl on the other end of the phone had a hint of enthusiasm in her voice. Okay. Lin Feng quickly agreed as soon as he heard that it was a blind date. Okay, no problem. We have a Ms. Liu here who is free this afternoon. I was wondering if you have time to meet and chat with her. Of course, no problem. Lin Feng agreed without even thinking. No matter what, I'm definitely going to this blind date. After all, once you start going on blind dates, you can gain considerable benefits. This has proven everything. Okay. I'll contact Ms. Liu and call you back to confirm. The customer service representative hung up quickly. At the same time, a system notification flashed before Lin Feng's eyes. Please complete your blind date with Lu Wanwan as soon as possible. Persist in a blind date for 10 minutes, and you'll be rewarded with 20 grams of gold. Persist in a blind date for 20 minutes, and you'll be rewarded with master-level culinary skills. Persisting in a blind date for 30 minutes earns a reward of 800,000 yuan for parents to rebuild their house. Lin Feng was stunned when he saw this. I never expected the reward for this blind date to be so generous. Whether it's gold, culinary skills, or funds to build a house for parents in the countryside. These are all quite good. Therefore, I must perform well this time and persevere until the blind date is over. Lin Feng could already imagine that in the future, he could casually whip up dishes worthy of a five-star hotel. And he couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Just moments ago, Lin Feng was slightly disappointed at the thought of losing his job, but now he felt no disappointment at all. Once you acquire this master-level skill, will you still worry about not finding a job in the future? Wrong. My thinking is wrong. I already have a system. What kind of job do you take? Am I just used to being treated like a beast of burden? Lin Feng really wanted to slap himself at that moment. Old Zhang, let's get together sometime. Lin Feng met Lao Zhang when he was delivering food. He was also a food delivery person. He used to be a programmer, but after his company laid off employees last year, he became a food delivery driver. Do you have money? I certainly don't. All my money is with your sister-in-law. Old Zhang said cheerfully on the phone. No problem, it's on me. Lin Feng laughed. Old Zhang was as stingy as ever. Huh. So proactive? Is there something you need? Old Zhang hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so agreeable and asked. Some good news. See you at the usual place tonight. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng returned to his rented apartment to tidy up the place. The lease on this apartment is about to expire. Lin Feng also lost his job, so this time, he planned to go straight back to his hometown. I'll come back after the new year. I'm going back to my hometown for a while, and my mom can introduce me to a few more potential partners. Soon, Lin Feng received a call from the website's customer service, who informed him of his exact location and time. We will send the specific address to your mobile phone via SMS shortly. Please check your inbox. After saying this, Lin Feng hung up the phone. At 2:20 p.m., Lin Feng arrived at the coffee shop 10 minutes early. Raymond Lam deliberately chose a relatively quiet and private spot by the window to sit down. Then he sat there quietly, waiting for his blind date to appear. No matter what kind of monsters or demons they are, always greet them with a smile and hold on for 30 minutes. For the gold. For the cooking skills. For Mom and Dad's new house. Lin Feng thought to himself. Just then, a figure walked in from outside the door. The girl looked quite pretty, with exquisite makeup, long, slightly wavy hair draped over her shoulders, and wearing a white wool coat over a white base layer that accentuated her figure. Holding a bag in his hand, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and saw the LV logo on the bag. She was wearing high heels, which made a crisp clicking sound on the floor. The woman's gaze quickly swept around the coffee shop before she took her phone out of her bag. A few seconds later, Lin Feng's phone rang. The sound of the phone quickly caught the girl's attention, and she immediately turned to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The website's description seemed promising. This looks more than just nice. It's downright gorgeous. Did we hit the jackpot this time? But at the same time, a strange alarm bell was faintly ringing in his heart. The lessons learned from Meng Xiaoyu and Lu Wenxin still linger. Lin Feng realized that this matter was not so simple. He quickly adjusted his mindset. Stay calm. The goal is the reward. Everything else is secondary. Perseverance is victory. She walked over gracefully, a perfectly timed smile on her face, and extended her hand with a touch of demureness. Hello. Are you Mr. Lin Feng? I'm Lu Wanwan. Hello. Lin Feng. Lin Feng also stood up and shook hands with Lu Wanwan. Blind dates begin. After Lu Wanwan sat down, her gaze lingered on Lin Feng for a few seconds. Lu Wanwan was quite satisfied with Raymond Lam's appearance. In particular, I originally thought that my blind date would be quite ordinary looking. At least when Lu Wanwan saw the pictures on the website, she thought Raymond Lam's appearance was quite average. He looks like an honest person. Because she was looking for an honest man. Only honest people are easy to control. Thinking of this, Lu Wanwan smiled warmly. I never expected Mr. Lin to be so handsome. You're even prettier in person than in photos. Lu Wanwan's voice was sweet. Lin Feng became even more vigilant. Haha, Ms. Lu is very beautiful too. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly upon hearing the compliment. Give me a cappuccino. Lu Wanwan nodded slightly to the waiter. She then looked at Lin Feng. Since our main purpose is blind dating, let's start with our shared interests. Lu Wanwan had a faint smile on her face, which seemed warm, but gave people a feeling of keeping them at arm's length. Lin Feng knew that Lu Wanwan was definitely not a kind person. However, chatting is also something Lin Feng enjoys. He couldn't wait for Lu Wanwan to ramble on and on. You go first. I feel you're someone who really loves life. Lin Feng looked at Lu Wanwan, their eyes briefly meeting. You have a great eye for people. I am someone who loves life. I love manicures, traveling, skincare. I pursue a refined lifestyle. After all, I believe that a high-quality life is what truly constitutes a life. You're right, aren't you? Chapter 28. Until the time comes, everything you say is right. When Lin Feng saw Lu Wanwan looking at him, he nodded slightly. However, Lin Feng had already figured out that Lu Wanwan definitely had a problem. These things seem simple, but they all require a certain economic foundation. One can tell a lot from the exquisite diamond-encrusted nail art on Lu Wanwan's hands. But it had only been less than a minute. Lin Feng didn't say much, but simply continued the conversation. You're absolutely right. Life is only once, so of course we need to pursue a high-quality life. That's only human nature, Lin Feng said with a hint of regret. Upon hearing Lin Feng agree with her point of view, a glint of light flashed in Lu Wanwan's eyes. Of course, she hoped that the other person could agree with her. Only after they agreed could she continue the conversation. Only then could she gradually guide the other party to help her pay off her debts. She's now living beyond her means. She already owes more than 300,000 yuan in online loans. Just then, the coffee arrived. Seeing the waiter approach, Lu Wanwan stopped talking, clearly not wanting her conversation to be overheard. After the waiter left, Lu Wanwan took a sip of her coffee, her diamond-encrusted fingers gently stirring it with the coffee spoon. Mr. Lin is so good with words, but a refined life does require a little investment. She suddenly lowered her voice, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. I was my best friend's bridesmaid last week. The custom-made dress and styling cost 8,000. Do you want to see some photos? Is it okay? Lin Feng hadn't expected Lu Wanwan to be so proactive in showing him the photos. Seeing that Lin Feng seemed very interested, Lu Wanwan took out her phone, calmly found the relevant photos, and then showed them to Lin Feng. It has to be said that Lu Wanwan looks very beautiful in the photos, even more so than at her best friend's wedding. These photos of yours look to be of very good quality. What are they? Lin Feng glanced at the photos and noticed that none of them were selfies, so he asked naturally. You're very observant, Lu Wanwan said with a hint of pride on her face when Lin Feng said that. Actually, this was filmed by my personal photographer, Lu Wanwan said proudly. Follow-up photographer? If your best friend is getting married and you're a bridesmaid, would you hire a photographer specifically to follow you around? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment when he heard Lu Wanwan say this. After all, this situation is really rare. I never imagined that being a bridesmaid would require hiring a photographer to document the event. This really opened Raymond Lam's eyes. Yes, that's right. After all, it's my life, so of course I need to record it properly. Lu Wanwan nodded gently, took back her phone, and lingered on her photos for a while. His eyes were filled with pride. Wow, that's amazing. Lin Feng was truly impressed by this girl at that moment. That's really amazing. Before meeting Lu Wanwan, Lin Feng never imagined that such a situation would exist. How much does this cost? Lin Feng asked casually, as he was quite concerned about the price. The price for following her is 2,000 yuan. She glanced at Lin Feng's reaction, and seeing his calm expression, she changed the subject. But I think it's worth it. After all, a woman's dignity comes from herself. Lin Feng's gaze met Lu Wanwan's. Did you spend so much money just to appear respectable? What kind of dignity is this? Lin Feng glanced at the coffee in front of him, a cold smile playing on his lips. I originally thought I had really hit the jackpot. As a result, he ended up with this kind of girl. Lu Wanwan took another sip of coffee, then casually tossed her long hair and changed the subject. Mr. Lin, do you think that a solid economic foundation is very important for two people to be together? That's right. Lin Feng nodded slightly. After all, there was absolutely nothing wrong with saying that sentence on its own. That makes perfect sense. It is indeed important. After all, life is inseparable from the necessities of daily life. Yes. Seeing Lin Feng agree, Lu Wanwan leaned forward slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. After all, I don't want my quality of life to decline after I get married. I had a boyfriend before, and he was incredibly stingy. He would nag me for ages, even if I bought a lipstick that cost several hundred yuan. How could I live like that? As she spoke, Lu Wanwan frowned slightly, revealing a wronged expression. I think when two people are together, the man should take on more financial responsibility. After all, women need to maintain their appearance, and there are too many places where they need to spend money. Lin Feng sneered inwardly, but remained outwardly calm. Ms. Lu is right. But everyone has different spending habits, so we should still spend within our means. Act within your means. Lu Wanwan chuckled, covering her mouth as if she'd heard a joke. Mr. Lin, you're being too conservative. Who doesn't overspend these days? Credit cards and online loans are for us, aren't they? All my girlfriends do this, and they live such refined lives. Lin Feng seemed to agree with the last sentence. In recent years, probably after the explosive popularity of short videos, many people have seen the prosperity of the world, and as a result, a group of people have begun to pursue such a life. Everyone wants to be that girl that others envy. Then they embarked on the path of advanced consumption. The key is to live within your means. Some people have incurred hundreds of thousands of yuan in online loans in order to live this kind of life. That's absolutely outrageous. She paused, then said with a hidden meaning. However, you need to be confident in your ability to overspend. If you can find someone who can cover your losses, you won't have to be afraid of anything. Lin Feng put down his cup and looked at her calmly. Ms. Lu, do you mean you hope your future partner can help you take on your debts? Lin Feng clearly hadn't expected Lu Wanwan to be so direct. Mr. Lin, you're quite direct. Lu Wanwan hadn't expected Lin Feng to ask so directly. But you can't say that. Husband and wife are one, so my debt is his debt too. Besides, I only owe more than 300,000 yuan now, but we can pay it off quickly after we get married by working together. She looked at Lin Feng with burning eyes, as if she could already see him nodding in agreement. Besides, I'm beautiful and know how to dress up. Wouldn't it be impressive to take me out? If you marry me, you definitely won't lose out. Lin Feng thought to himself, how can this girl be so shameless? When he saw Lu Wanwan say that. That's absolutely shameless. Although Lin Feng really wanted to curse, 10 minutes hadn't even passed yet. Lin Feng knew he had to hold back. For gold. For the sake of cooking. For our parents. Hold on. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's lips still curled up slightly as he looked at Lu Wanwan with great agreement. You're right. Until the time comes, you are right about everything. Chapter 29, I like buying gold. By the way, I haven't asked yet. How much is your salary now? Lu Wanwan saw Lin Feng nodding repeatedly just now, so she naturally thought that Lin Feng had agreed with all her points of view. She was overjoyed, because no blind date has ever agreed with her in this way. Could it be that I've actually encountered a promising talent today? Then I must cherish this person. Seeing that Lin Feng hadn't said anything more, Lu Wanwan continued. My boyfriend used to earn 8,000 a month, but this job isn't enough to make ends meet. You don't mean your salary is lower than my ex-boyfriend's, do you? Lu Wanwan looked directly at Lin Feng. She was clearly waiting for Raymond Lam's answer. 8,000 yuan. Lin Feng's part-time salary can indeed reach 10,000 yuan. It's only about the same as 8,000. My salary is pretty good, 30,000 yuan a month. Lin Feng started bragging even though the system task was not yet completed. After all, getting Lu Wanwan to go on a blind date with him was the most important thing. If Lin Feng had told the truth at this time, I'm afraid Lu Wanwan will just get up and leave. The blind date task will be interrupted at that time. And now, less than 10 minutes have passed. Not a single task was completed. Therefore, no matter what, Lin Feng had to keep Lu Wanwan calm. Deep down, Lin Feng desperately hoped that time would pass faster. Sure enough, when Lu Wanwan heard Lin Feng say that the monthly salary was 30,000 yuan, her eyes lit up instantly. She has already gone on several dates arranged by this dating website, but I haven't met anyone suitable. I never expected that she would run into one today. The men I went on blind dates with before either had very low salaries, or only one of them barely earned a little over 10,000 yuan. One person barely makes a little over 10,000. This is a huge difference from Lin Feng's 30,000 yuan. Therefore, Lu Wanwan's gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with greed. Such a good person should be seized as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lu Wanwan smiled gently at Lin Feng and then took off her coat. This coffee shop is so warm. I'm getting a little hot, Lu Wanwan said, taking off her coat, revealing her alluring figure. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances. Feeling Lin Feng's gaze, Lu Wanwan's lips curled up slightly. Mock up. Still can't control you? After taking off her coat, Lu Wanwan gently tidied her hair and then leaned forward slightly. The scent of perfume mixed with coffee wafted towards me. The moment I walked in, I could tell you were a successful person. And sure enough, my judgment was spot on. It's all right. Lin Feng smiled modestly, then picked up his coffee and took a sip. Who can't be elegant? Anyone can show off. Isn't that how you install it? Actually, I'm quite satisfied with you. Lu Wanwan continued. Knowing that Lin Feng earned 30,000 a month, Lu Wanwan felt that she had become more confident. I just wanted to find someone to marry to pay off my debts. But she felt she deserved more. How much is the bride price in your hometown? Lu Wanwan asked Lin Feng in a coquettish tone, her eyes filled with a hint of allure. It's obvious she's trying to ensnare Raymond Lam. In my hometown, the bride price is usually around 80,000 yuan. When Lu Wanwan asked about the bride price, Lin Feng knew that this woman was starting to lay the groundwork for her bride price. So they were very cooperative. After saying this, Lin Feng glanced at the time. The blind date had already lasted almost 9 minutes. Just a few more minutes, 10 minutes from now. So low? In my hometown, the bride price is 280,000 yuan. Do you think that's acceptable? Lu Wanwan looked at Lin Feng with a hint of caution. She was afraid that if she said too much, Lin Feng would really get away. Actually, the bride price in Lu Wanwan's hometown is about the same as that in Lin Feng's hometown. Lu Wanwan mainly considered Lin Feng's monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, so she raised the standard. Of course, no problem. Lin Feng smiled. The woman he had been on a blind date with before had asked for more than 300,000 yuan. In comparison, this 280,000 is already considered low. Seeing Lin Feng agree so easily, Lu Wanwan's initial worry instantly turned into regret. She should have said more earlier. 388,000. Lu Wanwan felt like she had been cheated. You guys should have the 3 gold items too, right? Lu Wanwan wiped the look of annoyance from her face and looked at Lin Feng, continuing. But gold is just too expensive right now. I think it's really not worth buying gold right now. Hearing Lu Wanwan say this, Lin Feng nodded slightly, agreeing that it was indeed true. Gold is now 1,400 to 1,500 yuan per gram. Previously, gold was considered a stable investment, but now it carries a risky attribute. Indeed, buying gold at this time is not a good idea. So, just give me the gold at the market price when the time comes. After hearing Lu Wanwan's next sentence, Lin Feng understood. This is just a disguised way of asking for money. However, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. No problem. Of course, no problem. How many grams of gold do you want to buy? A bracelet must weigh at least 30 grams. And the gold ring and earrings together must weigh at least 10 grams. When Lu Wanwan saw that Lin Feng said there was no problem, she started counting on her fingers. He looked so serious, as if he was about to receive these things. Persist in the blind date for 10 minutes, and you'll be rewarded with 20 grams of gold. The reward will be sent to your left clothing pocket. Please check. A system notification appeared in front of Lin Feng. 10 minutes have finally passed. Lin Feng was naturally happy. At this moment, Lu Wanwan also noticed the joy flashing in Lin Feng's eyes and wondered why Lin Feng was so happy. Why do you look so happy? Lu Wanwan asked curiously, while secretly wondering if she hadn't asked for enough. No, it's just that I happen to like buying gold. Lin Feng reached into his pocket. Sure enough, I touched the gold reward from the system. Take the gold out of your pocket. It looks like a small gold bar. Lu Wanwan's eyes widened as she watched Lin Feng pull a small gold bar, about 3 centimeters long and 2 centimeters wide, directly from his pocket. She was completely dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng was carrying a piece of gold with him. About how many grams is this? Lu Wanwan swallowed hard before asking. This weighs 20 grams. It's not very heavy, Lin Feng said with a smile as he played with it. Can I take a look? Lu Wanwan still had some doubts that Lin Feng was lying to her. Of course, no problem. Lin Feng handed the gold to Lu Wanwan. It feels heavy in your hand, and the Chow Tai Fook logo is clearly visible on it. It must be true. How much do you have left? Lu Wanwan asked, her mouth slightly agape. But inwardly I felt annoyed. I hadn't said enough again. Chapter 30. The Transformation of Offense and Defense. Seeing Lu Wanwan looking at him with such anticipation, Lin Feng knew he had to keep up the act. I probably have 20 or 30 gold bars of this size in my safes. Lin Feng thought to himself, thinking of the male protagonist in a short drama. It's time to install it. Sure enough, after hearing what Lin Feng said, the light in Lu Wanwan's eyes almost swallowed Lin Feng whole. If it weren't for the table blocking her view, Lu Wanwan would have loved to sit right next to Lin Feng. If possible, sitting on Raymond Lam's lap wouldn't be out of the question. Each of these small gold bars weighs 20 grams. If you have 20 or 30 of them, that's over 400 grams. Based on current market prices, that's hundreds of thousands. After carefully calculating, Lu Wanwan felt like slapping herself twice. That's too little. That's far too little. Brother Feng. Is it okay for me to call you Brother Feng? Lu Wanwan looked at Lin Feng in a coquettish tone. At this moment, he naturally went on a rampage to show off to Lin Feng. With such great conditions, we absolutely have to take this opportunity. Thinking about the online loans she still owed, Lu Wanwan was filled with even more fighting spirit. If she could win over Lin Feng, not only would he help her pay off all her online loans, but she could also rely on him to continue her refined lifestyle. It's like the day in the life of those sophisticated girls shown on TikTok. Thinking about all this, Lu Wanwan's body trembled slightly with excitement. This is my best chance to become a rich wife. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the glass and fell on Lu Wanwan. She glanced at Lin Feng, and an idea instantly formed in her mind. Brother Feng, it's so sunny here. You don't mind if I sit over there, do you? After saying this, Lu Wanwan got up and sat down next to Lin Feng. At this moment, the two waiters standing at the bar exchanged a glance. Ever since Lin Feng and Lu Wanwan sat down, they could tell that the two had come for a blind date. It's quite surprising that this girl is sitting next to the boy so willingly. What's going on? I feel like the guy is just too good. I think so. The two began to discuss it in hushed tones. Lin Feng looked at Lu Wanwan in surprise. He really hadn't expected this woman to be so proactive. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. It seems that Lu Wanwan completely took what I said to heart. Lin Feng tapped his fingertips lightly on the edge of the table, his smile as warm as ever, but in his heart, a level 3 alarm had been sounded. Miss Lu, it's definitely cooler sitting here. He casually moved his coffee cup half an inch closer to himself, his sleeves subtly creating a distance between them, his voice steady and tinged with a smile. Lu Wanwan's eyes darted around, naturally noticing Lin Feng's actions, but her smile remained as bright as a spring flower. Here's your gold back. Lu Wanwan's voice became even more lively as she handed the gold to Lin Feng. Lin Feng reached out his hand, but Lu Wanwan did not place the small gold bar directly into Lin Feng's hand. Instead, she first placed her fair hand completely in Lin Feng's palm, even deliberately touching Lin Feng's hand lightly, before placing the gold in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng simply smiled calmly, sensing Lu Wanwan's flirting. Lin Feng was already quite wary of this girl, so Lu Wanwan's actions did not arouse any impulse in him. Put the gold into your pocket. Your hands are beautiful. I happen to know a little about palmistry. As she spoke, she reached out to touch Lin Feng's wrist, as if to examine it closely, her eyes filled with a mixture of probing and longing. Lin Feng subtly withdrew his hand and placed it on the table, his fingertips lightly tapping the surface, producing a rhythmic sound. What can you do? Read palms. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying just the right amount of curiosity, yet maintaining a distance. I didn't expect Miss Lu to know this. I know a little bit. Seeing Lin Feng avoid her, Lu Wanwan wasn't annoyed. Instead, her smile grew even sweeter. She leaned forward further, almost wafting the strong scent of her perfume. Mainly, I think, Brother Feng, your hands. They look like hands that can grasp wealth and good fortune. And, at this moment, their identities have been reversed. At first, Lin Feng needed to take the initiative, but now Lu Wanwan has become the one taking the initiative. No need, thank you. Lin Feng interrupted her, picked up his coffee, and took another sip, glancing at the hurried passers-by outside the window. I don't believe in that. I believe more in human determination to overcome fate. After being rejected by Lin Feng, Lu Wanwan's face flashed with a hint of barely perceptible anger. You rejected a beautiful girl like yourself who was chasing after you. If I had treated all those other blind dates like this, they would have been drooling over me. When it came to Lin Feng, it seemed that he was completely unresponsive. Lu Wanwan felt a little anxious, but her face was quickly covered by a charming smile. Brother Feng is still the best. She sat up straight, but gently moved her chair closer to Lin Feng. The two were now almost touching. Brother Feng, besides buying gold, what other hobbies do you have? Where do you usually like to go for fun? Or travel? My hobbies are pretty simple. Reading, exercising, and occasionally cooking. Lin Feng said casually, glancing at Lu Wanwan. I also enjoy traveling, but I only go to cities with historical significance. I like to experience things. I don't like the kind of tourism that's all about taking photos and checking off landmarks. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Wanwan knew that he was talking about her. Lu Wanwan is like that. She goes on trips just to take photos. Taking photos is also for posting on social media, letting others see my refined lifestyle. When Lin Feng exposed her, Lu Wanwan showed no embarrassment whatsoever. Lu Wanwan, on the contrary, immediately chimed in with great interest. Oh, Fengji, you and I are thinking the same thing. I also really like places with culture. We can go together next time, like Dali, Lijiang, or even go abroad to Europe to see some castles. Sure, if there's a chance. Lin Feng said with a laugh, but inwardly he was complaining. After the blind date ends, we'll all go our separate ways. We even traveled together. Get lost. Lu Wanwan spoke excitedly, already starting to make plans, as if their relationship was already established. When the topic turned to travel, Lu Wanwan started talking nonstop. I've been to the mountain city area before. I've been there. Lin Feng mostly listened quietly, occasionally chiming in with "this sounds good," or asking a trivial question to guide her to continue. His gaze occasionally drifted to his watch, watching the minute hand move little by little. Persist in the blind date for 20 minutes, and you'll be rewarded with master-level culinary skills. The reward has been issued, and the relevant knowledge and muscle memory have been integrated. The system notification appeared on time. A massive flow of information instantly flooded into Lin Feng's mind, accompanied by a strange sense of familiarity that spread throughout his hands and body. Cuisines from all over the world, complex cooking techniques, precise control of heat and seasonings. It's as if he has been immersed in the kitchen for decades. What's wrong, Brother Feng? Lu Wanwan asked with concern, seemingly sensing the change in Lin Feng's expression. Chapter 31. We have to put on an act now. Seeing Lu Wanwan's concern for him, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. It's nothing. Lin Feng could not possibly say that his culinary skills had instantly transformed from ordinary to master level. Then let's continue. Lu Wanwan was especially happy today. This was the first time she had ever met someone so capable. Therefore, Lu Wanwan is now trying her best to use every means possible in order to get Lin Feng to look at her more. If she succeeds, Lu Wanwan's good days will begin. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoyu was worrying about the 150,000 yuan after ending her call with Lin Feng. She really wanted to call the police and say that Lin Feng was threatening her. However, Meng Xiaoyu also knew that what she said was completely unfounded. What should we do? Where would Meng Xiaoyu get 150,000 yuan on her? She couldn't even come up with 10,000 yuan. Even if she sold all the bags she had bought before, she probably still wouldn't be able to raise the money. Meng Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the bag placed inside the wardrobe. No, I simply can't bear to part with it. No way. These were all bought by Meng Xiaoyu one by one with great effort. We can't sell it. Meng Xiaoyu simply couldn't bring herself to sell these bags. She thought about it carefully. Even if she sold all of these things, she still wouldn't be able to raise 150,000. So it's not that I don't want to sell, it's just that I can't raise the 150,000. Meng Xiaoyu gave herself a reason. Just as Meng Xiaoyu was still pondering what to do, her phone rang again. I originally thought it was still Raymond Lam, that Raymond Lam wanted to change his mind. The moment Meng Xiaoyu picked up her phone, she saw the caller ID, Wang Bing. Brother Soldier. Meng Xiaoyu's eyes lit up instantly when she saw the caller ID. In that very second, a brilliant idea suddenly popped into her head. That means hurry up and get engaged to Wang Bing and get the money. In this way, she would be able to get 150,000, and Meng Xiaoyu could then use this 150,000 to give to Lin Feng. Keeping her soon-to-be secured civil servant job is the most important thing. As long as you don't lose your civil servant position, that's fine. At that moment, this idea instantly took root in Meng Xiaoyu's mind. What's wrong? Wang Bing heard Meng Xiaoyu's voice on the phone, which had a slightly coquettish tone, and immediately felt very pleased. This was the first time he had ever heard Meng Xiaoyu act so coquettishly towards him. This made Wang Bing even happier. Although he had a relationship with Meng Xiaoyu before, Meng Xiaoyu's attitude towards him was always lukewarm. She usually has a cold and aloof expression, but today, when she called, Meng Xiaoyu's voice had a hint of coquetry. This situation was completely unprecedented before. Wang Bing was momentarily excited. His efforts over the past few days had finally brought about a change. Wang Bing was so excited, he almost jumped up. Wang Bing is actually a swindler. The main reason he contacted Meng Xiaoyu was because he discovered that the bags she carried were valuable. Wang Bing subconsciously assumed that Meng Xiaoyu was relatively wealthy. Therefore, I want to get to know Meng Xiaoyu more. However, after so many days of contact, Wang Bing didn't know much about Meng Xiaoyu. Wang Bing still doesn't know where Meng Xiaoyu lives. Wang Bing had been trying various methods to strengthen his relationship with Meng Xiaoyu. Once Meng Xiaoyu has paid enough sunk costs, all the money in her hands will belong to Wang Bing. Hearing Meng Xiaoyu's coquettish words, how could Wang Bing not be happy? Darling, where are you? Let's meet up. I feel like our relationship can take another step forward. Meng Xiaoyu's voice was filled with tenderness. Sure. Of course, no problem. Wang Bing agreed without even thinking when he heard Meng Xiaoyu say that. Then, let's have lunch together? Meng Xiaoyu tried to make her voice sound sweeter. How about the Western restaurant where we had our first date? I want to have a good talk with you about what's going on between us. On the other end of the phone, Wang Bing was overjoyed. This is going to work. Are they going to officially become a couple? Of course, Xiaoyu. Wang Bing quickly agreed. I'll go reserve a table right away. See you at 12 o'clock. Okay. Meng Xiaoyu hung up the phone, let out a long breath, but her eyes were still filled with anxiety. Wang Bing is a second-generation rich kid, so he must have money. Find a way to get engaged, and getting his family to give a dowry of several 100,000 yuan shouldn't be a problem, right? Meng Xiaoyu wasn't the only one who was worried at this moment. Wang Bing was also worried. Western restaurants are a bit pricey. However, in order to build his own persona, Wang Bing gritted his teeth and directly withdrew 3,000 yuan from a certain online lending platform. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. Go all out. Inside a Western restaurant, Wang Bing arrived early and even bought a bouquet of flowers, naturally in pursuit of romance. Meng Xiaoyu appeared quickly. Her exquisite makeup and impeccable fashion sense naturally attracted a lot of attention. Xiaoyu, your clothes are so pretty. Wang Bing quickly stood up, looking at Meng Xiaoyu with a smile. Thank you. Meng Xiaoyu looked at Wang Bing gently. She then bit her lower lip, softening her voice. We've known each other for a while now, and I think you're a very good person and you're very attentive to me. My family has been urging me lately, saying I'm not young anymore and should start thinking about marriage. Wang Bing's heart pounded. He suppressed his excitement and tried to make his voice sound calm. Xiaoyu, you mean? I think if we're both interested, maybe we could get engaged first? Meng Xiaoyu said, carefully observing Wang Bing's expression. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing almost burst out laughing. Clearly, the progress was faster than he had anticipated. I originally thought it would take a long time to achieve this effect. Unexpectedly, Meng Xiaoyu has now taken the initiative to contact me. I do. Of course I do. Seeing Wang Bing's slightly fanatical gaze, Meng Xiaoyu felt much more at ease. It seems there shouldn't be any problems. I think I've told you about the engagement customs in my hometown. Meng Xiaoyu said, looking up at Wang Bing somewhat shyly. She had already warned Wang Bing about this matter. Wang Bing immediately understood. Bride price, right? Tell me how much. I won't be stingy. Meng Xiaoyu raised her head, a perfect moment of moisture welling up in her eyes. My parents said, at least 288,000 yuan. I know that's a lot, but I really don't want to disappoint them, and I don't want others to think I've married poorly. As she spoke, her voice choked with emotion. Wang Bing was slightly taken aback when he saw Meng Xiaoyu crying. 280,000? Where is he going to find 280,000? However, the most urgent task is to reassure Meng Xiaoyu. 280,000 is a small matter. You know our family's financial situation. No problem. Of course, no problem. Wang Bing waved his hand arrogantly. We absolutely have to install it now. When Meng Xiaoyu saw Wang Bing's certainty, her eyes shone brightly. She hadn't expected that Wang Bing's small body would contain such great energy, just like popcorn. Chapter 32, Not Eating Cilantro. Meng Xiaoyu was overjoyed, but she maintained her composure and gratitude on the surface. Brother Bing, you're so good to me. So, when can you prepare the money? My parents are pressuring me, and I was thinking that if we get engaged, many things can be settled. Wang Bing felt a pang of unease, but readily agreed. Soon. Give me a few days, I'll prepare, and then I'll personally go to your house to propose. The two exchanged sweet words, each harboring their own ulterior motives during the meal. Meng Xiaoyu was thinking about getting the money as soon as possible to fill the hole left by Lin Feng, while Wang Bing was thinking about how to set a trap for Meng Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, inside the coffee shop, I think I'll have a lot of girlfriends when I get married, and I hope you can give each of them a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. At this moment, with Lin Feng nodding repeatedly, Lu Wanwan began to swell with arrogance. Of course, no problem. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Ding. You successfully completed a 30-minute blind date and received a reward of funds to build a house for your parents. Note, this reward is only valid for funds specifically for building a house for parents. It will be invalid if used for other purposes. Upon hearing this news, Lin Feng's previously calm expression instantly became somewhat unsettled. An indescribable sense of security and joy welled up inside me. At this moment, Lu Wanwan also sensed that Lin Feng had paused for a moment, which was quite similar to what he had done 10 minutes earlier. Brother Feng, why are you smiling again? You seem especially happy today. Lu Wanwan rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Lin Feng with a dreamy expression. Nothing. I just thought of some happy things. When the time was up, Lin Feng decided to stop pretending. They've laid their cards on the table. What's so funny? Share it with me. Lu Wanwan said, trying to reach out and hook her arm around Lin Feng's. But Lin Feng gently stopped her. I have a question for you. For you. Do you eat cilantro? Lin Feng asked Lu Wanwan, feigning curiosity. I don't eat cilantro. Lu Wanwan shook her head even more quickly after hearing Lin Feng say that. She thinks cilantro tastes like stink bugs, so she really doesn't like it. I'm sorry. I love cilantro. We can't eat the same thing. There's really nothing I can do. Lin Feng looked at Lu Wanwan with a regretful expression. I think we're not a good match. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Wanwan was completely stunned. No. The smile that had just appeared on her face had completely vanished at this moment. Lu Wanwan seemed not to have heard what Lin Feng said. Brother Feng, what did you say? Cilantro? Is it because I don't eat cilantro? Lin Feng slowly shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. His gaze lingered on Lu Wanwan's face for a few seconds, making Lu Wanwan doubt herself, before he finally spoke. In my opinion, the big deal is that we have different tastes. You don't like cilantro, but I do. Whether you give in to me or I give in to you, neither of us will be happy. Over time, this will definitely create a greater rift in our relationship. This isn't what I hoped for. So I still want to find someone with similar tastes and interests. No. Lin Feng. Lu Wanwan became anxious after hearing Lin Feng's words. She had already made up her mind about Lin Feng, but when Lin Feng actually said no, she stood up and her voice suddenly rose a lot. The people in the coffee shop were also drawn to her voice. Didn't you just agree to all of my conditions? But now you're arguing over a plate of cilantro. At this moment, Lu Wanwan had no mind to pay attention to the people around her. Look at you. You still think like this. In your eyes, it's just a plate of cilantro. Lin Feng gently straightened his clothes, then shook his head and sighed. Marriage is a long-term commitment. I simply cannot imagine my future wife not liking cilantro. I certainly don't want to see a future table without cilantro. Sorry for the delay. After saying this, Lin Feng waved to the waiter. Check, please. After saying this, Lin Feng didn't give Lu Wanwan any chance and walked directly towards the waiter. Lu Wanwan was stunned for a moment. After she came to her senses again, Lu Wanwan realized that Lin Feng had already paid and left the coffee shop. She quickly picked up what she had written and then chased after him at top speed. Lin Feng, are you playing me? Lu Wanwan's face turned red, and she angrily blocked Lin Feng's path. You must owe over 10,000 yuan in online loans, right? Lin Feng looked at Lu Wanwan, his eyes sharpening. How did you know? Lu Wanwan's mouth opened slightly as she looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Seeing Lu Wanwan's expression, Lin Feng was not surprised at all. You just want to find a man to pay off your debts. You just want to find a man who can help you pay off your previous debts. I'm afraid you'll need to find someone else. I'm not a sucker. Even if I had money, I wouldn't let you squander it. Lin Feng's direct tone left Lu Wanwan somewhat dazed. Watching Lin Feng walk away again, Lu Wanwan stood there, trembling with anger as she looked at his back. He had already cursed Lin Feng thousands of times in his heart. If he could kill Lin Feng would probably have died thousands of times over by now. What should I do about online loans? At this point, Lu Wanwan had no idea what to do. Just then, Lu Wanwan saw Lin Feng and got into the driver's seat of the BYD Qing Plus. My anger instantly subsided. I thought it was someone important, but he's just a Didi driver. Lu Wanwan seemed to have found a balance. Lin Feng ignored how much Lu Wanwan hated him. Whatever. After their relationship ended, it meant they would never have any contact again. Therefore, Raymond Lam was not worried about a falling out at all. Once inside the car and seated in the driver's seat, a smile finally broke out on Lin Feng's face. I'm so happy. Whether it's culinary skills, gold, or funds for building a house for parents, these are all tangible things. It could bring about a completely different change in Raymond Lam's life. Although the blind date went through some twists and turns, the final result was still good. The system rewards are quite generous. Lin Feng directly searched for nearby jewelry stores on the car's infotainment system. The most urgent task is to convert the gold we have into cash. I can't touch the money I used to build a house for my parents, but I can still convert this gold into cash. With that in mind, Lin Feng started the car and headed straight for the jewelry store. Chapter 33 Tonight, I'll give my sister-in-law some exercise. Lin Feng drove to a gold shop. The store wasn't big, but once Lin Feng went inside, he could see a prominent electronic sign that read today's gold price, 1,480 yuan per gram. Of course, this is the price of gold, The recycling price should be lower. Handsome guy? Hello? Looking at gold. As Lin Feng walked in, the sales staff at the counter all looked at him with great enthusiasm. No. Lin Feng gently shook his head. Seeing Lin Feng shake his head, the sales staff were immediately filled with disappointment. Lin Feng noticed the disappointment in their eyes, but he didn't care. Instead, he continued, "You can recycle gold here." As he spoke, Lin Feng took out the small gold bar from his pocket. "Stop." At this moment, a man next to him called out with a smile on his face and took the initiative to walk over. The man took the gold bar and examined it carefully. Then he looked at Lin Feng and asked, "You don't mind if I cut it? There are now some counterfeit products appearing in the market. Therefore, we naturally need to be more careful in this regard." "No problem." Lin Feng nodded slightly, still very confident in the system. The system would never cheat him. After a series of tests, including professional testing equipment, the man was finally confirmed to be gold. There's absolutely no problem with the weight either. The craftsmanship is good, the purity is high, and the weight is perfect. The man nodded slightly, then looked at Lin Feng. "Today's gold buyback price is 1,150 yuan. Your gold is worth 23,000. If there are no problems, I'll issue a receipt and transfer the money to you. By the way, did you bring your ID card? We need to register you." "Okay, 23,000 it is." Lin Feng didn't bother comparing prices, since the gold was a gift from the system. Even if you compare prices from 3 different vendors, the prices are likely to be similar. After confirming Lin Feng's identity, the man then asked Lin Feng to give him a bank card. "I transferred 23,000 yuan directly." Soon, Lin Feng received a bank notification on his phone that the money had been deposited into his account. Lin Feng then opened the bank's app to confirm that there were no problems before leaving the jewelry store with a smile. Once outside, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Compared to building a house for parents, 23,000 yuan is not much, but it is all real disposable assets. Let's buy something. Something. I will naturally not continue delivering food in the future. My friendship with Lao Zhang is basically over. Old Zhang used to treat Raymond Lam quite well, and Raymond Lam received a lot of help from Old Zhang when he entered the industry. So I thought I'd buy something for Lao Zhang. I bought a bottle of liquor at a decent price, and then I also picked out a skincare product for Lao Zhang's wife. Evening at Tutu Barbecue Restaurant. Inside the tent outside Lao Zhang's barbecue restaurant, the restaurant itself was already full. Even inside the tents outside, there were quite a few people sitting. Old Zhang looked outside, waiting for Lin Feng's arrival. A car drove out of the parking space in front of the gate. "Why isn't this kid here yet?" Old Zhang was about to take out his phone to call Lin Feng. Just then, a BYD Qin Plus slowly stopped at the previous spot, and Lin Feng got out of the car. Old Zhang was stunned when he saw that it was Lin Feng. Somewhat disbelieving, he blinked and watched Lin Feng walk over, leading several items in his hands. "Old Zhang." Lin Feng noticed Old Zhang's gaze and waved to him. "Fengzi, you've changed quite a bit." Old Zhang looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, feeling that Lin Feng's appearance had changed a lot. On the other hand, Lin Feng actually drove here. "You're not delivering food anymore, you've switched to driving for Didi?" Old Zhang then looked at the car behind Lin Feng. "So, is it going to work out?" Lin Feng asked cheerfully. "Brother, if you were doing this a few years ago, I wouldn't say anything. But these past 2 years, the industry is pretty much the same everywhere. You should be more careful. Could someone have tricked you into taking out a loan to buy it?" Old Zhang knew a bit about the business and was afraid that Lin Feng had been scammed. "Ha. No, I was fired from the company. The company gave me some compensation, and I'm planning to go back to my hometown for the Chinese New Year, so I bought this car." Lin Feng didn't tell the truth, choosing a way that Old Zhang would find easier to accept. Hearing Lin Feng say that, Old Zhang also sighed. He himself is not doing well right now, and his family is under a lot of pressure, so he patted Raymond Lam on the shoulder in comfort. "As long as you're not being scammed, it's fine. You're still young. You'll have opportunities." "Haha, why are you saying all this? Look what I brought," Lin Feng said, taking out the wine in his hand. Then he handed another gift box to Lao Zhang. "What's this for?" Old Zhang asked, not understanding what Lin Feng was doing when he saw the gift box Lin Feng handed him. "This is a gift from my sister-in-law, as a way of thanking her for taking care of me before," Lin Feng said with a smile. "I can't accept that." Old Zhang quickly waved his hand after hearing this. "Just accept it." Lin Feng looked at Old Zhang very sincerely. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Old Zhang nodded slightly and accepted the gift box from Lin Feng's hand. "Then I'll thank you on behalf of your sister-in-law." "Don't mention it," Lin Feng said with a smile, waving his hand before taking out the bottle of baijiu. It's a bottle of Gujingang liquor, aged 20 years, and costs about 500 yuan. Upon seeing this wine, old Zhang's eyes widened again. You're not happy with your life? How about we have a couple of bottles of erguo too, a type of Chinese liquor, and that will be fine. I'm just happy. Don't refuse. It's on me today. After saying this, Lin Feng ignored Lao Zhang and waved to the waiter at the barbecue restaurant. 20 skewers of mutton, 20 skewers of pork belly, and 2 kidneys at the end, Lin Feng said, deliberately glancing at old Zhang sitting opposite him. Brother Zhang, are 2 enough? Give your wife some extra strength tonight. You eat it yourself. I don't need to eat kidneys. Old Zhang said, slapping his kidneys hard to prove they were good. But with that exertion, he immediately frowned. The waiter understood their joke and chuckled to himself. The two started chatting. What are your plans for the future? Old Zhang asked Lin Feng, still quite worried about him. My current plan is to go home and have a good new year. I'll make other plans after I come back. Lin Feng pondered for a while before revealing his temporary plan. Perfect timing for going back to my blind date, Lin Feng said with a smile to old Zhang. Blind date is good. Upon hearing Lin Feng say this, old Zhang looked at Lin Feng. After all, he knew about Lin Feng and Meng Xiaoyu's relationship. I was worried that Raymond Lam wouldn't be able to get over it. It looks pretty good now. Just then, Lao Zhang's phone rang. Chapter 34 Slackening. Old Zhang picked up his phone and saw it was his wife calling. He quickly answered the WeChat video call. Didn't you say you weren't delivering food today? Why aren't you home? Old Zhang's wife looked at him with a hint of suspicion. Old Zhang hurriedly turned the phone camera towards Lin Feng. A fawning smile plastered on his face. Honey, look, it really is Feng. He got fired from his company today and is feeling down. I'll have a couple of drinks with him and then head home. It definitely won't delay my delivery tomorrow. Raymond Lam quickly waved at his phone and said with a smile, Hello, sister-in-law. It's Fengzi. Old Zhang's wife was also stunned when she recognized Lin Feng. After all, she could see that Lin Feng seemed to be much more handsome than before. Sister-in-law, I just bought you a little gift and asked Brother Zhang to take it back to you. I guarantee you'll like it. Lin Feng waved at the camera. Really? Thank you so much. Hearing that there was a gift, old Zhang's wife's tone softened considerably. After giving her a few more instructions, she hung up the phone. All right, you two can chat all you want. After a satisfying meal, the two went home separately. The next morning, Lin Feng arrived at the company building. On the one hand, I brought some gifts for Sister Zhu, and on the other hand, I wanted to urge her to hurry up. If we don't make any arrangements in the next couple of days, Lin Feng will have to go back to his hometown. In the morning, Lin Feng arrived at the company entrance. This was the first time Lin Feng had arrived so early, and sure enough, he saw Zhang Meng at the company entrance. It wasn't just Zhang Meng, there was another person, a seemingly normal rural woman. This must be Zhang Meng's mother. At this moment, Lin Feng also saw the helplessness in Zhang Meng's eyes. The two exchanged a glance and then fell silent. Zhang Meng was more worried about having too much eye contact with Lin Feng, fearing it might cause unnecessary trouble. Since Lin Feng resigned without hesitation yesterday, it's just because the leader has a bad attitude towards Zhang Meng. This is something Zhang Meng dares to think about, but not dare to do. She also wanted to do that, to bravely break away from her current family. But, however, she didn't seem to have that kind of courage at all. So seeing Lin Feng's decisiveness only made her admire him even more. Lin Feng watched Zhang Meng enter the elevator, and then watched the old man leave. After waiting for a while, other colleagues gradually appeared at the company entrance. Brother Feng. Upon seeing Lin Feng at the company entrance, many colleagues greeted him. You were amazing yesterday. So that's why you argued with General Manager Yang yesterday. You're really something. You're quitting if you don't apologize. You're even more like a Gen Z than Gen Z kids. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, but then he understood. It seems that everyone knows about my argument with General Manager Yang in his office yesterday. Yesterday, after Lin Feng left, the matter between Lin Feng and President Yang was secretly leaked. It was only then that everyone realized that Raymond Lam had been framed. As a result, General Manager Yang berated Lin Feng. After it was found that Lin Feng had done nothing wrong, Lin Feng directly asked General Manager Yang to apologize, but General Manager Yang refused to agree. For a moment, everyone felt that Raymond Lam was really brave. He's usually very quiet. That's really amazing. Many people also think it's awesome. Of course, there are also a few people who think that Raymond Lam is just a reckless brute. Can't you even tolerate this little thing? Are you unhappy after your boss says a few words to you at work? Soon Lin Feng saw Sister Zhu. Sister Zhu was also a little surprised to see Lin Feng, But after learning why Lin Feng resigned, she understood. I felt a little regretful, but mostly I was angry at General Manager Yang. Lin Feng. Sister Zhu wanted to say a few words of comfort, but then she saw Lin Feng wave his hand gently. It seems they don't care about this matter at all. Sister Zhu, besides processing my resignation, I came here to see you. Lin Feng said with a smile. You came to see me? Sister Zhu was also taken aback. Yes. I'm planning to go back to my hometown in a couple of days. The thing about you wanting to introduce me to someone for a blind date, I guess we'll have to wait until after the new year. After the new year. Upon hearing that it was after the new year, Sister Zhu suddenly felt a sense of crisis. But I still need to thank you properly. I brought you a gift, Lin Feng said, taking out the prepared gift. It's an SK2 skincare set. Upon seeing this brand, not only did Sister Zhu's eyes widen, but several of her colleagues around her were also somewhat surprised. Not only did the female colleagues recognize him, but some of the male colleagues did too. This brand is quite well known. This skincare set costs at least 3,000 yuan. No? So willing to spend that much? This is too expensive. Sister Zhu stared wide-eyed at the skincare set in Lin Feng's hand, looking at him in disbelief. Then she looked up at Lin Feng. To be honest, her husband has never bought her such an expensive gift. Sister Zhu, I mainly want to thank you. On the one hand, you took good care of me. On the other hand, you put a lot of effort into my blind date. Lin Feng said, stuffing the skincare products into Sister Zhu's hand. This was also Lin Feng's purpose, to put pressure on Sister Zhu. Really? Sister Zhu instantly felt that finding a partner for Raymond Lam was her duty. Raymond Lam is so good to me. I actually slacked off yesterday. I feel really guilty towards Raymond Lam for not finding him a suitable blind date. I should examine myself 3 times a day. Have I found a partner for Raymond Lam? I found several girlfriends for Raymond Lam. That's more like it. Lin Feng. Don't worry, I'll definitely pick a good one for you when you go on a blind date. I'll make sure you get the job. Sister Zhu vowed to herself. There's no need to be so picky. It's mainly about first impressions. Feeling the burning light in Sister Zhu's eyes, Lin Feng wondered if things had gone too far. After all, Raymond Lam is now looking for quantity in blind dates, not quality. Lin Feng needs to take advantage of the system's resources. It's not that I really want to find a partner. Since ending things with Meng Xiaoyu, Lin Feng has finally come to his senses. Find a hammer-like partner. When you have enough money, you won't need to find a partner anymore. People will come to you on their own. When the female colleagues heard that Lin Feng was willing to buy Zhu Jie such an expensive set of skincare products for his boyfriend, their eyes sparkled even more. This is amazing. No, Brother Feng, why don't you look at me? I can be your girlfriend too. A girl waved at Lin Feng, trying hard to attract his attention. Come on. If Brother Feng liked you, he would have pursued you long ago. Why would he have waited until now? Before Lin Feng could even speak, the person next to him had already spoken up for him. Let's go. Lin Feng didn't say anything more, but waved his hand. Everyone walked upstairs together. Chapter 35. Pregnant woman going on blind dates? Isn't that just setting people up? Upon arriving at the company, Lin Feng immediately completed the resignation procedures. Then I said goodbye to Sister Zhu and some of my close colleagues and left. Inside the office, Zhang Meng watched Lin Feng leave through the glass. I still felt a little reluctant to part with it. After all, Lin Feng was the only one in the company who knew about Zhang Meng's situation. Lin Feng returned to his rented apartment, which was almost completely tidied up in the past 2 days. Lin Feng didn't have many clothes, and since it was inconvenient to take the rest back to his hometown, he sent them directly to Lao Zhang's place. It's temporarily stored in Lao Zhang's house. When he went there today, Raymond Lam even brought some fruit with him. Old Zhang's wife was naturally very happy because the skincare products Lin Feng gave her were quite expensive. In addition, Raymond Lam brought fruit with him today. She had no objection to Lin Feng wanting to store his things temporarily. Sister-in-law, thank you so much. Lin Feng greeted old Zhang's wife very politely. Don't mention it. We're all family. Old Zhang's wife smiled at Lin Feng. She didn't think much of Raymond Lam before, but this time, the skincare products he gave her really touched her heart, and her opinion of him changed a lot. I heard you broke up with your girlfriend? Old Zhang's wife suddenly remembered that old Zhang had said Lin Feng had broken up with his girlfriend, and looked Lin Feng up and down. I just felt that this kid seemed much more handsome than before. When the opportunity arises, I'll introduce you to someone. Old Zhang's wife said, half-jokingly, as she looked at Lin Feng. Then I really thank you, sister-in-law. If you really find me a boyfriend, I'll immediately buy you a set of SK2. Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly when he heard what old Zhang's wife said. If the east side isn't doing well, the west side will. If Lin Feng wants to get the system rewards, the only way is through blind dates. Your goal should be to cast a wide net. Old Zhang's wife was just saying it casually, but she was slightly taken aback when she saw Lin Feng's eyes light up. Then, when old Zhang's wife heard Lin Feng say that if things went well, he would give her an SK2 set, her eyes lit up. This is wonderful. Brother, you can't talk nonsense. What if I really introduce you to someone and you can't afford it? Old Zhang's wife looked at Lin Feng with a smile and a hint of seriousness. I promise I'll keep my word. Don't worry about that, sister-in-law. Lin Feng patted his chest and looked at old Zhang's wife. Lin Feng then returned to his rented apartment, having already informed the landlord beforehand. So when Lin Feng returned, the landlord also came. After carefully inspecting the house and confirming that there were no problems, and after settling the bill for water and electricity, Lin Feng handed the room key to the landlord. The landlord refunded the rent. However, Lin Feng did not plan to return to his hometown immediately. Instead, they chose to stay here for another 2 days. Lin Feng booked a room at the nearby Hanting Hotel. The main reason Raymond Lam didn't want to leave was to see if there was still any hope with Sister Chu. If there was no opportunity, Lin Feng planned to drive straight home. After spending a day in the rented apartment, Lin Feng thought it was all over. Just then, Lin Feng received a call from Sister Zhu. Lin Feng, I found someone for you. I don't know if you have time. Sister Zhu's voice on the phone was also a little excited. After all, the impact of that skincare set costing over 3,000 yuan was quite significant. This also gave Sister Zhu a lot of motivation. I have time. Of course I have time. Lin Feng was already waiting here, so he naturally had time. Hearing Lin Feng say he had time, Sister Zhu's voice carried a slight hint of embarrassment. Because this time it was a bit rushed, I wasn't too picky. I'll just briefly explain the conditions to you and see if they suit you. The woman is about 3 years older than you, but she's quite good looking. I've seen her picture, but I don't know much about her, though she lives in our neighborhood. No problem. Lin Feng readily agreed. After Lin Feng agreed, the system's task followed. Please go on a blind date with Xiaoyu. Persist for 1 minute and you'll be rewarded with 2 cases of 53-degree Matai liquor. This is great. It's perfect timing to give it to my dad when I go back home for the Chinese New Year. Let dad taste the flavor of Matai too. Persist for 5 minutes and you'll be rewarded with 3 Huawei trifold phones. Persist for 20 minutes and you'll be rewarded with a 130 square meter apartment in room 401, building 12, Fenglinyuan. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng's face froze slightly. A house. I never expected the system would actually reward me with a house this time. This is what Lin Feng has been dreaming of. A gleam instantly flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and a hint of wild joy appeared on his face. The first 2 cases of Matai cost around 10,000 yuan, while the 3 Huawei foldable phones cost around 60,000 yuan. But this house must be something special. Lin Feng? Lin Feng. In a daze, Lin Feng heard Sister Zhu's voice. Sister Zhu, you don't need to introduce it anymore. We'll find out ourselves when the time comes. Lin Feng had no interest in listening to Sister Zhu's introduction anymore. Lin Feng couldn't wait to meet this girl named Xiaoyu. I can't wait any longer. His eyes were filled with longing for the rewards from the system tasks. Raymond Lam is really eager to improve. This. Sister Zhu hesitated slightly after hearing what Lin Feng said. Actually, Sister Zhu wanted to suggest that we wait a little longer, since she didn't know enough yet. If Lin Feng could give her more time, she could find out more information. However, upon hearing the determination in Lin Feng's voice, Sister Zhu stopped insisting. He then proactively gave Lin Feng the other party's information. After receiving the information, Lin Feng naturally couldn't wait to make a phone call to the other party. Hello, I'm Lin Feng. Oh, it's you. Xiaoyu had obviously heard Lin Feng introduced before. Xiaoyu, do you have time? Let's meet and talk. See if we're compatible. Lin Feng suggested directly at this moment. Okay, let's go to Guogo Plaza then. After a brief silence, Xiaoyu agreed. I was just planning to do some shopping. Is she another one who likes shopping? Lin Feng wondered to himself. Could this be another situation like Lu Wenxin's? However, I didn't pay much attention to it. When the time comes, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. With that in mind, Lin Feng quickly tidied himself up and then rushed to Guogo Plaza. Even after giving her contact information, Sister Zhu still felt somewhat uneasy. After thinking about it, I decided to call the matchmaker to confirm Xiaoyu's specific situation. After all, Lin Feng has been so good to her, she can't let him down. What? She's pregnant? No way. Why didn't you tell me something so important sooner? Going on blind dates while pregnant? Isn't that just taking advantage of people? Chapter 36. Can you blame the woman? Inside the Guogo Plaza, Lin Feng made a phone call to Xiaoyu to find out her location. Lin Feng arrived at the bakery that Xiaoyu had mentioned, but there were only a few people inside. After looking around, Lin Feng spotted a pregnant woman, another couple, and a family, 2 adults with a child. Could it be that she's gone? Lin Feng glanced at the people inside, a sense of doubt creeping into his mind. Xiaoyu just called and said she'd be waiting here. Lin Feng was puzzled. He turned and walked outside, then took out his phone from his pocket, intending to call Xiaoyu again. After dialing the number, Lin Feng soon heard the phone ring. The bell was coming from inside the bakery. Could it be that Xiaoyu is making bread in this bakery? While Lin Feng was puzzled, he turned his head and saw the pregnant woman from before, taking out her phone and looking up at him. When Lin Feng saw the pregnant woman in front of him pick up her phone, he was stunned for a moment. No. Why is she pregnant? What's going on here? Lin Feng, right? I'm Xiaoyu, your blind date. Xiaoyu noticed the surprised expression on Lin Feng's face, but didn't pay much attention to it. The words weren't spoken loudly, but everyone in the bakery heard them. Both the sales staff and the customers in the store looked over with curiosity. Hello. Lin Feng tried hard to suppress his surprise. The system just notified me that the blind date has begun, now that it's already started. Therefore, Lin Feng would absolutely not allow this mission to be interrupted. We must persevere. Are you very surprised? Xiaoyu's eyes dimmed as she spoke, and a hint of worry appeared on her face. Indeed. After all, no one told me you already had one. Lin Feng said truthfully. After all, anyone would be stunned if they encountered such a thing. She's pregnant and still going on blind dates? That's really a bit too bizarre. Actually, all I want is to give my child a home. After hearing Lin Feng say this, Xiaoyu showed no shame whatsoever. These words stunned Lin Feng once again. No, if you want to give your child a home, why don't you find the child's biological father? Why are you looking for me? Although Raymond Lam really wanted to retort directly. However, Lin Feng held back for the sake of the reward. It's okay. I understand. Lin Feng nodded gently and gave Xiaoyu an encouraging look. Everyone else in the bakery strained their ears to listen to the conversation between the two. It's already quite bizarre that a pregnant woman would come to a blind date. Surprisingly, there was one person who said they could understand. No, dude. Are you so desperate for a child that you've gone mad? Surely it doesn't have to be this extreme. Do you understand? How is this understandable? The way the boy next to him looked at Lin Feng at that moment made him feel like Lin Feng was a pure ninja turtle. You can understand this? Lin Feng's words seemed to give Xiaoyu even more courage. I only made a small mistake. A minor error? Is this a minor mistake? Lin Feng didn't know how Xiaoyu could have the nerve to say that she had only made a small mistake. Where's your face? A good child is one who can admit their mistakes and correct them. Lin Feng continued to comfort her, his encouraging gaze moving Xiaoyu even more. The boy next to Lin Feng heard what he said, and his small eyes widened instantly. Good heavens. Dude, you're amazing. Is that okay? Upon seeing Lin Feng speak in such a manner, Xiaoyu also looked up at him. Clearly, this was the first time she had met a man who could understand her. Thank you for your understanding. I've been on many blind dates before, and they all seem to mind this kind of thing. Xiaoyu's eyes dimmed slightly after she finished speaking. I just feel like I can't be understood by others. She only made a small mistake. Why are these men so fixated on it? She's just pregnant with someone else's child? What's wrong? You're much more reasonable. Unlike them, they can accept divorce and having children. So why can't they accept a pregnant woman like me? Don't I deserve to be loved? Xiaoyu said, tears welling up in her eyes. Yes, they've failed in their duty. Lin Feng quickly handed Xiaoyu a tissue and offered her words of comfort. The couple next to them exchanged a glance. The girl raised an eyebrow at her boyfriend, her meaning very clear. Look at other girls. The boy looked at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with astonishment. No way. Isn't that what you mean by being responsible? Let's go. Let's find a place to talk alone. Lin Feng felt the gazes of the people around him, making him feel like he had thorns in his back and a fishbone stuck in his throat. Lin Feng naturally knew that his rather bizarre reaction had stunned everyone around him. At this moment, Lin Feng ignored what these people were thinking. After all, the system reward has already arrived. Ding. Blind date completed in 1 minute. Reward. 2 cases of Matai liquor. Please purchase at Yonghui Supermarket. Payment will be made automatically. Matai in hand. Okay. Lin Feng's few words made Xiaoyu feel like she had met a kindred spirit. She desperately needs to be understood right now. When she found out she was pregnant, she told her parents what she thought. The parents disagreed, and other relatives were even more gossipy. Unexpectedly, This blind date turned out to be with a man who understood her. For Xiaoyu, this was like Do-e feeling wronged, and then suddenly being understood. This feels so good. At this moment, Xiaoyu felt even more favorably disposed towards Lin Feng. The two walked out of the bakery. Holy crap! What kind of man is that? The boy and the young couple exclaimed in surprise after seeing the two of them walk away. He already felt that his worldview had been directly reshaped today. No, this man is so great. The girl immediately objected when she heard her boyfriend say that. That's an absolute idiot. I've never seen such a sucker, the guy explained to his girlfriend. This guy is considered good. What does taking over someone else mean? The girl was even more unhappy at this point. What else is this but being a sucker? The boyfriend had been joking a bit, but after seeing the change in the girl's expression, he became serious. The child belongs to her ex-boyfriend. Now she wants this man to take responsibility. Isn't that just being a sucker? How can you blame the woman? The girl said, now even more self-righteously. Huh? The boy stared blankly at his girlfriend, as if he had never met her before. The others, who were originally looking outside at Lin Feng and Xiaoyu, were now even more drawn to their conversation. His gaze fell on the two of them, his eyes full of gossip. Goodness, one couple just left, and now another one has arrived. Wow. Chapter 37. Divorce at any time, the house is mine. Is this what it means to have light bones? Just then, a woman who looked to be in her 30s snorted. What is that? And he even said something like, how can you blame the woman? Although your ex-boyfriend was indeed irresponsible, you clearly had the right to choose. With so many ways to protect yourself, you chose to be born. What else could it be but having weak bones? The older sister originally wanted to scold him even harsher, but after thinking about it, she decided against it. No, Auntie, what do you mean by that? Why do women have to make things difficult for each other? Upon hearing the older woman's words, the young woman turned to look at her and shouted, her neck stiff and her face red. Did I say something wrong? Besides, who's the auntie? The older woman was also unhappy at this point. The two started arguing right inside the bakery, and others rushed over to break it up. Seeing that her boyfriend hadn't come to her aid, the young woman became even angrier. I'm being insulted, and you're not coming to help me? Do you want to watch me get beaten to death? Everyone was somewhat dazed after hearing what the girl said. They were just trying to break up the fight. The two didn't actually start fighting. Nobody laid a hand on you, and you're saying you're going to get beaten to death? Who hit you? Did a ghost hit you? Let's break up. The boy was speechless at his girlfriend's behavior. For the first time, he truly felt that his girlfriend's values seemed to have a significant problem. He simply couldn't continue living with such values. What? You want to break up with me? The girl was stunned when she heard her boyfriend's words. People around them quickly made way. When the girl saw that no one was holding her back, she stopped fooling around and just stared blankly in the direction of her boyfriend. No, he's not my boyfriend anymore. It's in the direction of my ex-boyfriend. The boy glanced at the girl with disappointment, then walked straight towards the door. Even after the boy disappeared from sight, the girl was still in a daze. No? Was I wrong? What did I do wrong? Am I not telling the truth? It's all your fault. Let's break up. The girl's face had turned from red during the argument to white, and she silently walked out of the bakery. After watching the girl walk away, the woman who had spoken earlier looked at the girl's retreating figure and muttered, serves her right. Right. The bakery gradually quieted down. Lin Feng then took Xiaoyu to a nearby coffee shop. There weren't many people in the coffee shop. The two chose a relatively quiet spot to sit down. It smells so good. Xiaoyu sniffed. She hadn't had milk tea in a long time because of her baby. Would you like some coffee? Lin Feng asked Xiaoyu. Forget it. For the sake of the child, I'll just drink the milk. Lin Feng nodded slightly, then ordered 2 drinks. Mr. Lin, you are the first person I've met who doesn't mind that I'm pregnant. Xiaoyu's gaze lingered on Lin Feng's face for a moment. It was only then that she realized Lin Feng was actually quite good-looking. If I marry a handsome guy like Raymond Lam, it doesn't seem like I'd be at a bad deal. It's barely acceptable. However, we also need to see what Lin Feng's actual abilities are. After all, Xiaoyu didn't want herself and her child to suffer in the future. That won't do, even though I am pregnant now. However, the bride price and other related items are indispensable. Otherwise, how can they guarantee their future livelihood? Besides, I also need to save some money, just in case my ex-boyfriend wants to get back together in the future. I can also prepare in time. Mr. Lin, since you don't mind that I'm pregnant, I'll be frank. Xiaoyu quickly sorted out her thoughts and then looked at Lin Feng. It was probably because Lin Feng kept agreeing that Xiaoyu was very motivated. First, the bride price is 260,000 yuan. This guy really dares to dream. Although Lin Feng thought this way, The time had not yet come. So all I could do was keep smiling. It took about 4 minutes to get to the coffee shop, so there's still some time before the second reward arrives. Lin Feng had to hold back, so under Xiaoyu's expectant gaze, he nodded slightly. Of course, no problem. The bride price is for your parents. After all, they raised you for so many years. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. She loved hearing that. Secondly, we need to buy an apartment in the Gaifenjuan residential complex. It must be paid for in full and registered in my name. After seeing Lin Feng agree, Xiaoyu raised 2 fingers and looked at Lin Feng again, speaking earnestly. The full payment was made and it's still in your name? Are you pregnant with Neza? Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself, what is Xiaoyu thinking? They even dare to propose such conditions. Anyone with a modicum of sense would have been gone long ago. Fine. Lin Feng originally wanted to say that he was abnormal, but upon closer examination, that's not actually the case. Lin Feng was just waiting for the system to settle the accounts. As soon as the settlement was successful, Lin Feng would have already run away. If you don't stay far away from this kind of person, you might get caught in the crossfire when lightning strikes you. Even if it's just for free, Lin Feng wouldn't be willing to just buy some shampoo for the kids and then run away. Are you kidding me? Who knows what's wrong with this woman? At this moment, Lin Feng also took out his phone to check Gaifenjuan and found that this community was not a very good community. The largest apartment in the complex is only 130 square meters, and the price is around 1.3 million yuan. The price is nearly 11,000 yuan per square meter. Buying a house is the right thing to do. Lin Feng decided to play dumb at this point, but he was still quite curious about why Gaifenjuan was the place he chose. So I just followed up with a question. But why did you choose Gaifenjuan? Seeing Lin Feng so easily agree to her request to buy a house, Xiaoyu's face showed even more joy. Xiaoyu was even more excited and wanted to video chat with her parents. She just wanted to tell her parents, didn't you say I couldn't find a man willing to marry me? Haven't we found it yet? How wonderful. A dowry of 260,000 yuan, and they're even willing to buy me a house. Isn't that wonderful? I'm so beautiful. Even if I'm pregnant, I'll still have people who like me and pursue me. Xiaoyu suppressed her excitement and looked at Lin Feng, answering very seriously. Actually, to be honest, this isn't really a secret. However, this secret is related to my next condition. What are the conditions? Lin Feng was also very curious after hearing what Xiaoyu said. At this moment, Lin Feng was also quite gossipy. So, after we get married, we must be able to divorce at any time. And after the divorce, you can't take back the house or anything like that? Ah, Lin Feng's mouth opened slightly. So what am I after? Chapter 38 Run. Lin Feng, you can't go on this blind date. At this moment, Lin Feng wanted to open Xiaoyu's head to see what was inside. Anyway, it probably doesn't contain a brain. Anyone with a brain would say something like that. Lin Feng wanted to question Xiaoyu. What kind of idiot came up with this condition? Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, a system notification appeared in front of him. Ding. Persist for 5 minutes to receive 3 Huawei trifold phones as a reward. Please purchase them at an authorized Huawei store. Payment will be automatically processed by the system. I finally got my hands on the trifold phone. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. Lin Feng almost couldn't hold back and wanted to directly question Xiaoyu. The system notification at this moment also soothed Lin Feng's previously angry mood. It's as refreshing as taking a sip of ice-cold cola on a hot summer day. In that instant, Lin Feng felt that he could still endure it. Tolerate. I have to endure it for the sake of the house. After saying that, Xiaoyu's eyes were already fixed on Lin Feng's expression. The main reason was to see how Raymond Lam would react. If Lin Feng's reaction is too intense, then I won't be able to say what I'm about to say. Xiaoyu saw Lin Feng's furrowed brows and a clear flash of anger on his face. But that anger quickly dissipated. Then the angry expression disappeared, replaced by a calm one. Lin Feng nodded gently, looking at Xiaoyu with tender eyes, and continued. No problem. You're doing this to protect yourself and your child. I understand. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. That's absolutely right. That's exactly what I think. If I divorce Raymond Lam, the house will be mine, and my future life will be secure. That makes perfect sense. She had initially thought that Raymond Lam wouldn't agree. Now that Lin Feng has said this, Xiaoyu's smile has become even brighter. That's right. That's right. That's exactly what I think. After all, my child and I are the weaker ones. Xiaoyu said, gently touching her slightly protruding belly. How many months old is the baby? Lin Feng naturally noticed Xiaoyu's action, and after thinking for a moment, he pretended to be concerned and asked, On the other hand, it can also be a way to distract people a little and waste a little more time. The baby is almost 5 months along. Xiaoyu looked down at her belly, a look of maternal love on her face. No wonder. At this point, it's practically impossible to abort the fetus. Unless there are special circumstances, hospitals generally do not allow abortions at 5 months of pregnancy. I don't know when Xiaoyu found out she was pregnant. It took her so long. I don't know what they were thinking. Lin Feng suddenly thought of Guifeng Garden from earlier. Could this child have some connection with Gaifengjuan? So, the reason for buying in Gaifengjuan residential area? Lin Feng looked at Xiaoyu and asked in a deliberately gentle tone. Actually, I didn't want to say it. But I think you still have a great chance of becoming my husband. Xiaoyu's gaze shifted from her lower abdomen to Lin Feng. Lin Feng scratched his head lightly. Xiaoyu's tone made it seem as if he had gotten away with it all. So I'll just say it directly. Xiaoyu continued. The reason I bought a house in Gaifengjuan is because my ex-boyfriend lives there. I just want to be closer to him. After hearing Xiaoyu say those words, Lin Feng felt like his brain had shut down. No? What kind of inappropriate and lewd words are these? Are you sick or am I sick? Or did your ex-boyfriend have some kind of unusual hobby? Do you have a thing for married women? Do you still prefer to give you strange and unusual tasks? Lin Feng felt that his worldview had been washed away once again. Lin Feng almost wanted Xiaoyu to repeat herself. It sounded like a sentence, but Lin Feng felt like he didn't understand it. If we need to get a divorce later, I hope you can leave at any time. Xiaoyu continued. There was no flicker in her eyes. She seemed to take it all for granted. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. Lin Feng picked up his phone and glanced at it, only to find it was a call from Sister Zhu. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng answered the phone. Sister Zhu, is there something wrong? I'm on a blind date right now. A simple sentence silenced the previously excited Sister Zhu on the other end of the phone. You didn't put it on speakerphone, did you? Lin Feng held his phone, glanced at Xiaoyu on the other end, and continued. No. Is there anything I can help you with? Hurry up and leave. This woman is pregnant. I just found out too. You need to get out of here quickly. Sister Zhu said hurriedly. I understand. Let's talk later. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly. Should we hurry up and leave? Is it too late to leave now? What's the point of walking? Having already suffered so much here, I naturally have to persevere to the end. After saying that, Lin Feng hung up the phone. Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Just now, she felt as if she had been ignored. From now on, when you're with me, you absolutely cannot answer other people's calls. You must pay attention to my needs. Xiaoyu looked at Lin Feng very seriously. Her eyes held a hint of threat, as if she would leave immediately if Lin Feng didn't agree. She won't give Raymond Lam the chance to pursue her. Lin Feng's veins throbbed as he thought about how he could get a house if he persisted for 20 minutes. I have to endure it. Okay. Lin Feng nodded slightly with a smile on his face, then deliberately unlocked his phone and tapped the Do Not Disturb mode. Seeing Lin Feng's action, Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction. The coffee and milk were ready by then, and the waiter brought them over, placed them on the table, and then left. Tell me your story. I can sense that your story is even more moving. Lin Feng decided to let Xiaoyu talk more to pass the time. Would you like to hear it? Xiaoyu paused for a few seconds when she saw how interested Lin Feng was in her story, and then asked softly. His gaze turned outwards, and his expression became even more somber. If Lin Feng hadn't known Xiaoyu's personality, he would have thought she was Lin Daiyu, a character from the novel Dream of the Red Chamber. Of course I'd love to. Lin Feng smiled, wishing he could go out and buy some melon seeds. At this moment, it would be a shame not to have some sunflower seeds. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiaoyu nodded slightly, took a sip of hot milk, and then began to tell her love story. In Xiaoyu's narration, time flew by. Lin Feng listened attentively and occasionally asked about some details. Until the system prompts you again. Persist for 20 minutes and you'll be rewarded with a 130 square meter apartment in Unit 401, Building 12, Fenglinyuan. The property certificate and keys are in your car. Please check carefully. Chapter 39. Just because the child isn't yours, does that mean you're not responsible? Time is up. The moment Lin Feng saw the system reward, a smile appeared on his face. The reason he didn't speak just now was simply because he was in a state of silence. But now the silence is over. It should be my turn by now, right? Lin Feng, if there are no other problems, let's get this done as soon as possible. After all, my figure has changed a bit. I won't be able to take the wedding photos later. Xiaoyu felt that there were absolutely no problems with this matter. She pinched at herself. Wait a minute. You just stated your conditions. Can I state mine now? At that moment, Lin Feng interrupted Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback when she saw Lin Feng's expression suddenly turn serious, and then nodded gently. Miss Xiaoyu, you just introduced your situation. Now let me tell you my requirements. Lin Feng finished his coffee in one gulp and then looked at Xiaoyu to continue speaking. Actually, I want to find a beautiful girl like Lu Yifei, and I hope that girls can take care of the home, do laundry and cook. Furthermore, she must be filial to my parents, and she must take good care of them. Of course, her salary is also higher than mine. Lin Feng carefully counted his requirements on his fingers. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Xiaoyu completely fails to meet any of the criteria mentioned here. No? Are you here for a blind date or to dream? Xiaoyu sneered after hearing Lin Feng's conditions. She found what Raymond Lam said really funny. What normal woman could agree to such a condition? Are we really treating people like babysitters? Do you really think you're Yang Daniu's mother? Third sister. My life is so miserable. Anyway, Xiaoyu never had that idea. How is that possible? She might consider it unless it's her ex-boyfriend. Am I dreaming? Then aren't all the conditions you just mentioned also a dream? Lin Feng retorted with a laugh after hearing Xiaoyu's words. What do you mean by that? Lin Feng's words instantly made Xiaoyu almost explode. Her face instantly turned bright red. Lin Feng had been very compliant with her the whole time, which made Xiaoyu feel a sense of control. But Lin Feng now gives Xiaoyu a feeling of being out of control. This caused a hint of panic to appear on Xiaoyu's face, a feeling that reminded her of the other men she had met on blind dates before. What do I mean? I'm just stating the facts. Your child is your ex-boyfriend's? Why don't you go find your ex-boyfriend? No, he's a married man too. So, knowing he was a married man, and still agreeing to have a child, is your own problem. Problem? Do you think I look like someone who's been dumped? What do you mean, sucking up? How can you talk so rudely? After Lin Feng uttered the words sucking up, Xiaoyu's face turned even redder, and her voice trembled slightly. I just want to find a father for my child. Am I wrong? Xiaoyu said, and then she started to cry. She's already working so hard. Why should I still get criticized? Xiaoyu simply couldn't understand it. She has gone through so much trouble, going on so many blind dates, just to find someone to take care of her baby. Why haven't I succeeded yet? Is it really that hard to be a woman? Xiaoyu didn't understand. If you're not wrong, am I the one who's wrong? Lin Feng felt that Xiaoyu was completely beyond saving. Of course it's your problem. I'm really sorry. We're really not a good match. Lin Feng said, standing up abruptly and turning around without hesitation to walk towards the coffee shop counter, pay the bill, and leave. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, Xiaoyu hurriedly chased after him, calling out in a tearful voice. Lin Feng, you can't leave. You have to take responsibility for me. Xiaoyu grabbed Lin Feng's clothes. No, the child isn't mine. Why should I take responsibility? Lin Feng snorted coldly. At this moment, all the customers and employees in the coffee shop looked at the two of them. After all, you can tell just from their conversation. There's just too much information. Extremely exciting. People have already started to imagine it in their minds. Just because the child isn't yours, does that mean you're not responsible? Xiaoyu was furious and questioned him directly and righteously. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Lin Feng was so angry he laughed. What are you saying? How can this be related to me? Then no man in the world could escape. We're just on a blind date. I can't accept someone who's already pregnant. Lin Feng said, sensing the gazes of those around him. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the people around him nodded slightly in agreement. Lin Feng shook off Xiaoyu and left without looking back. Lin Feng is currently in a hurry to redeem Mutai liquor and a mobile phone. Lin Feng, if you dare to leave, I'll call the police right now. I'll have them arrest you. Xiaoyu screamed as she shouted at Lin Feng's retreating figure. Lin Feng ignored the shouts behind him. This woman has truly gone mad. Lin Feng circled around twice to make sure Xiaoyu wasn't chasing after him before heading towards the Huawei authorized store. After arriving at the mobile phone store, Lin Feng looked around briefly before deciding to choose the trifold phone. Give me 3 of these at 3-fold, Lin Feng said with a smile to the shop assistant. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the shop assistant's face lit up with surprise and delight. The main reason is that Raymond Lam's movements were just too fast. The whole thing only took a minute or two, and I hadn't even finished introducing myself. Lin Feng only tried it for a short while before decisively placing an order. Okay, the clerk nodded excitedly, then led Lin Feng to pay the bill. The trifold foldable design no longer sells out as much as it did when it first went on sale. Every store now has stock. Raymond Lam chose 2 black pieces and 1 red piece. The red one is for Mom, the black one is for myself, and the other is for Dad. The shop assistant led Lin Feng to the counter, and Lin Feng quickly completed the payment. The system will automatically make the payment. There is absolutely no problem. A few minutes later, Lin Feng walked out of the Huawei mobile phone store amidst the smiling eyes of the store clerks. After leaving the mobile phone store, Lin Feng drove directly to Yonghui supermarket. Then they moved the 2 cases of Matai liquor into the car. 1 case of Matai contained 6 bottles, and 2 cases of Matai contained 12 bottles. Next comes the property ownership certificate. Sitting in the car, Lin Feng's gaze fell directly on the brown paper document bag lying quietly on the passenger seat. He had noticed it before, but I suppressed my excitement and took care of other things first. Now, finally, I can look at houses. Chapter 40. This is too much of a coincidence. Lin Feng carefully picked up the file bag that was placed on the passenger seat. After picking it up, Lin Feng heard the sound of a key rattling inside. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Feng felt even more delighted. He has been living in this city since graduation. He had long dreamed of one day being able to buy his own house in this city. Despite his efforts over the years, he ultimately gained nothing. Unexpectedly, just when Lin Feng thought he had reached his lowest point, the system gave him a house. Lin Feng opened the file bag and saw a brand new red book inside. Upon opening it, Lin Feng's name was clearly written on it, along with detailed property information. The house has a total area of 130 square meters, but the usable area is only 100 square meters. However, that's more than enough for Raymond Lam. The blankets and other things from before were temporarily left with Lao Zhang. Now I finally have my own house. How could Raymond Lam not be happy? The document bag contained not only the property ownership certificate, but also the purchase contract and invoices. Nothing was missing. Lin Feng looked at it carefully and confirmed that there were no problems. Only then did he pick up the key and examine it carefully. The key is fine. Let's go take a look at the house. Lin Feng was genuinely curious about his apartment at this moment. So they went straight to their car and headed towards the residential area. Feng Linyuan Residential Community. Lu Wenxin and her 2 other roommates came out to look for a house. Their lease on the apartment hadn't expired yet, but the landlord, seeing the mess inside, told them to leave immediately. And even if it costs them money, we have to let them go. Ultimately, having no other option, they started looking for housing. Several people have already looked at 2 apartments in another nearby residential complex. None of them were to my liking. The real estate agent was dressed in a suit, with a friendly smile on his face, and his gaze lingered on the 3 people for a moment. He especially thought Lu Wenxin was the prettiest of the 3 girls. But this girl didn't seem to care at all today, and she was looking at her phone the whole time. He frowned from time to time, as if he was thinking about something. Lu Wenxin really didn't have any interest in it. After Meng Xiaoyu called her that day to explain the situation, Lu Wenxin managed to secretly record some bombshell news. After hanging up the phone, she organized her thoughts and then filed a report. After all, it was a hard-won opportunity. Both Lu Wenxin and Meng Xiaoyu speculated that the person who reported Meng Xiaoyu was Lin Feng. This is naturally a very happy thing for Lu Wenxin. However, Lu Wenxin still knew about Lin Feng's previous situation. She was genuinely worried that if Meng Xiaoyu acted coquettishly, Lin Feng would soften his heart. What if I really have to withdraw the report? Although Lu Wenxin didn't know whether she could withdraw the report once it was filed. What if? So Lu Wenxin herself also filed a report. 2 reports should be enough, right? Therefore, Lu Wenxin has been chatting with Meng Xiaoyu for the past 2 days, trying to find out what Meng Xiaoyu is thinking. I personally really like this house, and it's my top recommendation. I think you'll definitely like it. The real estate agent's eyes flickered slightly. I've already shown these 3 girls 2 houses, but they haven't been very satisfied with either. They said they wanted to ask other real estate agencies about the situation. The salesman was also anxious, so he recommended this house to them. However, this house had been rented out and sold at the same time, and it was just sold today. However, the salesman once secretly made a copy of the key. Anyway, he'll just take them to see the house. If they really like it, he'll quote a high price, and they'll naturally back down. This is a common tactic used by many real estate salespeople. The group of people walked towards one of the buildings as they talked. Lu Wenxin walked the slowest because she was looking at her phone. Another girl was walking side by side with Lu Wenxin at this time. Lu Wenxin, why do you seem so distracted? The girl asked Lu Wenxin. I have something to take care of here. Lu Wenxin said without looking up. Didn't you notice that this sales guy has been secretly watching you? The girl nudged Lu Wenxin gently with her shoulder. Lu Wenxin then raised her head and glanced at the salesman. She is indeed good-looking. If all else fails, you can make a small sacrifice, and that way the rent will be cheaper, right? The girl joked. We'll see. In the past, Lu Wenxin might have teased the salesman, but today she had no interest in doing so at all. Seeing that Lu Wenxin didn't speak, the girl knew she was making a fool of herself, so she quickly took 2 steps to distance herself from Lu Wenxin. After entering the building, they arrived at the elevator entrance. The environment of the lobby on the first floor was quite nice, and the other 2 girls nodded slightly, indicating that they were quite satisfied. Although they may not care about hygiene in their own homes, they still need to look glamorous in public. The salesman proactively pressed the elevator button. After a while, the elevator finally arrived. Several people entered the elevator one by one. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a voice rang out. "Wait a minute." The salesman quickly held the elevator button for him. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Wenxin, who was at the very back, felt that it was somewhat familiar, but she still kept her head down and looked at her phone. Lin Feng stepped into the elevator, nodded to the salesman, and expressed his gratitude. "Thanks. You're welcome." Lin Feng glanced at the elevator and saw that the 4th floor button had already been pressed, so he didn't press it. After the elevator doors closed, the salesman spoke to Lin Feng as if they knew each other well. "Getting to know him will be beneficial. You also live on the 4th floor. What a coincidence." Lin Feng nodded slightly, unaware that Lu Wenxin was inside. Because Lu Wenxin was standing behind 2 girls, Lin Feng didn't notice her. When the 2 girls saw Lin Feng enter, a glint flashed in their eyes. They exchanged a glance and understood each other's thoughts. So handsome. The 2 girls even made sure to let Lu Wenxin enjoy the show together. The signal was bad inside the elevator at that moment, and the 2 girls' movements made Lu Wenxin look up at Lin Feng. She was stunned the moment she saw Lin Feng. "Lin Feng." Lu Wenxin couldn't help but shout out. "Lu Wenxin, you know this handsome guy? You've been keeping him a secret," another girl joked after hearing Lu Wenxin's words. "Lu Wenxin." Lin Feng turned around and saw Lu Wenxin when he heard someone call his name. This is such a coincidence. Chapter 41. How will you prove it? Lin Feng paused slightly when he saw Lu Wenxin standing at the very back. Clearly, Lin Feng hadn't expected to run into this woman again. To be honest, Raymond Lam would love to stay far away from Lu Wenxin. Upon seeing Raymond Lam, Lu Wenxin's face showed a hint of anger. After all, she immediately thought of what happened last time. She was quite embarrassed at the time, so when she saw Lin Feng, a hint of anger unconsciously appeared on her face. Clearly, he was very dissatisfied with Lin Feng. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it and instead embarrassed me. You have no idea. The line of men pursuing me stretches all the way to Paris." Lu Wenxin glared at Lin Feng. The 2 girls next to her had lived with Lu Wenxin for a long time, so they could naturally tell what was going on with her. The 2 of them leaned close to Lu Wenxin's ear and asked her about the situation. "He's probably out looking for a place to rent too, right?" Lu Wenxin glanced at her phone again. She remembered that when she was chatting with Meng Xiaoyu earlier today, Meng Xiaoyu seemed to have mentioned that the lease on the apartment she rented with Lin Feng had expired. Seeing Raymond Lam now, Lu Wenxin subconsciously assumes that he is also looking for a place to live. Lu Wenxin's voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the small elevator heard it. This also includes that salesman. A hint of doubt flashed in the salesman's eyes. He was quite familiar with the neighborhood. There should only be 1 rental unit on this floor, right? When the salesman heard that Lin Feng was also looking for a rental apartment, he thought, "Isn't this a potential customer?" Suppressing his doubts, he quickly greeted Lin Feng. "Sir, are you also looking at houses? Would you like to come with us? We're looking at houses too." "No, no." Lin Feng waved his hand gently. Lin Feng originally wanted to say that he had come to see the house he had bought, but he glanced at Lu Wenxin next to him and held back. There's no need for Lu Wenxin to know about this. Does anyone know if Lu Wenxin has contacted Meng Xiaoyu? What if I tell Meng Xiaoyu my address? Wouldn't that be terrible? Therefore, Raymond Lam kept this in mind. Upon seeing Lin Feng's refusal, the salesman was just about to take out his phone to add him on WeChat. Just then, the elevator arrived. The elevator doors slowly opened, and several people stepped out. We arrived at the outside corridor. The salesman smiled and waved to the group of girls. "This way." After he finished speaking, the salesman led the way to the right. Lin Feng stood at the elevator entrance and looked around. Since it was his first time in this place, Lin Feng didn't know where 401 was. And then he happened to run into Lu Wenxin, so Raymond Lam instinctively wanted to walk in the other direction. The salesman led 3 girls to the door of the house. "This is it. Is it?" the salesman said, taking out the keys. The key was inserted accurately into the keyhole. "This house is really beautiful. If I didn't live alone, I would really want to rent it. The interior decoration and everything else is excellent." The door wasn't even open yet, and the salesman was still touting the house. The three girls listened to the salesman's words all the way, filled with anticipation. After all, the salesman had said a lot of positive things about the house. Huh. Just then, the salesman paused for a moment. As he tried to turn the key, he found that he couldn't turn it at all. That's not right. I was here just 2 days ago. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the key. Could it be? At that moment, the salesman suddenly remembered that the house had already been sold. Did you change the keys so quickly? What are you doing at my house door? Just then, Lin Feng's voice rang out from behind the group. What? Lu Wenxin felt like she had misheard. After all, Lu Wenxin knew that Raymond Lam still owed money to online loan companies. How could I possibly have the money to buy a house? Putting everything else aside, Lin Feng probably couldn't even afford the down payment for this house. You? Lin Feng, others may not know your situation, but do you think I don't? Thinking of this, Lu Wenxin spoke directly, with a slight smile on her face, her gaze lingering on Lin Feng for a moment. Although Lu Wenxin felt that Raymond Lam seemed to have become more handsome, this did not stop her from giving him a lot of negative reviews. This house costs at least 1.5 million. You'd be lucky to come up with 15,000, right? Hearing Lu Wenxin say this, the two girls next to her, who originally had a good impression of Raymond Lam, were shocked. After all, Raymond Lam is quite good looking. How can you manage without money? These days, dating costs money. Which guy doesn't spend the guy's money? What's the point of dating if a guy doesn't have money? Sir, I brought them to see the house. The salesman was also standing nearby, looking at Lin Feng with a slightly embarrassed smile. This is my house. Lin Feng ignored Lu Wenxin's words and walked directly through the group to the door. He then took the room key out of his pocket. The door that the salesman couldn't open earlier was opened by Lin Feng, turning the key. The crisp sound of the key turning startled the salesman for a moment. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to be telling the truth. You bought this house. The salesman looked surprised and carefully examined Lin Feng. That's right. Lin Feng nodded slightly, then opened the door. After seeing the door open, Lu Wenxin's two roommates turned to look at her. He blinked. Clearly, both of them were thinking the same thing. Didn't you say he had no money? Lu Wenxin was stunned. They all noticed that the salesman didn't open the door, but they didn't say anything. When Lu Wenxin saw Raymond Lam open the door, she was truly dumbfounded. This situation was completely unexpected for Lu Wenxin. Lin Feng opened the door. The door opened outwards, and as Lin Feng opened the door, the interior of the house was revealed. Upon seeing the house, the three girls' eyes lit up instantly. The entire living room has a minimalist style and looks very cozy. Upon seeing the living room, all three girls unanimously fell in love with the house. They really like it. Lu Wenxin, in particular, really fell in love with the house after seeing its interior design. But when she realized that the house actually belonged to Raymond Lam, Lu Wenxin looked even more unhappy. The salesman seemed to sense that Lu Wenxin was unhappy. A thought flickered in her mind. She wanted to make a good impression on Lu Wenxin. No, is this your home? How can you prove it's your home? As he spoke, he tried to grab Lin Feng. Chapter 42. How is that possible? Lu Wenxin nodded emphatically after hearing what the salesman said. I have to give the sales guy a thumbs up. If you can open the door, does that mean this house is yours? Lu Wenxin still refuses to believe that the house belongs to Raymond Lam. Hearing what the salesman said, Lin Feng turned around and carefully examined the salesman. The salesman took a step back under Lin Feng's gaze and didn't dare to move. I don't need to prove anything to you. Are you a policeman? You're just a real estate agent. Lin Feng's face had already turned cold by now. After saying that, Lin Feng closed the door. With a bang, the door slammed shut in an instant, leaving the group of people staring at each other in bewilderment. The salesman gave an awkward laugh, clearly having been seen by everyone when he backed away in fright at Lin Feng. I'm very familiar with the property management here. Let me ask. The salesman was still unwilling to give up. He then took out his phone and dialed the property management number. Manager Zhang, it's me, Xiaoyu. I have something I want to ask you. Do you know apartment 401 on the 12th? In order to demonstrate his status within the property management company, the salesman deliberately turned on speakerphone. It's Xiaoyu. We haven't seen each other in so long. The property manager's first words made the salesman feel very proud, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. The three girls nodded slightly, but their eyes remained fixed on their phones. Especially Lu Wenxin. She is the only one who knows Lin Feng's past best. Lin Feng is now saying he bought a house. How could Lu Wenxin possibly believe that? Therefore, Lu Wenxin was even more eager to know if this matter was true. Oh, 401. Yes, wasn't that apartment just sold? The landlord just came to our property management office. Just now. As soon as he said that, the salesman had a bad feeling. Has the house already been sold? The salesman was still pretending not to know. Don't you know about this? The previous owner entrusted us with this. That's why we contacted you. The property manager on the other end of the phone said cheerfully. When the new landlord came over, he immediately produced the property ownership certificate, and we verified the information. After paying the property management fees and obtaining a parking space, he left. It's only been less than 5 minutes since we walked here. Upon hearing this, all 4 people looked up at the same time. Clearly, several people did some calculations. 5 minutes should be enough. Lu Wenxin clenched her teeth, and her lips turned slightly white. Clearly, Lu Wenxin also understood. It seems that Raymond Lam really is a homeowner. Is this homeowner's name Lin Feng? The salesman's face was also a little pale, and his voice trembled slightly. Yes, yes, yes. That's right. You already know. Why are you asking me? Manager Zhang on the other end of the phone continued with a chuckle. This new owner is quite wealthy. I checked with the previous owner, and he actually bought it in full. Full payment. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenxin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He was clearly frightened by that statement. Full payment? How is that possible? How could Raymond Lam possibly have the money to buy a house outright? Didn't Raymond Lam previously owe a large sum of money in online loans? Although Lu Wenxin really didn't want to believe it, the property manager's words made her realize that it was true. She thought of the blind date she had with Raymond Lam. She saw that Raymond Lam had bought a cell phone and a Rolex watch. At the time, she only thought that Raymond Lam was a delivery person or a personal shopper. Now that I think about it, could Lin Feng really be rich? Thinking about this, Lu Wenxin felt even more regretful. If I had known back then that Raymond Lam was so rich, I would have cherished him more. These are such great conditions. Lu Wenxin naturally felt regret. While Lu Wenxin was regretting her decision, the other 2 girls' eyes lit up. Wow, such great conditions. Buying a house with cash. This house costs at least 1.5 million. 1.5 million. How many years would they need to work to earn that much? The 2 girls already had some ideas in mind. Inside the room, Lin Feng naturally ignored these people. Lin Feng didn't care whether they were standing at the door or not. Lin Feng then began to examine the condition of the house. The house is very well decorated, and it's clear that the previous owner put a lot of effort into it. The cabinet by the door is simple, and the living room is also minimalist in style. This style also aligns perfectly with the aesthetic preferences of today's young people. The same applies to Raymond Lam. It's simple and clean. It looks very pleasing. Not only that, the house is equipped with central air conditioning and underfloor heating. The living room and dining room are bright and airy, and the kitchen is also quite spacious. There is also a washing machine and a dryer on the balcony. There were 3 more rooms, and Lin Feng was very satisfied. At least, it would be great if Raymond Lam lived here alone. All of this was something Lin Feng never dared to imagine before, but today he was living in this house. To be honest, it was somewhat of a dream for Raymond Lam as well. The 4 people at the door eventually left. Lu Wenxin seemed completely lost the whole time, and the other 2 girls clearly had no interest in looking at houses either. The salesman himself was also discouraged. Let's go back. Lu Wenxin had long since lost all interest in looking at the house, and she said directly. The other 2 girls nodded slightly, clearly sharing the same thought. The 2 girls couldn't wait to go back and ask Lu Wenxin about Raymond Lam's situation. After all, if she could become Lin Feng's partner, she could finally settle down in this city. After they parted ways, the 2 girls took the initiative to talk to Lu Wenxin. The 2 of them chatted back and forth, naturally wanting to know more about Raymond Lam. Lu Wenxin, however, had no time to pay attention to the 2 of them. Instead, he took out his phone and sent a message to Meng Xiaoyu. Obviously, I can't be the only one suffering from this. If we're going to be sad, we'll be sad together. I heard Raymond Lam bought a house, and he bought it with cash. With just a simple sentence, I quickly received a reply from Meng Xiaoyu. Meng Xiaoyu has also been having a headache these past 2 days. After Meng Xiaoyu spoke to Wang Bing last time, Wang Bing outwardly agreed that there was no problem. But there has been no movement at all for the past 2 days. What should we do? An investigation should have already begun. Am I definitely doomed? Meng Xiaoyu is now even more worried. I contacted Wang Bing via WeChat, and he said that his father's factory was busy these past few days and he didn't have time. Just when Meng Xiaoyu was exhausted, Lu Wenxin's WeChat message made her feel as if she had instantly fallen into an abyss. How is that possible? She then replied with a single sentence. Chapter 43. Stop insulting money. Okay. After seeing the message Lu Wenxin sent her, Meng Xiaoyu felt as if the sky had fallen. The first WeChat message she sent to Lu Wenxin was one of questioning. In Meng Xiaoyu's mind, it was naturally impossible for her to believe that Lin Feng had the money to buy a house. Absolutely impossible. Raymond Lam, that poor bastard. Shouldn't he have spent all his money on me? How could they possibly have the money to buy a house? I also thought it was impossible, but it's true. I was looking for a house with a friend when we saw Lin Feng. My friend knew the property management, and they said that Lin Feng bought the house in full. Lu Wenxin concealed the fact that she knew where Lin Feng lived. He only told Meng Xiaoyu about it. Since learning that Raymond Lam bought the house in full, Lu Wenxin's anger towards him has long since dissipated. At this point, the thought had shifted to, I must find a way to gain Lin Feng's favor in the future. At this point, Lu Wenxin was beginning to regret not performing well on her last blind date. If she behaves well, perhaps Raymond Lam will be her boyfriend. Meng Xiaoyu will definitely be incredibly envious then. Therefore, Lu Wenxin would naturally not tell Meng Xiaoyu about Lin Feng's residence. She just wanted to make Meng Xiaoyu feel bad. Upon seeing Meng Xiaoyu's comment, "How is that possible?" Lu Wenxin's lips immediately curled into a smile. After all, the person who feels the most distressed about Raymond Lam having the money to buy a house is not himself. It was Meng Xiaoyu. After all, Meng Xiaoyu and Raymond Lam were a couple before. It must feel even worse than eating poop right now. Lu Wenxin is absolutely right. At this moment, Meng Xiaoyu's expression was very unpleasant. She had just wanted to ask Lu Wenxin how she knew. Then I saw a new message from Lu Wenxin. Could it really be true? Meng Xiaoyu felt increasingly upset. After all, Raymond Lam has nothing to do with me anymore. If I hadn't left Lin Feng back then, would my life be better now? This idea took root in Meng Xiaoyu's mind. No. Meng Xiaoyu felt she had to understand the situation clearly. At this moment, Meng Xiaoyu wished she could make a phone call to Lin Feng to find out what was going on. But thinking about it, it's really not appropriate now. His eyes darted around. If he could give Lin Feng the 150,000, there might still be a chance. However, there was still no response from Wang Bing. Meng Xiaoyu was anxious, but there was nothing she could do. How can I get in touch with Raymond Lam? Meng Xiaoyu's mind raced, and her eyes lit up. He then picked up his phone and quickly took out an online loan of 10,000 yuan. This thing is really easy. Just open your mouth and shake your head in front of the phone, and you can borrow money. It's so convenient. After getting 10,000 yuan, Meng Xiaoyu found Lin Feng's phone number and dialed it directly. At this moment, Lin Feng was sitting on the sofa in the new house, looking at the 100-inch TV in front of him. Readily. It feels so good. The sofa is also made of pure leather, providing support while also offering a touch of softness. If he weren't about to return to his hometown, Lin Feng would have wanted to turn on the underfloor heating. Just as Lin Feng was watching TV, Meng Xiaoyu called. When Lin Feng saw that it was Meng Xiaoyu's call, he knew that Lu Wenxin must have already told Meng Xiaoyu about her situation. Meng Xiaoyu will definitely call me. What's the matter? Lin Feng's tone turned unusually cold as he answered the phone. Lin Feng has given all his good temper to Meng Xiaoyu from before. This has nothing to do with Meng Xiaoyu right now. So Lin Feng has no intention of giving Meng Xiaoyu any kindness at all. Lin Feng already knew that if he gave Meng Xiaoyu even the slightest kind look, she would think that he was trying to curry favor with her. This kind of person needs to be whipped, and she might still smile. He's just despicable. Sure enough, Meng Xiaoyu heard Lin Feng's voice on the other end of the phone. If it were before, Meng Xiaoyu would have been furious long ago. At the very least, they should question Raymond Lam about why he was so impatient. But today, Meng Xiaoyu's tone was unusually gentle. Lin Feng, it's me. Meng Xiaoyu. Oh, is there something you need? Can you pay me back the 150,000 you owe me? Lin Feng's voice remained flat, carrying only a hint of indifference. Lin Feng, is this how our relationship ends? Meng Xiaoyu was silent for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, her voice tinged with a slight sob. Actually, I've been thinking about our relationship these past few days. Are you going to pay me back or not? If you don't, I'm hanging up. Lin Feng didn't want to listen to this person's nonsense at all. That's utter nonsense. What the hell are you going to think about? Just because you consider it doesn't mean I have to. Lin Feng knew perfectly well that Meng Xiaoyu must have found out about his house purchase from Lu Wenxin and was resentful. She definitely wants to please herself. Lin Feng had no desire to listen to Meng Xiaoyu's blatant lies. I'll pay you back. Meng Xiaoyu wanted to continue, but after hearing Lin Feng's words, she could only quickly say, but I don't have much money on hand right now. How about this? I'll add you on WeChat and transfer you 10,000 yuan. I'll pay you back the rest slowly, okay? Meng Xiaoyu's voice was pleading. Okay. Lin Feng thought for a moment and decided that 10,000 yuan was 10,000 yuan. What if Meng Xiaoyu suddenly decides not to give any more coins later? You won't get any coins back. Even if you have 10,000 yuan, you should still take it. Lin Feng. Hang up. Lin Feng didn't hesitate at all. Lin Feng was unhappy with most of the things he said. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng ignored Meng Xiaoyu and instead transferred all the old data from his old phone to his new phone. The trifold design feels quite good to use. Holding the latest trifold folding camera, Lin Feng took several photos of his house and property certificate. Furthermore, Raymond Lam specifically turned on the watermark on the photo, which clearly showed the words Huawei Mate XDS. Just as Lin Feng was blurring out the key information, Meng Xiaoyu's WeChat friend request arrived. Lin Feng didn't add Meng Xiaoyu on WeChat right away. Instead, he played on his phone. Nearly half an hour later, he finally opened WeChat and slowly added Meng Xiaoyu on WeChat. Lin Feng, I really have a lot to say to you. Just a few seconds after we got through, Meng Xiaoyu sent a new message. Upon seeing this information, Lin Feng merely gave a cold laugh. Wow, that's fast typing. So fast. Why don't you start writing a novel on Qidian? Give me back my money. Lin Feng typed out the two words directly. Simple and clear. Is our relationship less important than money? Meng Xiaoyu still wanted to rekindle Lin Feng's love for her. Upon seeing Meng Xiaoyu's WeChat message, Lin Feng laughed even harder. Stop joking. Stop insulting money, okay? Chapter 44. Should I give it a try? Don't you think it's a bit shameless of you to say that? If you had had any conscience at all back then, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Now it's your turn to talk about these things. Don't you find it disgusting? That's absolutely disgusting. Stop talking. Either transfer the money or I'll block you. Lin Feng replied directly on WeChat. Then he went about his own business. I took the photos I just took and posted them directly on my WeChat moments. After watching for a while, Lin Feng saw a WeChat message appear in the notification bar. This is a notification message for a money transfer. When Lin Feng opened the form, he saw that Meng Xiaoyu had indeed transferred 10,000 yuan to him. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng immediately clicked to accept payment. Then I continued scrolling through Douyin, TikTok. Another WeChat message from Meng Xiaoyu popped up in the notification bar. After nearly 10 WeChat messages popped up in a row, Lin Feng finally became a little impatient. He immediately blocked Meng Xiaoyu. Meng Xiaoyu used to do this trick often. She would block me whenever she got angry, and only after Lin Feng offered her a red envelope did she agree to block me again. Lin Feng is simply following in Meng Xiaoyu's footsteps now. I have to say this feels really great. Just thinking about Meng Xiaoyu's frustrated expression on the other end of the phone made Lin Feng's lips curl into a smile. Meng Xiaoyu had just typed a lot of heartfelt words, reminiscing about the past in an attempt to win back Lin Feng's love. When she sent it again, she found a red exclamation mark. Seeing that exclamation mark really broke Meng Xiaoyu's defenses. Why did you block me? I didn't even agree. How dare you block me? Lin Feng, you just wait. Meng Xiaoyu was so angry that she slammed her phone onto the bed. When she was dating Raymond Lam, he never had this kind of attitude. Isn't it just because of the breakup? Why did you block me? Meng Xiaoyu grew angrier the more she thought about it. But the thought of Lin Feng buying a house really made her angry. Just after transferring 10,000 yuan to Lin Feng, Meng Xiaoyu subconsciously wanted to check Lin Feng's WeChat moments. Then I saw the post that Raymond Lam had just made on his WeChat moments. He didn't know that this was specially arranged by Lin Feng, and it was only visible to her. Living alone is so great. Below the simple text are photos of the house and the property certificate. Important information on the property certificate has been blurred out. However, the area is still visible. This made Meng Xiaoyu, who had previously been somewhat skeptical, completely believe it now. It seems that Raymond Lam has indeed bought a house. Meng Xiaoyu then frantically sent WeChat messages to Lin Feng. After posting just a few messages, Lin Feng blocked him. Lin Feng, just you wait. You'll regret it after I marry Wang Bing. The best course of action right now is to continue to get along well with Wang Bing. Meng Xiaoyu picked up her phone again and then made a WeChat video call to Wang Bing. Bing. Before making the WeChat video call, Meng Xiaoyu straightened her clothes, revealing her somewhat proud figure. After a while, Wang Bing finally got through on video. Why did it take you so long to answer my video call? What are you doing? You haven't been paying much attention to me these past few days. Don't you love me anymore? Meng Xiaoyu had just been upset with Lin Feng, and now she unleashed her anger on Wang Bing. Wang Bing, who was already frowning on the other end of the video, was clearly also somewhat angry when he heard Meng Xiaoyu's complaints. I've been quite busy these past few days, with a lot of things to take care of at home. Wang Bing's voice rose sharply. This also made Meng Xiaoyu realize instantly that Wang Bing was different from Lin Feng. Lin Feng was just a working-class sycophant before, and I could insult him however I wanted. But Wang Bing is different. Although Wang Bing treats me well, he is, after all, a rich second generation. Normally, when Wang Bing doesn't get angry, Meng Xiaoyu doesn't think much of it. But today, Wang Bing was clearly angry, which made Meng Xiaoyu fall silent instantly. Oh dear, it's all my fault, don't be angry. I just missed you so much these past 2 days. Meng Xiaoyu quickly started to act coquettishly. Wang Bing's complexion improved somewhat in the video. However, Wang Bing's brows were still noticeably furrowed. Meng Xiaoyu seemed to realize something was wrong and quickly asked in a low voice, Wang Bing, what's wrong? My family recently spent money on a new project, but we haven't received any payments yet, and the factory is facing some financial difficulties. Wang Bing said, his brow furrowed and his face full of worry. How could this happen? Meng Xiaoyu hadn't expected such a problem to arise. The first thing that came to her mind was the matter of her wedding dowry. Wang Bing agreed just 2 days ago, but it looks like it's going to fall through now. She was about to blurt out, then I won't get my bride price. Fortunately, Meng Xiaoyu held back and didn't say anything more. She's now counting on the bride price from Wang Bing so she can repay Lin Feng. Only then will my civil servant position be secure. It can be said that at this point, Meng Xiaoyu had placed all her hopes on Wang Bing. It's all right. We've already mortgaged the house and car, so there shouldn't be any major problems. But we're still short about 200,000 yuan. Wang Bing's worry still hadn't faded. What should we do then? Meng Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. I'm trying to borrow money from everyone I know. I'm so worried these past few days. Wang Bing raised his hand and pinched his eyebrows. I've borrowed from everywhere I can. I'm just a little short. I asked my friends for money, and I told them the funds would be back by the end of the month, but they didn't believe me. Sigh. Wang Bing sighed heavily. Meng Xiaoyu was even more flustered at this moment. What should we do? Honey, do you have any friends who can lend me some money? Of course, I won't lend it to you for free. Lend me 100,000 yuan, and I'll pay you back 110,000 yuan. Wang Bing patted his chest and said with a serious face. This. Meng Xiaoyu was even more stunned. She hasn't worked for the past 2 years because she's been taking civil service exams, and Lin Feng has paid for all her food, drink, and other necessities. She doesn't have a single penny on her. How could there possibly be 100,000 yuan? If she had 100,000 yuan, she would have returned it to Lin Feng long ago and asked him to cancel the payment. However, the conditions Wang Bing mentioned were indeed quite generous. 10,000 yuan, and in less than a month, they gave 11,000. You can earn another 10,000 yuan. If I raised 200,000 yuan for Wang Bing, wouldn't I be able to earn 20,000 yuan? Thinking of this, Meng Xiaoyu's mind immediately became active. It seems promising. After all, Meng Xiaoyu and Wang Bing had visited his factory before, and the gatekeeper immediately stood up to greet Wang Bing with a smile when he arrived. Yes, others can make this money, and so can I. Meng Xiaoyu then looked directly at several lending platforms, where the interest rate was 0.4%, meaning that the monthly interest on 10,000 yuan would be 40 yuan. Not high. Not high at all. Should I give it a try? Chapter 45. Persisting in the blind date for 20 minutes will reward you with a 10-point increase in physical fitness. Since blocking Meng Xiaoyu, Raymond Lam has not paid any further attention to her. Lin Feng has already made plans. He believes he can get the money back if he repays it. Otherwise, there's no point in discussing it. The new house was clean and tidy, and Lin Feng planned to stay there for one night. So they went to find Lao Zhang to retrieve the blankets and other items that had been temporarily stored at Lao Zhang's house a couple of days ago. It's perfect for my home. The thought of having a home in this city made Lin Feng's lips unconsciously curl into a slight smile. This feeling is absolutely amazing. Brother Zhang, are you and your wife home? I'll come over to pick up some things later. Lin Feng called old Zhang directly to confirm. After all, it wouldn't be good to go alone. I'm at work. I'll tell your sister-in-law, and you can go directly there. Old Zhang had no suspicion of Lin Feng. Okay, is the child at home? Lin Feng knew that Lao Zhang was quite busy. I'm at home. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng went straight downstairs and drove his car to the supermarket. I bought some food for the kids and some fruit as well. Then we went straight to Lao Zhang's place. My sister-in-law is at home watching the kids do their homework. Seeing that it was Raymond Lam, they were very happy. Raymond Lam, you're already here. What did you bring? As soon as the door opened, his sister-in-law saw what Lin Feng was carrying. The smile on his face became even more enthusiastic. Sister-in-law, I just came over to pick up some things. Brother Zhang said his child was home, so I brought some things for him. Please don't mind. Lin Feng said with a smile to his sister-in-law. You're too kind. Lin Feng brought things over, and his sister-in-law was quite receptive to this gesture. The children who were doing their homework inside looked at Lin Feng with a hint of joy when they heard that he had bought them something. Thank you, Uncle Lin Feng. Lin Feng then took his belongings. As they reached the door, his sister-in-law grabbed Lin Feng's arm, saying, Don't go yet. What's wrong? Lin Feng looked at his sister-in-law with some confusion. Sister-in-law, there's something else I want to tell you. His sister-in-law smiled and looked Lin Feng up and down. I heard from my husband, Lao Zhang, that you broke up with your boyfriend. You're good-looking and a good person. A friend of mine from afar works here. She happens to be single. How about I introduce you to him? Lin Feng paused for a moment, then beamed with joy. Of course, there's no problem at all. Lin Feng originally planned to stay one night and then return to his hometown. I never expected that when I came to Lao Zhang's place, his sister-in-law would want to introduce me to someone. This is wonderful. You are my dear sister-in-law. Seeing Raymond Lam so happy, his sister-in-law was also happy. After all, she was initially worried that Lin Feng would not agree. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng didn't refuse at all. Then I'll give you her contact information. You two can chat first. The sister-in-law looked at Lin Feng. It was her first time being a matchmaker, and she didn't know what to say. Give me your contact information, and then you can talk to the girl about it. If the girl agrees, then you can tell me, and I'll add her on WeChat. Lin Feng thought about it and decided that this was the safest approach. That works too. Lin Feng's sister-in-law nodded repeatedly when she heard him say that. The deal was settled, and Lin Feng moved his things away. His sister-in-law seemed to want to help, but Raymond Lam refused. I put the things in the trunk, then drove straight back to the underground parking garage of the residential complex and parked the car in my rented parking space. I returned to my home. Lin Feng had just finished making the bed when a WeChat message popped up. Lin Feng opened his phone and saw that it was indeed a message from his sister-in-law. She told him that it was okay, and he could add the girl on WeChat. Lin Feng ordered takeout. He hasn't had dinner yet. While waiting for his takeout, Lin Feng took out his phone, opened WeChat, and added the girl on WeChat. A minute later, the girl accepted the friend request. Hello, my name is Lin Feng. I was introduced by Sister Zhao. Lin Feng typed a few words on his own initiative. The reason for this proactive approach is actually to trigger a system task. Hello, my name is He Qing. The girl replied politely. How about this? It's hard to explain clearly on WeChat. Let's meet up tomorrow. Lin Feng was quite proactive. Sure. Can I have Japanese food? The girl replied after a while. What are some good Japanese dishes? Although Lin Feng didn't understand, he still quickly searched for it on Dianping. I saw a Japanese restaurant called Knifing with a good reputation. Lin Feng also checked and found that the average price per person was around 100 yuan. It's fine for the two of them to go. Okay. He Qing waited for almost a minute before replying. All right, I won't bother you any longer. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Lin Feng didn't continue chatting with He Qing. Because a system task has already appeared, please make sure to go on a blind date with He Qing tomorrow. Persist in a blind date for 1 minute, and you'll be rewarded with a set of Meng Xiaoyu clothes. Persist in a blind date for 10 minutes, and you'll be rewarded with a 90% success rate in claw machine games. Persist in a blind date for 20 minutes, and you'll be rewarded with 10 points of increased physical fitness. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the rewards for these 3 tasks. Lin Feng didn't know much about the alliance, but he liked the 2 rewards that followed even more. Raymond Lam is rather thin, and the system's physical fitness assessment is only 50. If it can be increased, that would certainly be good. Who doesn't want to have good health? Of course, Raymond Lam also hopes to be in good health. The second reward is also pretty good. At least when I go out with my blind date in the future, I can take her to play the claw machine. It is also a very good method. This skill is quite good. From the perspective of matchmaking, this is at least better than the chef skills I acquired before. After all, it's unlikely that Raymond Lam would cook for a girl on their first blind date. However, it's quite normal to take a girl to play claw machines for the first time. It's presentable. I really need to make sure I stay calm on this blind date tomorrow. No matter how difficult the girl is, you have to stand firm. Continue until the 20-minute mark. That night, Lin Feng fell asleep with excitement. The next morning, Lin Feng got up, washed up, tidied his hair a bit, and sprayed some hairspray. Looking at his handsome reflection in the mirror, Raymond Lam cheered himself up. Raymond Lam, how can you be so handsome? Then, seeing that it was almost time, he drove off. We arrived at the Japanese restaurant quickly. Raymond Lam waited for 10 minutes inside the Japanese restaurant. Just as Lin Feng was getting a little anxious, a group of people walked into the store. The staff greeted us very warmly. Hello. Welcome. We have an appointment. Among the group, a girl waved her hand impatiently at the waiter. Another girl quickly said to the slightly chubby girl in the middle, He Ching, give him a call. Logically, I should have come out to pick you up. That's right. That's right. Chapter 46. If the sincerity isn't enough, we won't agree. The sound of several girls talking attracted the attention of the customers dining in the restaurant. Everyone looked at this group of people with some curiosity. Lin Feng, sitting at a two-person table not far from the door, did the same. So many people. All girls. Lin Feng just thought it was a girls' night out. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. It's He Qing's WeChat. Lin Feng answered the phone decisively. Lin Feng, I've arrived. Where are you? He Qing asked in a weak voice, so soft that Lin Feng had to concentrate to hear her clearly. Lin Feng held his phone, but his gaze was fixed on the girl in the crowd, who was also holding a phone. The girl is a bit chubby with a round face, but you can tell that if she successfully loses weight, she should be quite good-looking. The girl was also quite tall. She was the tallest among the group of girls. He Qing, over here. Lin Feng waved directly at He Qing. Of course, Lin Feng still had some doubts. After all, why were so many people there when he was on a blind date with He Qing? When the girls saw Lin Feng, their eyes lit up slightly. Several girls exchanged glances simultaneously. It's obvious to everyone that Raymond Lam is handsome and is holding a Huawei tri-folding phone. Everyone knows this phone isn't cheap. Those who can afford this phone are generally quite wealthy. Surrounded by girls, He Qing walked over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I'm sorry, they? He Qing walked up to Lin Feng, her gaze sweeping over his face briefly. Her face flushed, and she said apologetically, Handsome, we're all He Qing's friends, one of the pretty girls said with a smile. We've come over together to give our opinions, you don't mind, do you? Lin Feng looked at the 5 people surrounding He Qing. I'm a little unhappy. It's just the 2 of us on a blind date, and now there are 5 people in total. Lin Feng naturally wanted to refuse, but he was worried that He Qing's good friends would start talking all at once and ruin his blind date. I don't mind. Of course I don't mind. Lin Feng could only pretend to be magnanimous since the system hadn't started yet. Ding. Blind date begins. Seeing this system notification, Lin Feng felt slightly relieved. Waiter, give us a bigger place. Lin Feng waved to the waiter. Okay. The waiter had been watching from the side and knew that this 2-person seat couldn't possibly fit 5 people. They found a new spot with a few people. After everyone sat down, Lin Feng smiled and pushed the menu toward He Qing. You order. Lin Feng looked at He Qing directly. He Qing also felt Lin Feng's gaze. Her face instantly turned red with embarrassment, and she lowered her head. He's really handsome. It seems He Qing really likes him. The girl who had greeted Lin Feng earlier chuckled. Let me order. The girl to He Qing's left snatched the menu from in front of He Qing. I love this. This one is good too. This looks expensive, but it looks delicious. Give me this one too. When ordering, there was no hesitation whatsoever. Order less. He Qing said weakly at that moment. Oh my, you're not even married to him yet. And you're already feeling sorry for him? Another girl said with a laugh. When she saw Lin Feng looking at her, she still smiled and said, Handsome, you don't mind, do you? We are both He Qing's friends. My name is Wang Ming, and her name is Qi Fangfang. Qi Fangfang is the one who started talking to Lin Feng at the beginning, and she's also the prettiest one among them so far. This is Li Xian. Li Xian is the one who is ordering food. And this is Li Xingyue. She and Li Xian are cousins. Wang Ming introduced them briefly. This also helped Raymond Lam understand the relationships between the characters. Of course, I also saw through the relationship between these people. At first, Lin Feng really thought these people were He Qing's best friends, but now it seems they were just using the guise of best friends. Whether speaking or ordering food, he showed no consideration for He Qing whatsoever. Even though he knew that saying it would embarrass He Qing, he still said it. How could someone like that be He Qing's true best friend? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's gaze towards He Qing also carried a hint of pity. All right, that's all. Waiter. After ordering, Li Xian tossed the menu at the waiter. Just as the waiter was about to take the menu, Lin Feng interrupted them, saying, Wait a minute. Li Xian was slightly taken aback, not understanding what Lin Feng meant. That handsome guy hasn't ordered yet. Wang Ming reminded him with a smile. I forgot, Li Xian said casually, without the slightest embarrassment on her face. He handed the menu to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the menu and then handed it back to He Qing. He Qing, see if there's anything you like to eat. One sentence made He Qing look up at Lin Feng instantly, her eyes filled with surprise. This was the first time someone had proactively asked her about her needs. Aye. He Qing's face flushed again, and her voice stammered. She's easygoing. Li Xingyue suddenly interjected at this moment, with a mocking smile on her face. It's all right. Take your time looking. Lin Feng ignored Li Xingyue and continued looking at He Qing. I choose this one. He Qing looked at the other girls around her with obvious panic. When she saw the two Li sisters frowning, she was even more at a loss and quickly chose one. He then nodded slightly to Lin Feng, his face showing a hint of apology. That's all. Lin Feng selected a few items himself before handing the menu to the waiter. Handsome, we're just checking He Qing out. After all, He Qing is shy and simple-minded. Qi Fangfang hooked her leg under the table and looked at Lin Feng with a teasing look in her eyes. After seeing Lin Feng's appearance, Qi Fangfang had some ideas. Lin Feng pulled his feet back, his face showing no sign of anything amiss. Yes, I noticed that too. Lin Feng could obviously tell that He Qing was thin-skinned. Otherwise, how could she have such shameless best friends? Calling them best friends would be an understatement. They're practically vampires. Yes. You don't know. We have a really good relationship with He Qing. Wang Ming nodded repeatedly after Qi Fangfang finished speaking. So, if you want to get along well with He Qing, you must. Wang Ming paused slightly, glancing at Lin Feng. Exactly. If you want to get He Qing, you have to go through us. If it's not sincere enough, we won't agree. Li Xian chimed in. Chapter 47. Are you satisfied now? The meaning behind Li Xian's words is quite obvious. Lin Feng, sitting opposite him, immediately understood what those words meant. What is sincerity? That's just a small gift. Lin Feng sneered inwardly. He and He Qing were not even officially dating yet, and she was already openly asking for gifts. It wasn't just Lin Feng who understood this meaning. He Qing also understood the meaning of Li Xian's words at this moment, and looked at Lin Feng with a hint of guilt in her eyes. He was clearly a little embarrassed. These are nothing. Although Lin Feng was unhappy, he still had a smile on his face. Lin Feng had already figured it out by this time. He Qing is actually quite good, but she's just too good, so others treat her like an easy target. These people are all using the guise of best friends to bully He Qing in various ways. So at this moment, Lin Feng didn't dare to lose his temper. If he really upset these sisters, they would just drag He Qing away. My task was completely interrupted. Lin Feng was naturally unwilling. Just then, a system notification appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Ding! The blind date was completed in 1 minute. Reward: a Meng Xiaoyu down jacket. The first task was completed very easily. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly, and then his gaze fell on He Qing, who was sitting directly in front of him. Did He Qing invite you all to come? Lin Feng asked with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Hearing Lin Feng say that, He Qing raised her head and shook it gently, her eyes filled with a hint of helplessness. We're such good friends. Even if she hadn't invited us, we would have come along, Qi Fangfang said before He Qing could even speak. Upon hearing Qi Fangfang's words, Lin Feng nodded slightly, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. Based on the current chat, the situation is roughly as I guessed. When I saw all of you just now, I thought I was going to have to go on blind dates with each and every one of you by myself, Lin Feng said half-jokingly. Haha, you're really joking. Wang Ming laughed, clearly not understanding the meaning behind Lin Feng's words. A glint flashed in Qi Fangfang's eyes, clearly indicating that she understood the meaning behind Lin Feng's words. So after Wang Ming finished speaking, she quickly chimed in. Actually, He Qing is shy and embarrassed to say it. We are all her good friends, and we're just here to support her. We want to help her make the right choice. After all, she's so kind. It wouldn't be good if she got scammed. You're absolutely right. You two really are her best friends. Lin Feng naturally gave Qi Fangfang a thumbs up. You really know how to make excuses for yourself. Your thick skin is truly extraordinary. By the way, we haven't asked about your situation yet. Li Xingyue chimed in, looking at Lin Feng with great curiosity. Li Xingyue was even more curious than He Qing, who was sitting in the middle. You'd think she was the one on the blind date. Upon hearing Li Xingyue's words, all the girls except He Qing nodded in agreement. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. What do you want to ask? Lin Feng showed no panic whatsoever, instead calmly looking at the girls. Since he no longer has much financial pressure, Lin Feng has clearly felt that he can stand up straight again. He remained calm even when facing these people. How much is your monthly salary? After deducting utilities and rent, how much money can you give He Qing? The first person to raise a question was Wang Ming. If we get married, I'll naturally give her all the money. Lin Feng answered simply and directly, avoiding mentioning how much his salary was. What if you save money on the side? Wang Ming persisted at this point. Then let's just keep it. Lin Feng joked. No, I'm not satisfied with your answer. Wang Ming shook her head in dissatisfaction upon hearing Lin Feng's words. This won't do. Lin Feng completely ignored Wang Ming. Are you satisfied now? Have you bought a house here yet? Qi Fangfang then asked. Actually, this is what Qi Fangfang herself is more concerned about. To be honest, Qi Fangfang was quite satisfied with Lin Feng's appearance. Seeing that even a chubby girl like He Qing could meet such a handsome blind date, Qi Fangfang naturally felt a little jealous. She was determined to find a way to break the two of them up. The two of them absolutely cannot be together. So she asked about the house directly. If Raymond Lam says he bought a house, she will ask who will pay the mortgage. If Raymond Lam answers that the young couple will pay it together, she will say that the mortgage must be paid by the man's parents. At this point, the groom's parents must help with the mortgage payments. Houses. That just happens to be something I excel at. Lin Feng secretly chuckled when he saw that Qi Fangfang was asking about houses. I just bought a house in Fenglingyuan. It's 130 square meters. Lin Feng said with a smile to Qi Fangfang. How much is the down payment? Qi Fangfang nodded gently. After all, being able to afford a Huawei trifold phone meant she had some money, but she wasn't worried because she had other questions to ask. No down payment. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. What do you mean? Zero down payment? Can you buy a house with zero down payment now? Wang Ming seemed not to understand at this moment. No. Lin Feng smiled, then continued. I paid for this house in full. Ah. Wang Ming exclaimed in surprise as soon as she finished speaking. Not only Wang Ming, but Qi Fangfang also looked at Lin Feng with a look of astonishment. She also prepared follow-up questions. I really didn't expect Raymond Lam to buy the house in full. Although house prices have dropped now, a 130 square meter house would still cost at least 1.5 million yuan. Li Xian's mouth opened slightly, and a hint of regret flashed in her eyes. We should have ordered more food. What a ripoff. Qi Fangfang didn't know what to say at this moment. What she wanted to say had been interrupted by Lin Feng. Qi Fangfang's mind raced. What kind of car do you drive? Qi Fangfang quickly changed the subject. Because all my money went into buying a house. I only have a BYD Qin for now. Lin Feng said without any embarrassment. Ride-hailing services. Qi Fangfang seemed to have found a weakness and immediately snorted coldly. He Qing had a blind date who drove a BMW. Qi Fangfang said, tilting her head back and pointing at Lin Feng with her chin. Lin Feng was speechless. This BMW isn't yours, so what are you so proud of? Pride and style. As Lin Feng's main blind date, He Qing hadn't said much yet when she heard Qi Fangfang say this. She immediately felt it was inappropriate and gently pulled Qi Fangfang to remind her. Qi Fangfang simply shoved He Qing away, and after doing so, she didn't forget to give He Qing a disdainful look. Chapter 48 Rewards. 90% success rate in claw machine game. Lin Feng witnessed the entire scene. Exactly. Exactly. Wang Ming nodded repeatedly. That time, that boy even bought each of us girls an MCA lipstick. After saying that, Wang Ming looked at Lin Feng with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Lin Feng, you're so handsome. You can't be stingier than him, right? It's obvious they're trying to morally blackmail Raymond Lam. Upon hearing about lipstick, Li Xian and Li Xingyue looked at Lin Feng with even more eager eyes, anticipating his answer. That's not necessarily true. After all, I don't own a BMW. Lin Feng joked. Just then, the waiter brought over the dishes. Japanese food portions are generally small. A dish is usually eaten up very quickly after it's served. And then there's Li Xian, who's a complete glutton, who's been stuffing herself with food like crazy. Lin Feng didn't eat. He just kept observing. He Qing didn't eat either, her gaze occasionally stealing at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with a hint of shyness and guilt. It's so delicious. I haven't had such good Japanese food in ages. He Qing, we're all thanks to you. Li Xian said while stuffing food into her mouth. He Qing just smiled awkwardly. After the dishes were served, everyone's attention was clearly focused on them. People started talking much less, and occasionally someone would ask them a question. Lin Feng easily resolved all the issues. I'm going to the restroom. He Qing said weakly. Li Xian and the others nearby quickly made way for He Qing to leave. He Qing went to the restroom, and 2 minutes later, Lin Feng's phone rang. Lin Feng picked up his phone and glanced at it. It was a WeChat message from He Qing. Why is He Qing texting him at this time? Lin Feng's eyes held a slight hint of doubt, but he still clicked to check it out. I'm so sorry to have troubled you. They insisted on coming along. I'll pay for their meal later. After reading the content, Lin Feng turned off his phone screen. A few minutes later, He Qing returned. However, she looked at Lin Feng with some doubt in her eyes. She had been waiting for Lin Feng's reply in the bathroom. I waited in vain for a reply before returning. Sit next to me. This side is more spacious. Upon seeing He Qing return, Lin Feng took the initiative to stand up and greet her. Several girls were sitting on one side of the table, while Lin Feng was sitting opposite them. There are still seats available for Raymond Lam. No, no need. He Qing's face flushed instantly when she heard Lin Feng invite her to sit next to him. Her eyes held a hint of shyness. He Qing, please sit over there. You were squeezing us to death here. Li Xingyuan nodded quickly, as if she had finally relaxed. His gaze toward He Qing carried a hint of disdain. He Qing's face fell slightly when she heard what Li Xingyue said. She suddenly realized her problem with her figure. Lin Feng then spoke again. It's okay, you can sit here with me. He Qing, after hearing Lin Feng's words, sat down next to him somewhat shyly, but she clearly became very uneasy. Her face remained slightly flushed. Although He Qing is chubby, she has great skin, without any blemishes, and her skin is very fair. Seemingly sensing Lin Feng's gaze, He Qing became even more shy. When Qi Fangfang saw Lin Feng invite He Qing to sit opposite her, a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. Among these girls, Qi Fangfang felt that she was the most beautiful. Logically speaking, Raymond Lam shouldn't be blind. Even though she had given him such hints, Lin Feng seemed completely oblivious to her feelings. Qi Fangfang was even more anxious. If Lin Feng and He Qing get together, then I'll have no hope left. He Qing, it's much more comfortable sitting next to a handsome guy. It's not nice to squeeze in with us, Qi Fangfang said with a smile, but her words were full of sarcasm. It seems that He Qing took the initiative to sit next to Lin Feng. Upon hearing Qi Fangfang's words, He Qing's mouth opened slightly, and she seemed somewhat at a loss, wanting to explain herself. I asked her to come over, and besides, it's already very crowded over there. She'll be a little more comfortable here. Besides, I went on a blind date with He Qing, so I wanted to get to know her better, didn't I? At that moment, Lin Feng took the initiative to speak and stepped in front of He Qing. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Qi Fangfang was taken aback, her eyes widening slightly. Clearly, they haven't figured it out. Could it be that Raymond Lam actually likes that fat girl He Qing? Thinking of this, Qi Fangfang felt even more annoyed. He Qing was also slightly taken aback when she heard Lin Feng say this, and she turned her head. Li Xian also looked up at He Qing, her eyes filled with surprise. Clearly, this was the first time she had seen He Qing in such a state. While watching He Qing, he didn't forget to keep stuffing food into his mouth. That's right, Sister He Qing. We've always treated you well. How could you do this? Li Xingyue also stood up and accused He Qing of not being on their side. I think I should make the decision about my blind date. He Qing's body trembled slightly. Her voice was soft, but her tone was firm. Upon hearing He Qing's words, Qi Fangfang glanced at He Qing again. It was as if it were the first time I had ever seen He Qing like this. She opened her mouth, but for a moment, she didn't know what to say. No, you decide for yourself. We're all heartless. After a while, Qi Fangfang waved her hand. We're just taking advantage of you. Fine, let's go then. Don't say we're taking advantage of you with this meal. Let's split the bill, okay? Qi Fangfang was so angry that she threw her chopsticks on the table. The chopsticks made a crisp sound. Some people around were already looking this way. Qi Fangfang, you're doing this again. A hint of helplessness flashed in He Qing's eyes. Qi Fangfang had pulled this trick again. If anything he said didn't suit Fangfang's temper, she would turn against him. This is what He Qing hates. Is it so hard for her to just want friends? He Qing didn't know why things had turned out this way. What about me? You don't consider me your best friend? Then what's there to say? Let's split the bill. Qi Fangfang said, waving directly at the waiter. How much do you think it will cost? The waiter sensed something was wrong and quickly wrote out the bill. Miss, that'll be 732 yuan in total. Okay. Qi Fangfang nodded heavily, then looked at the other girls. We'll pay 366 yuan. 366 yuan divided by 5 people equals 73.2 yuan per person. Qi Fangfang said as she took out her phone, opened the calculator app, and started calculating. Pay up, Qi Fangfang said, then looked at Wang Meng and the others. No, shouldn't the man pay for this? Wang Meng was even more puzzled, feeling unable to understand Qi Fangfang's actions. She came here to freeload, but now she's being asked to pay. Wang Meng was naturally dissatisfied, And not only Wang Ming, but also Li Xian and Li Xingyue felt the same way. Sister, I'm still a college student. I don't have any money. Li Xingyue said weakly at this moment, her eyes showing a hint of fragility. Wait a minute. Just then, Lin Feng interrupted their conversation. What does this mean? When did AA come to mean this? I'll split it with you guys first, and then you can split it equally? Isn't your method of splitting the bill a bit inappropriate? Lin Feng wasn't going to tolerate Qi Fangfang and the others at all. They think they can just freeload and have a right to do it? Shouldn't we all pay together? Let's count by the number of people. There are 6 people in total. Each person should pay 122. Lin Feng stared straight at Qi Fangfang. No? How can you be so stingy, you man? Shouldn't you be paying for your blind date? Qi Fangfang was speechless. What kind of man is this? It's good enough that they didn't make you pay the full amount. You actually want us to split the bill? Are you kidding me? Qi Fangfang questioned directly. If it were just He Qing alone, I would have no problem treating you. But since you all came along, why should I treat you? Lin Feng retorted directly to Qi Fangfang's aggressive questioning. He Qing looked at Lin Feng, her eyes shining with a hint of light. She had never directly resisted any of the people like this before. Each time they protested quietly, it was ultimately ignored by the group. Today, Lin Feng and Qi Fangfang clashed directly, which made He Qing feel more comfortable than ever before. This feels great. Lin Feng is right. He Qing whispered again from the side. The sound wasn't loud, but several people heard it. The room fell silent for a moment. Wang Ming opened her mouth, and Qi Fangfang looked at He Qing in disbelief. Clearly, he hadn't expected He Qing to say that. You're actually helping an outsider? Qi Fangfang's actions just now were only intended to force He Qing to change her mind, but she did not expect that He Qing would stand firmly on Lin Feng's side at this moment. Qi Fangfang was naturally dumbfounded. After all, He Qing had never acted like this before. Qi Fangfang's gaze met He Qing's, and Qi Fangfang could see the determination in He Qing's eyes. Fine, fine. He Qing, you're really something. From now on, we're not even friends anymore. Don't expect us to talk to you again. Qi Fangfang pulled out her phone and looked at the waiter. We'll pay, he said, and then hurriedly took out his money. The other 3 girls quickly got up and followed behind. As Li Xian got up, she didn't forget to stuff food into her mouth. She felt a pang of regret. After all, this meal would cost money. I feel a little sorry for them. I want to eat my money's worth. The store returned to quiet. I'm sorry, He Qing said, her head bowed, her ears flushed, and her face filled with apology. No need to explain. Lin Feng waved his hand lightly, then pushed the dishes on the table in front of He Qing. They must be even more outrageous on ordinary days. I don't think I'll refuse, He Qing said softly, her fingers twirling gently. Actually, you don't have to do this. Lin Feng sighed. He could tell that He Qing was a highly sensitive person. This kind of personality is actually the easiest to be bullied. Because I can always see other people's emotions, I choose to back down. And that's how things turned out. Raymond Lam had a similar situation before, but it was much better than He Qing's. After the 2 finished eating in silence, Raymond Lam even offered to pay the bill. I'll pay. I've caused you a lot of trouble. He Qing quickly offered. No need. Lin Feng waved his hand with a smile, then paid the remaining amount himself. After leaving the restaurant, He Qing followed Lin Feng cautiously. Let's go together. We're just on a blind date. You'd think I was your boss. Lin Feng stopped and looked at He Qing with a smile. Okay. He Qing quickened her pace and walked alongside Lin Feng. Passing by an arcade, He Qing's eyes were naturally drawn to the various claw machines displayed at the entrance. His eyes held a hint of longing. What? You want this? Lin Feng noticed He Qing's gaze. No. He Qing shook her head in a panic, denying it. If I like it, I like it. Let's go. After saying that, Lin Feng took the initiative to walk towards the game center. Chapter 50? I don't believe it. He Qing looked at Lin Feng's back, her eyes filled with emotion. For the first time, she felt a sense of being cared for. Thinking back on the actions of Qi Fangfang and her friends, they realized that they were not as good as Lin Feng, whom she had only met for less than half an hour. She had passed by before when she was shopping with Qi Fangfang and the others, but Qi Fangfang and the others never noticed her. What's so good about dolls? They're so childish. Exactly. You should look at lipsticks more. That's right, Sister He Qing. I want to buy this lipstick, but I'm still short 100 yuan. Can you pay for it for me? I want one too. Her former demeanor flashed through He Qing's mind. He Qing shook her head slightly to shake off these negative emotions, and then hurriedly followed behind Lin Feng. Her somewhat overweight figure created a striking contrast when she stood next to Raymond Lam. This made He Qing even more shy. After entering the store, Lin Feng went directly to the counter and exchanged 100 yuan. 1 yuan can be exchanged for 2 game tokens, for a total of 200 tokens. To be honest, Lin Feng was willing to come and play the claw machine, not just because he happened to observe He Qing's eyes. Actually, Raymond Lam himself also wanted to come and take a look. Just how powerful is this ability rewarded by the system? Want to give it a try? Seeing He Qing standing behind him, Lin Feng took the initiative to grab a handful of game coins and hand them to her. I don't know how. He Qing said shyly, her words tinged with panic. It's okay. Nobody knows how to do it. The most important thing is to have fun. Lin Feng smiled and continued to encourage them. Hearing Lin Feng say that, He Qing also turned her head to look at the people around her who were playing claw machines. That certainly seems to be the case. Thinking of this, He Qing reached out her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly, and took the game coins from Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng's hand naturally landed in He Qing's palm. He Qing's cheeks flushed even more, and in that instant, she felt the warmth of Lin Feng's hand. Holding Raymond Lam's hand would probably feel very warm. That sentence unconsciously came to her mind. Lin Feng slowly let go, and He Qing took the game tokens and looked around at the claw machines. For a moment, she didn't know which one to choose. If you like any of these dolls, just give them a try. Lin Feng encouraged He Qing at this moment. Okay. He Qing nodded gently, her voice still rather soft. Then he slowly walked towards one of the claw machines and inserted a coin. Then we started operating it. In the ensuing chaos, she ended up grabbing nothing. Lin Feng stood to the side, a slight smile playing on his lips. He could see that He Qing's eyes were filled with excitement and joy. Oh, I can't do it. He Qing felt a little disappointed when she saw the claws finally retract and she had gotten nothing. It's okay. Let's try again. Lin Feng smiled. How could we possibly catch him right away? Wow. Just then, a girl next to me let out an excited scream. Lin Feng and He Qing also looked to the side. All I could see was a boy standing in front of the claw machine. It was clear that he had won the prize. The girl jumped up with a happy expression, then hugged the boy's neck and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Upon seeing this, He Qing blushed even more and turned her gaze to Lin Feng. Do you want one too? Lin Feng didn't understand what He Qing's look meant, assuming that He Qing was envious of the doll in someone else's hand. I'll give it a try. Lin Feng volunteered to stand in front of the claw machine. A hint of disappointment flashed in He Qing's eyes. Yeah, I'm so fat. Raymond Lam probably wouldn't like me. He Qing moved aside and stood behind Lin Feng, watching him operate the equipment. Lin Feng gripped the joystick, and in that instant, he felt countless techniques flash through his mind. I turned the joystick slightly with my finger, and that damn familiar feeling washed over me. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. The system is truly amazing. Insert a coin. After succeeding, Lin Feng gently turned the joystick with his finger. Under Lin Feng's control, the mechanical claw swayed slightly, and then, like a falcon, it swooped down. Then, it precisely caught one of the fluffy white rabbit plush toys. Claws tighten. Lift. Shift. Clang. The doll fell into the retrieval slot, making a sound. He Qing was completely stunned. She had clearly felt completely out of her control just now, but in Lin Feng's hands, it was as if he were ordering around a puppy. Wow! Before He Qing could speak, a little girl next to her exclaimed in surprise. She tugged at her mother's clothes and pointed at Lin Feng, saying, "Mommy, look." The sound also attracted the attention of those around them. The couple from before also looked over at this moment. The boy looked at Lin Feng with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Lin Feng ignored him and took out the fluffy doll, then handed it to He Qing. For you, for me. He Qing stared blankly at Lin Feng as he handed her the doll. He Qing never expected that Lin Feng would actually give her the doll. Thank you. He Qing was touched and accepted the doll. The two then continued to play the claw machine, with Lin Feng mostly encouraging He Qing to try it herself. Lin Feng provided guidance from the side, and under his guidance, He Qing was occasionally able to catch one. Ding! You've lasted 20 minutes on your blind date. You're rewarded with plus 10 points to your physical fitness. While in the game, Lin Feng received a system notification. Then I felt a warm, comfortable sensation throughout my body. After a while, Lin Feng felt that his body seemed to feel more comfortable. The two played around the claw machine for a while. Just then, He Qing's gaze was drawn to a large doll. It was a huge brown bear, furry and very cute. However, this requires cutting the rope to remove it. The couple that Lin Feng and his friends had seen earlier were now standing in front of this claw machine. "Let it go," the girl said, tugging at the boy's clothes. "No way. I don't believe it." The boy was getting a little carried away and gently shook off the girl. Lin Feng and He Qing watched from the side for a while. Only after the boy had spent all his game coins did he reluctantly want to leave, and the girl's expression also seemed a little off. "Do you like it? I'll catch one for you." Lin Feng noticed that He Qing's gaze kept drifting towards the big brown bear, so he took the initiative to speak. "Let's forget it." He Qing pursed her lips slightly. She had looked at it for a long time and felt that it was impossible to catch this kind of person. "I'll give it a try." Lin Feng didn't make any promises. After all, he didn't know how capable he was. "Dude, you can't catch him." The boy snorted and warned Lin Feng as he walked up to the machine. "Really? I don't believe it." Lin Feng smiled. Chapter 51, Can We Be Friends? The man was now carrying a large net bag. "It's full of all sorts of dolls that I caught." Many people around him looked at him with envy. This is also the source of this boy's confidence. Even someone as talented as him couldn't succeed. Therefore, he subconsciously believed that Lin Feng had absolutely no chance of succeeding. The girl next to him also glanced at Lin Feng with interest. In terms of appearance, Raymond Lam is obviously more handsome, so I unconsciously glanced at it a couple more times. Seemingly sensing his girlfriend's gaze, the boy felt even more hostile towards Lin Feng. That's when he said that. Lin Feng had no chance. On the one hand, the success rate is only 90%. It wasn't 100% certain, so Lin Feng himself wasn't absolutely confident of success. "Go for it," He Qing said weakly, cheering for Lin Feng from the sidelines. "Okay." Lin Feng winked at He Qing cheerfully. Then, he began to look seriously ahead. Lin Feng grasped the joystick and gently turned it to make sure the feel was correct. Only then did they begin inserting coins. This giant bear is quite large, so it naturally requires more game tokens than other claw machines. "Go, big brother." The little boy who had just started cheered for Lin Feng from the sidelines. "Okay." Lin Feng smiled, and then officially began. Under Lin Feng's precise control, the scissors were moved to the thin rope that was tethering the large brown bear. The scissors moved swiftly, heading straight for the rope. Luo Xiang's face was slightly pale at this moment. He did not expect that Lin Feng would be able to hit the target directly on the first try. Even a master like him couldn't cut the rope with the scissors on the first try. Luo Xiang could clearly sense a glint in his girlfriend's eyes. A sense of crisis arose spontaneously. There is no problem with the location. It's done. Someone nearby couldn't help but shout when they saw this. Their eyes filled with envy as they looked at Lin Feng. The scissors slowly unfolded, but the doll still didn't fall to the ground. The rope is still there. This still didn't work? Could it be that the knife isn't sharp enough? Some people were even more puzzled at this point. Lin Feng has done a perfect job in terms of both timing and accuracy. Is it impossible to succeed, even with these methods? I told you, you definitely couldn't do it. Luo Xiang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Feng had failed, a slightly smug smile on his face. He Qing looked at Lin Feng with a hint of sadness on her face. She was quite excited just now, but unexpectedly, she didn't succeed. Hearing the sarcastic remarks made by the people next to her, He Qing was slightly annoyed. She doesn't dare to argue with anyone. Seeing that Lin Feng ignored him, Luo Xiang turned to his girlfriend and said, "Let's go." Lin Feng also heard what Luo Xiang said, but he still didn't pay attention and continued to insert coins. When Luo Xiang's girlfriend saw Lin Feng continue, she gently waved her hand. "Wait a moment." After saying that, he still stopped and watched. Many people in the surrounding area were also attracted to it. Everyone watched Lin Feng's actions with curiosity. After successfully inserting the coin, Lin Feng started again. Lin Feng's fingers moved lightly on the joystick, his eyes focused like a sniper's. Seeing Lin Feng's focused gaze, He Qing suddenly thought of a saying. A man is most charming when he is focused. At this moment, Lin Feng must be feeling just like this, right? He Qing's cheeks were slightly flushed. Lin Feng paid no attention to the people around him, focusing only on his target. The techniques provided by the system allowed Lin Feng to easily control the force, angle, and timing. Snap! The scissors finally fell, and this time they hit the mark perfectly. The sharp blade precisely gripped the thin rope. The rope snapped instantly, the huge brown bear swayed, and then slid down, its head hitting the glass door. Wow! A burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the surrounding area. The little girl who had just been jumping around clapping her hands exclaimed, "Mommy, Big Brother is so amazing." The onlookers raised their phones to take pictures, and exclamations of amazement rose and fell. Even Luo Xiang's girlfriend couldn't help but gasp softly, her eyes flashing with undisguised amazement. He Qing was so excited that her face turned red, and she waved her arms involuntarily. It was a success. Raymond Lam really succeeded. He Qing didn't know why she was so happy. Luo Xiang's face instantly turned a liverish color. He opened his mouth, as if to say something, but the surrounding praise made him mutter quietly. It must be because I cut the rope almost completely before. That's right, that's it. He was convinced of this. You've tried so many times and failed. Others succeeded on their second try, and you still call yourself an expert. Luo Xiang's girlfriend chuckled. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiang's expression turned even more unpleasant. He and his girlfriend became boyfriend and girlfriend after knowing each other for only a few days. This was also the first time Luo Xiang had brought a girl to play the claw machine. Originally, I wanted to show off my skills, but I ended up being the foil instead. This made him very upset. The staff had already noticed this by then. When they saw that the rope had broken, they took the initiative to come over, opened the claw machine's cabinet door, and then took the giant brown bear out of it. Handsome guy, you're brown bear. Lin Feng smiled and took the teddy bear, then turned to He Qing with a gentle smile and placed the doll directly into her arms. Here, this is for you. The plush toy was quite large, and He Qing almost couldn't hold it. Of course, more importantly, Lin Feng actually gave it to her on his own initiative. Such a big gift. It was only her first blind date with Raymond Lam, and the two didn't have much contact. Wow! The girls around them exclaimed with envy. The sound made He Qing's face flush even more, and the gazes of those around her made her even more shy. At this moment, she wished she could bury her head in the plush of the doll. Her voice was barely audible. Thank you. You're welcome. I hope you'll be even braver with this. Lin Feng said with a smile, offering encouragement. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, He Qing raised her head, her gaze lingering briefly on Lin Feng's face before she nodded emphatically. He spent all his game coins. Raymond Lam and He Qing also had a great time, as Raymond Lam could easily win prizes from these small claw machines. Every single time, it was a perfect hit. I grabbed dozens of plush toys. Lin Feng also gave some of these dolls to the children who were watching nearby. Of course, most of them were given to He Qing. Even after leaving the arcade, He Qing's face was still flushed with excitement. Let me take you home, Lin Feng offered. Okay. He Qing nodded shyly. The car dropped He Qing off downstairs. Standing downstairs, He Qing, holding her doll, looked at Lin Feng with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Will we ever meet again? Can we be friends? He Qing doesn't expect the two of them to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Being friends is fine enough. She enjoys spending time with Raymond Lam. Of course, aren't we already friends? Lin Feng nodded with a smile. After saying goodbye to He Qing, Lin Feng drove back to his residence. I had just sat down on the sofa to rest for a bit when my phone rang. Chapter 52. You don't want your son to be unable to find a girlfriend, do you? Lin Feng took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Meng Xiaoyu. As soon as the call connected, Lin Feng heard Meng Xiaoyu's voice, which was trembling with tears. Lin Feng, I was wrong. Please help me. What's wrong now? Lin Feng wondered what was wrong with Meng Xiaoyu this time, and why she was acting like this all of a sudden. Lin Feng, I've been scammed. Wang Bing is a liar. He's not a rich kid. He's a big liar who cheated me out of over 100,000 yuan. Meng Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone was already in tears. You still have over 100,000. Lin Feng sneered upon hearing this, then realized something. No, I took out over 100,000 yuan in online loans and gave it to him. Now I can't contact him anymore. Lin Feng, what should I do? How could he be this kind of person? I've really done something terrible. Lin Feng, you're the only one who can help me now. I was really wrong. Let's get back together, okay? This time, I'll definitely treat you even better. Meng Xiaoyu was genuinely panicked. She panicked after discovering that Wang Bing had immediately become unreachable after she gave him the money. More importantly, she went to the bank to withdraw money specifically for this purpose. They even had a falling out with the bank staff. Unexpectedly, Wang Bing disappeared the day after receiving the money. I can't get through on the phone, and there's no reply on WeChat. Sensing something was wrong, Meng Xiaoyu went directly to Wang Bing's factory, wanting to find him. It turned out that the factory had absolutely nothing to do with Wang Bing. The factory owner's surname is Fu. After learning the truth, Meng Xiaoyu immediately called the police. The police also need time. After thinking about it all night, Meng Xiaoyu was terrified. The thought that if she couldn't get the money back, she would have to repay the tens of thousands of yuan she had taken out online loans herself was unbearable. What should we do then? Her current job is not yet stable. Even if you succeed, The salary isn't actually that much. What should we do? After thinking about it all night, Meng Xiaoyu thought of Lin Feng. So she called Lin Feng. No, you've been scammed. You should call the police. What's the use of telling me this? Lin Feng chuckled when he heard Meng Xiaoyu's words. I just thought Meng Xiaoyu was joking. You only realized you needed to come back to me after you'd been scammed? Are you kidding me? What do you want from me? Let me help you pay off your online loans. How could Lin Feng possibly agree to such a thing? He's not some sucker. Lin Feng, didn't you understand? I think we're quite compatible. Right. If we work together, we'll definitely be able to pay off this online loan, right? What does your online loan have to do with me? Lin Feng quickly interrupted Meng Xiaoyu after hearing her incessant chatter. Good grief, I haven't agreed yet. You've even asked me to start paying off your online loans. That would be terrible. There's no way we can be together anymore. Besides, what do I care about your online loan debts? After saying that, Lin Feng hung up the phone. Then he quickly blocked Meng Xiaoyu. However, Lin Feng planned to probe indirectly to see if Meng Xiaoyu was telling the truth or lying to him. If it's true, Meng Xiaoyu probably won't be able to repay the money she mentioned before. If it's fake, Lin Feng will definitely try to get her to return it. Lin Feng thought of Lu Wenxin, Meng Xiaoyu's best friend. The two only communicated by phone during that blind date, and for some reason, Lu Wenxin suddenly wanted to add Lin Feng on WeChat these past 2 days. Perhaps you can learn more about Lu Wenxin. However, Raymond Lam did not rush to add Lu Wenxin as a partner. He began to test his physical fitness. Lin Feng could only do about 10 push-ups in one go before. This data is still quite disappointing. Push-ups are the best way to test your abilities. Raymond Lam immediately started doing push-ups. Huff, huff. Lin Feng did 30 push-ups in one go before getting up. Not bad. Lin Feng nodded slightly, quite satisfied. I can clearly feel that all aspects of my body are improving. Having a strong body is certainly a good thing. Living longer than others is a bonus. Not to mention, Lin Feng now has a system. You need to be healthy to have more fun. Pack your things. We're going back to our hometown tomorrow. Lin Feng waved excitedly. Thinking of this, Lin Feng called his mother again. Mom, I'm going back to my hometown soon. Can you arrange a blind date for me in advance? Whether the Lin family can have an heir depends on you. You don't want your son to be unable to find a wife, do you? Your son doesn't have a girlfriend. You'll be the one losing face during the new year. Lin Feng put all the pressure on his mother, and when she heard him say that, she was quite taken aback. The pressure suddenly became immense. It feels like if I don't find a partner for Raymond Lam, I'll be letting down too many people. Okay, I understand. I'll come and ask right away. Lin Feng's mother's voice still carried a hint of joy. After all, Raymond Lam had always been afraid of blind dates, so his mother was naturally happy that he was being so proactive now. There was a problem with the introduction I gave Lin Feng that time. I thought he would resist again, but I didn't expect him to be so proactive this time. This naturally made Raymond Lam's mother extremely happy. He Qing returned to her rented room, and the smile on her face still hadn't disappeared. He Qing shared an apartment with Qi Fangfang and Wang Meng. She opened the door. Li Xian and Li Xingyue lived across the hall from each other. The moment He Qing opened the door, she saw several people sitting on the living room sofa with unfriendly expressions. Qi Fangfang snorted after seeing He Qing. However, his eyes were still fixed on He Qing, mainly because He Qing was holding a super big doll, which was really eye-catching. The other girls also looked unwell, but they were in similar condition to Qi Fangfang. He Qing was even more curious about the many dolls she was holding. Is he trying to appease them? Thinking of this, Qi Fangfang turned and exchanged glances with the other 3 girls. Several people were also quite puzzled. However, they had already decided to ignore He Qing until she apologized. Sensing the awkwardness in the air, He Qing's smile faded considerably, and she silently walked towards her room. After entering the room, He Qing closed the door herself. After He Qing closed the door, Wang Ming was so angry, she almost jumped up. No, what does she mean by that? Doesn't she want to apologize to us? What kind of attitude is this? I was actually thinking of forgiving her, because we've been best friends for so many years. But look what happened. He's an ingrate. Qi Fangfang nodded repeatedly beside her. Just then, He Qing's door opened again. He Qing looked calmly at the people in front of her. I've made up my mind. I'll be moving into the company dormitory starting tomorrow. You can rent this place from now on. No. Chapter 53, she just wants to find an honest man. Qi Fangfang was the first to stand up and object. How could you do that? That's right. Absolutely not. Why should you be able to move out whenever you want? Wang Ming followed closely behind. The 3 of them share this house. This is my freedom. He Qing's voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally firm. This made Qi Fangfang and Wang Meng pause slightly. I feel that He Qing seems to have changed a lot today. This is completely out of control. No, if you leave, we won't get along with our new roommates. Qi Fangfang quickly said. Actually, Qi Fangfang was also a little flustered inside. This was the first time she had ever seen He Qing so resolute. Qi Fangfang was genuinely scared. He Qing pursed her lips. She wanted to retort, but she didn't have the courage. The three of them rented the house, but Qi Fangfang and Wang Meng wanted to pay less rent, so they gave the largest room to He Qing. However, a few months later, Qi Fangfang used various means to make the weak He Qing not only give up the large room, but also continue to pay for it. In addition, He Qing was also made to pay for the water and electricity bills. Today's blind date with Raymond Lam also made He Qing see through the true nature of these people. On her way back, He Qing had made up her mind to stay away from these people. Why can't I be a little more carefree? Just like Raymond Lam. Seeing He Qing remain silent, Qi Fangfang thought that her words had softened He Qing's heart. She then quickly went to He Qing's side, her tone softening again. Actually, we're all good sisters. You wouldn't want to see us upset, would you? Sorry. He Qing looked up and met Qi Fangfang's gaze. Upon hearing He Qing say sorry, Qi Fangfang immediately felt a sense of relief. This should work now. Damn Lin Feng. If it weren't for Lin Feng, He Qing probably wouldn't be like this at all. In less than an hour, he spent time with Raymond Lam, and things have turned out like this. It's okay. After stabilizing He Qing, I'll slowly brainwash her. Qi Fangfang thought to herself. I still choose to leave. He Qing's voice wasn't loud, but it was clearer than ever before. She looked directly into Qi Fangfang's wide, astonished eyes. Whether I move or not is my choice. I've had enough of this humiliation. Qi Fangfang was speechless for a moment. Li Xingyue then stepped in to smooth things over, saying, Sister He Qing, everyone is living here just fine. I really can't bear to see you leave. Please don't go. Li Xingyue used her usual coquettish tactics, trying to get He Qing to stay. After all, with He Qing around, she could often get a lot of benefits from He Qing. For Li Xingyue, although she was not sharing an apartment with He Qing, she was still reluctant to see He Qing leave. Of course, this reluctance is mainly due to material reasons, not because they are reluctant to part with He Qing as a person. Sorry, I don't want to talk to you. He Qing knew she couldn't win an argument with these people, and her personality was naturally rather weak. It took He Qing a lot of thought and courage to say that she was moving out. At this moment, He Qing didn't want to compromise herself and agree to Qi Fangfang and the others' demands. So she simply closed the door. Snap, snap. The moment the door closed, He Qing's fists relaxed. She had been speaking with her fists clenched the whole time she was outside the door. She was even more nervous at this moment, and her palms were sweaty. The living room was deathly silent. Qi Fangfang opened her mouth, her face turning red and then white. She had clearly thought of many solutions in her mind, but He Qing simply closed the door. This made it impossible for Qi Fangfang to use her magic. How did she become like this? Wang Meng was both anxious and angry. She stomped her foot hard, and her voice became shrill. Wang Meng is usually the one who wastes the most water and electricity. She was the first person to turn on the air conditioner in winter. She knew, of course, that if He Qing left, Qi Fangfang would never allow her to use her like this. It must be because of Lin Feng. I wonder what Lin Feng said to He Qing. How did he raise her like this? Qi Fangfang said through gritted teeth, blaming all the blame on Lin Feng. He Qing could naturally hear the voices outside the door, and her face showed some sadness. Looking at the doll beside her, He Qing gently picked it up, feeling a sense of security. It's like standing next to Raymond Lam. Lin Feng got up in the morning and immediately put on the Meng Xiaoyu down jacket that the system had rewarded him with. Then they loaded the Huawei phone and 2 cases of Matai liquor into the car. I just got in the car, ready to start it, and head straight back to my hometown. Just then, Lin Feng's mother called him. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked as he answered the phone. Didn't you say yesterday that you were going to be introduced to someone? Mom said irritably. You have news from your side. Lin Feng was also a little surprised. The matter was only discussed yesterday afternoon, and it was already resolved this morning. Yes, Mom said with a smile. Perfect timing. The woman is also going back to her hometown. She just arrived in the city yesterday and said she'd be back today. You can go and come back with her and chat on the way. You must treat her well, and don't be stingy with the money. The matchmaker said she's from a top-tier university. I've already spoken to the matchmaker, and the woman's family has given their consent. They said they wanted to meet you at Wanda Plaza after you arrived. My mother simply gave a brief explanation of the situation. Okay, no problem. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. This is such a wonderful thing. Actually, Raymond Lam wanted his mother to find 2 more men, but he was afraid she would accuse him of being greedy and having his cake and eating it too. Lin Feng didn't say anything more. Lin Feng's hometown is not far from the provincial capital where he works. It takes about 2 hours to drive there. After getting a car, Lin Feng didn't actually need to drive to the city center at all. But now that there's a blind date, Raymond Lam is willing to make a special trip there. After chatting with his mother for a few minutes and hanging up the phone, Lin Feng received the woman's WeChat contact card from his mother. Raymond Lam added the woman on WeChat immediately. The woman quickly accepted his WeChat request. The two then exchanged a few brief pleasantries. I heard you're going back to your hometown, right? The girl's name was Wu Keru, and her WeChat profile picture was of Lu Yifei holding flowers. That's right. We can go back to our hometown together and chat. Lin Feng replied. Oh, you came back by high-speed train? No, I drove back. In a hotel bed in downtown Shunchong, Wu Keru's previously indifferent eyes suddenly lit up. The matchmaker hadn't mentioned that the man owned a car. She had inquired and found out that the man's circumstances were average. The main reason she agreed to the blind date was because the man repeatedly emphasized that he was an honest person. My parents are honest people. She just wants to find an honest man. Chapter 54 Dancing in a Bar. Didn't Mom say it was a 985 university? Ding. Please proceed to Shunchong City for a blind date with Wu Keru. Persist for 1 minute and you'll be rewarded with a 30-gram gold bracelet. Persist for 5 minutes and you'll be rewarded with a Mercedes-Benz E300 Premium Edition. Persist for 10 minutes. Reward with a skill, master-level boxing techniques. The system notification appeared in front of Lin Feng at that moment. Wow. Lin Feng became even more excited upon seeing this. This time, everything is top-quality stuff. We absolutely have to win this time. At this moment, Lin Feng wished he could immediately return to Shunchong City to meet Wu Keru for a blind date. The bracelet can be given directly to my mother. The car also has master-level boxing skills, not to mention. I'm done chatting. I'm about to leave. Lin Feng stopped talking to Wu Keru. We drove off directly. The journey was smooth. There was no feeling of traffic jams during the Chinese New Year. After all, Raymond Lam went back to his hometown almost a month in advance. If we wait until Chinese New Year, the roads will probably be completely jammed. This is what highway entrances in Anhui province look like. This is basically how it is during holidays, in order to allow vehicles from other provinces to pass through as quickly as possible. Anhui province even went so far as to close highways, prohibiting privately owned vehicles from using them. This has become the norm. Even so, some people still grumble and complain every time they pass through Anhui province. The road was clear, so the vehicle drove with a dead battery. Even so, the fuel consumption is still relatively low. Lin Feng set off at around 8 a.m. and arrived in Shunchong City at 10:30 a.m. Lin Feng navigated directly to the underground parking garage of Wanda Plaza. After arriving at the garage, Lin Feng rested for a while. After driving for nearly 2 hours, Lin Feng was slightly tired. After resting for half an hour, Lin Feng put on the Meng Xiaoyu down jacket and went directly to the first floor of Wanda Plaza. During the break, just now, Raymond Lam had already made an appointment with Wu Keru. The two chose to meet directly at Starbucks in Wanda Plaza. This is also more convenient. I've arrived at Starbucks. Just as Lin Feng was about to reach the Starbucks entrance, Wu Keru sent him a message. Lin Feng, who was on his way, heard his phone ring and smiled slightly after seeing the message. That's pretty fast. Just as I was about to put my phone away, a picture came through on WeChat. It's a selfie of me standing in front of a mirror. The girl in the picture is wearing a white double-faced wool coat with a fox fur collar. Judging from her figure, she's quite good-looking, with long legs. Although a face was obscured by a phone, a small part of it could still be seen. This person has a pretty good presence. Lin Feng put away his phone and walked directly towards the Starbucks store. After pushing open the door, Lin Feng quickly found Wu Keru sitting inside, playing on her phone. Hearing the door being pushed open, Wu Keru looked up at the doorway. At this moment, Wu Keru saw Lin Feng walk in wearing a down jacket. She quickly noticed Lin Feng's appearance and clothing. With looks like that, if I hadn't retired, I probably would have been willing to pay a lower price. Then Wu Keru noticed Lin Feng's clothes. People in Wu Keru's circle are quite concerned about these things, so Wu Keru is very knowledgeable about some brands. The down jacket Lin Feng was wearing looked quite ordinary, but it was actually a Meng Xiaoyu jacket. A single down jacket can cost tens of thousands of yuan, and Raymond Lam has more than one down jacket, including his pants. This person is obviously rich. Wu Keru subconsciously thought that this person was not her blind date Lin Feng. After all, the information they received from the matchmaker was that the man was an honest person. Just as Wu Keru was about to look down and continue playing on her phone, the handsome guy waved at her. Wu Keru subconsciously looked around and found that there was no one there. Is this guy looking for me? They probably followed me because they thought I was pretty, hoping to get my WeChat. Wu Keru thought to herself. That's not impossible. Such a handsome guy. Let's add each other on WeChat and have a good chat. What if we cross paths in the future? Thinking of this, Wu Keru raised her fair fingers and waved to Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked straight toward Wu Keru. There were still quite a few people sitting inside Starbucks. Many men looked at Lin Feng with envy. They had noticed the pretty girl earlier, but none of them were too shy to approach her. Lin Feng approached Wu Keru and was just about to speak. He saw Wu Keru take out her phone and quickly switch to the QR code interface. Add me on WeChat. I'm meeting someone later, and it's not convenient to chat. Wu Keru's gaze lingered on Lin Feng's face for a moment again. Lin Feng's face looks even better up close. This made Wu Keru even more tempted. When I get back, I'll definitely have to flirt with this handsome young man. Lin Feng was stunned by Wu Keru's action. However, I suddenly realized something afterward. With a faint smile on his face, he looked at Wu Keru. Judging from her appearance, Wu Keru was indeed beautiful. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng sensed a sense of technology. If I'm not mistaken, this face looks like it's had work done. My name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Wu Keru read it aloud, then widened her eyes and looked Lin Feng up and down again. Isn't he supposed to be an honest person? Is this still an honest person? Is there something wrong with the information this matchmaker has? Can this person be considered an honest person? Why you hello? Just kidding. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Wu Keru's face, but she quickly composed herself. Would you like something to drink? It's on me. Lin Feng said with a smile to Wu Keru in front of him. Lin Feng did not expose Wu Keru's behavior just now. His most important task now is to start going on blind dates. Nothing else matters. Anyway, I'm not hoping to actually be together in the future. Whatever. Wu Keru smiled. Raymond Lam got up and ordered 2 coffees, then brought them over and handed them to Wu Keru. The two sat down facing each other. Ask me any questions you may have. Lin Feng sat in his chair, his posture still relaxed. Seeing Raymond Lam's behavior, Wu Keru became somewhat flustered. This is completely different from what I knew. This Lin Feng doesn't seem like an honest person at all. At this moment, Wu Keru was worried that she would be exposed. I've actually been working outside all the time. I'm pretty easygoing. Wu Keru smiled. Raymond Lam wanted to hear just how casual it was. I haven't really considered your house or car much. After all, I've made some money over the years. Wu Keru looked up at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised, as this was the first time he had met a girl who still had savings. What do you do for a living? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Actually, I was dancing in a bar. Wu Keru said, pursing her lips. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Dancing in a bar? Didn't Mom say he got a 985 degree? Chapter 55. The bride price was just a formality, but it was too little, and my relatives thought I was worthless. Wu Keru sensed the surprise in Lin Feng's eyes. After all, the nature of her work is inherently controversial. However, Wu Keru was still very dissatisfied with Raymond Lam's reaction. What's wrong with dancing in bars? Are you so surprised? What kind of look is that? What era are we living in? Wu Keru snorted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Sorry. Lin Feng snapped out of his daze and quickly apologized. After all, this is just the beginning. If Wu Keru is unhappy and turns around and leaves, then his reward will be gone. Therefore, no matter what, Raymond Lam definitely needs to keep Wu Keru in check. That's right. I was narrow-minded. I really shouldn't have been prejudiced. There's nothing wrong with being a dancer in a bar. It's just an art form. I'm not saying anything more. Nowadays, no job is inherently superior or inferior. The most important thing is to be able to earn money to support yourself and live a fulfilling life. Don't you agree? Lin Feng continued speaking directly, following Wu Keru's lead. These words immediately made Wu Keru nod repeatedly. That's right. That's right. That's exactly it. It felt like I had found a kindred spirit because I had been misunderstood for so many years because of this job. Now finally someone understands me. Alarm bells were ringing in Lin Feng's mind. He had only made one expression, yet Wu Keru reacted as if she had been provoked. It would be strange if there wasn't something wrong with that. There may be self-disciplined bar dancers, but the proportion is probably less than 1 in 10,000. What are you pretending for? Actually, I'm a very simple person. I usually just go to work, sleep, and don't really like going out. After saying this, Wu Keru's eyelashes drooped slightly, and her tone seemed to carry a sigh. Actually, I don't want to dance anymore. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Those words did seem to be true. A girl can't live like this forever. So I want to find someone down to earth, reliable, and good to me, to live a peaceful and stable life. After she finished speaking, Wu Keru's eyes showed a hint of pity. At this moment, Wu Keru looked exactly like a pitiful little white rabbit. Lin Feng calmly picked up his coffee and took a sip. That's right, that's what I think too. Keep pretending. When Wu Keru heard Lin Feng's words, she looked up at him and saw that he believed her so quickly. Wu Keru sneered inwardly. She had used this line countless times. She herself felt nauseous and disgusted. However, Wu Keru's face softened even more. I've met people like that before, but they weren't very reliable. I was a little scared, so now I want to find someone honest and reliable. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Lin Feng nodded slightly, but thought to himself, is he the kind of person who would take the money and run? He's definitely unreliable. Ding. The blind date was completed in 1 minute. The reward is a 30-gram gold bracelet, which has been sent to your right pocket. The system notification sound calmed Lin Feng down. A minute has passed so quickly. I got the gold bracelet. Thinking about the rewards for the mission, Lin Feng knew he had to persevere with this blind date. I could tell you were a good person the moment I saw you. Wu Keru smiled at Lin Feng. She also brought out her charm to the fullest. A faint smile returned to Lin Feng's face as he continued speaking, following Wu Keru's lead. He now realized that time actually passed faster when the girl took the initiative to talk. What are your conditions? Lin Feng was also quite curious about what conditions Wu Keru would propose. What do you do for a living? Wu Keru turned to Lin Feng and asked him first. I work as a manager at a customer service company, and I earn about 7 or 8,000 yuan a month. Lin Feng said with a faint smile. Wu Keru felt a slight sense of disdain in her heart. She hadn't even done as much as she had in a week, yet she had the nerve to say that. However, Wu Keru also knew that this salary was already quite good in their city. It's considered relatively stable. In fact, Wu Keru actually prefers her partner to be a civil servant or work in a public institution, or at the very least, a state-owned enterprise. This job is SOSO. Actually, I don't have many requirements for money. I mainly want to find a down-to-earth, stable, and family-oriented man. Wu Keru tossed her hair and explained softly. I understand. Lin Feng didn't say anything more. Regarding housing, I'm not a materialistic girl, but we'll definitely need a house when we get married, right? It's over 100 square meters. All I need is a down payment. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded slightly. This requirement was already considered quite good in today's blind date market. Some women on blind dates are required to have a house registered under their name. That makes a lot of sense. Lin Feng nodded, then encouraged Wu Keru to continue. Secondly, there's the engagement and betrothal gifts. These things are just formalities. Wu Keru looked up at Lin Feng and said with a smile. Upon hearing Wu Keru's words, Lin Feng felt a slight sense of anticipation. How much would this format cost? After all, the situation in the urban area of Shunchang is relatively good, but in many county towns or rural areas, the bride price is basically around 400,000 yuan. Furthermore, the man also needs to provide a house and a car worth at least 150,000 yuan. Under such conditions, marriage is basically like shedding a layer of skin for the man. But it can't be too little, otherwise my relatives will definitely say I'm worthless. Wu Keru said matter-of-factly. I've checked. The bride price here is 400,000 yuan. I won't ask for more. 360,000 yuan will be fine. Upon hearing Wu Keru's words, Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, thinking, she really is a living bodhisattva. I thought it would be much less. That's a loss of 40,000 yuan. This condition is acceptable. Although Lin Feng was unhappy, he still had a smile on his face. Seeing that Lin Feng had accepted her conditions, Wu Keru continued. After we get married, I definitely won't go to work at the bar anymore. Don't worry. However, the most important thing in a relationship is trust. I hate it when guys check my phone and interfere in everything. Wu Keru mainly cares about this point. Although she might quit her job as a dancer, she had, after all, met quite a few big and small business owners who were willing to spend money on her. Even after getting married, she was unwilling to cut off contact with these people. That's her source of income. You understand the trust one need, right? I understand. Of course I understand. Lin Feng nodded slightly, then continued. That means after marriage, neither of us will look at the other's phone. That won't do. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Wu Keru quickly shook her head. How could that be acceptable? You can't look at my phone, but I have to look at yours. I've been hurt before. I've been hurt by men. So I have to see your phone. That's how I feel safe. Chapter 56. Isn't this the same? Lin Feng was speechless after hearing what Wu Keru said. What are you applying double standards to here? Was I hurt by a man because he didn't give me money? However, the time hasn't come yet, so we must keep smiling. Lin Feng already knew that he had absolutely no need to get to know this woman well. Therefore, Lin Feng simply smiled and nodded at what Wu Keru said. Just laugh it off. Seeing Lin Feng like this, Wu Keru felt much more at ease. This is the honest man she's looking for. And then there's the matter after marriage. After we get married, I hope we can wait at least 6 months before having children. Wu Keru continued, then looked at Lin Feng somewhat guiltily. Only Wu Keru herself knew that she had miscarried 3 times last year. The damage to the body is simply too great. But you can't blame me, Wu Keru. It's all those stinky men's fault. They said they wouldn't, but one by one they couldn't help themselves. Speechless. The doctor has already said that it's basically impossible for her to get pregnant given her condition. However, in order to prevent her fiancé from finding out, Wu Keru wanted to delay the process. The longer it drags on, the more likely you are to get a share of the assets even if you get divorced. Of course, the main reason is that I want to enjoy some time alone with my partner. I don't want to have children so soon. Wu Keru quickly explained, worried that Lin Feng would misunderstand. How old are you now? If Lin Feng remembered correctly, Wu Keru's actual age should be quite high. So what if I'm 30? Wu Keru said, revealing her age, which was something she was quite proud of. She said she was 30, but everyone could tell she was older than 30. She spent a lot of money on her face and body. It's okay. I'll listen to you. Lin Feng didn't say anything more. Seeing that Raymond Lam was so easy to talk to, Wu Keru felt like she had found a treasure. It seems I've really met an honest person. Besides, after we get married, I definitely won't live with your parents. Don't even think about it. Wu Keru looked at Lin Feng seriously. Understood. Lin Feng nodded gently. Besides, if your parents get sick, you'll have to take care of them yourself. I can't possibly take care of them. If you make me take care of them, then we'll get a divorce, and I won't return a single penny of the bride price. Wu Keru thought for a moment and then spoke again. She felt that what she had said earlier was not complete enough, and that saying it this way would be safer. Lin Feng's face didn't change when he heard Wu Keru say that, but he was speechless inside. Good grief, so you're after the bride price? Ding. You've successfully completed your blind date in 5 minutes. Your reward is a Mercedes-Benz E300 premium model. Please pick up your car at Shunchong Weijio Mercedes-Benz 4S store. All paperwork is complete. Just come and pick it up. The system notification appeared before Lin Feng's eyes instantly, and after seeing it clearly, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Good thing you came. This is really great. What's wrong with you? Wu Keru seemed to sense a sudden change in Lin Feng's mood and was also a little surprised. Why is there so many smiles on her face all of a sudden? Is she fantasizing about marrying herself? It's really getting worse. A hint of disdain flashed in Wu Keru's eyes. Lin Feng didn't care about Wu Keru's thoughts. Instead, he looked at Wu Keru with a big smile. Thanks to Wu Keru, Raymond Lam was able to get a Mercedes-Benz E300. When Wu Keru saw Lin Feng's smile, she instinctively felt that he looked a bit silly, as if he had the same expression as Brother Shu. But maybe that's a good thing. At least they'll listen to me in the future. Actually, I'm quite satisfied with your performance. Wu Keru took a sip of coffee and then lingered on Lin Feng for a moment. Originally, I was thinking that if the blind date didn't work out, I would just take a taxi home. Wu Keru said very seriously. But since you drove here, why don't I ride in your car? I can see how comfortable your passenger seat is. Wu Keru looked at Lin Feng with the eyes that seemed to say, this is a reward for you. When Lin Feng heard Wu Keru say that, he rolled his eyes inwardly. Sure enough, they think there's something special just because you give them a little kindness? Okay, let's go. It's still a few minutes walk from here to the car. That should be about it. Lin Feng was naturally happy to agree. The two stood up, and Raymond Lam even took the suitcase from Wu Keru's side. I tried it out, and the suitcase is quite heavy. The two walked directly out of the Starbucks coffee shop and into the mall. The two arrived at the elevator entrance and waited for the elevator to go to the underground parking garage. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. Lin Feng immediately took out his phone and checked it. When Lin Feng took out the trifold fold, Wu Keru raised her eyebrows slightly. Wu Keru immediately recognized the phone, a Huawei trifold phone, costing around 20,000 yuan. This kid probably earns more than 8,000 a month, right? This idea took root in Wu Keru's mind. Thinking about it carefully, Raymond Lam's outfit doesn't seem cheap. With such spending habits, your salary must be more than 8,000, right? Lin Feng didn't pay attention to Wu Keru's thoughts at this moment, but looked at WeChat instead. It was sent by Zhao Peng, Lin Feng's childhood friend. First, there's a video. Brother, hurry up and take a look. This is good stuff. Zhao Peng then added. Lin Feng didn't click on it. After all, Zhao Peng used to send Lin Feng some explicit videos. If I click on it now, I'll be doomed. I'm not available right now. Lin Feng thought for a moment and quickly replied. Damn it. If you don't watch it now, don't blame me when the video is gone. Zhao Peng sent a contemptuous emoji. A few seconds later, Zhao Peng quickly sent several screenshots. The screenshot shows a woman lying in a man's arms. The woman's face was flushed, and her eyes held a somewhat dazed look. What do you think of this girl? Pretty, right? One of my buddies paid 10,000 yuan to bring her here for fun. Lin Feng glanced at Wu Keru beside him, then quickly looked at the girl's face in the screenshot. Lin Feng was stunned. Lin Feng looked up again and glanced at Wu Keru's face, then looked down at the screenshot on WeChat. Aren't they the same? Lin Feng finally understood. So it's not just bar dancing. You can even fly across the country. Sure, you're quite smart. I was going back to my hometown for the Chinese New Year, so I booked a flight back home. I made money, and I didn't even have to pay for the trip back to my hometown. That's some serious skill. You should learn it. They learn one thing and keep quiet. If Lin Feng weren't worried about Wu Keru finding out, he would have given her a thumbs up. Seemingly sensing Lin Feng's gaze, Wu Keru gently straightened her clothes. Does it look good? She feigned shyness and raised her hand to tidy her hair. Great. Lin Feng nodded emphatically, speaking the truth. The video was even better. Chapter 57 times up. My turn. Wu Keru sensed that Lin Feng's gaze seemed a little off at that moment. That look in his eyes is like. It's similar to the look in the eyes of those men after they find out who they are. In an instant, Wu Keru felt a sense of unease. Are we about to be discovered? No way. Back in my hometown, probably nobody knows I work in this line of work. At most, it's just dancing in bars. Raymond Lam already knows about that. The elevator opened with a ding. Wu Keru coughed lightly, then pretended not to care and walked into the elevator. Raymond Lam pushed his suitcase into the elevator. Although Raymond Lam has now confirmed Wu Keru's true identity, he cannot reveal it yet. Otherwise, this final reward might fail. I glanced at the time. There were still 2 minutes left, which was all right. After the elevator doors closed, Raymond Lam leaned against a corner and secretly took a picture of Wu Keru. Less than 2 seconds later, his childhood friend Zhao Peng sent a WeChat message. What? No way. Don't tell me you called her too. Where did you get the money? You're already breaking up with Meng Xiaoyu so quickly? Zhao Peng sent Lin Feng a series of messages. Don't talk nonsense. It's just a blind date. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly. This matter was really too melodramatic. Even if this were written into a novel, probably no one would believe it. But sometimes, reality is far more absurd than fiction. This is such an exciting story. You have to tell me all about it when you get back. Zhao Peng was clearly very interested when Lin Feng said this. Zhao Peng sent several emojis in a row. He then revealed all the information he knew. This also gave Raymond Lam a better understanding of the matter. The elevator arrived at the second basement level, and Wu Keru straightened her clothes again. Then he stepped out of the elevator first, while Raymond Lam followed behind, dragging Wu Keru's suitcase. After stepping out of the elevator, Lin Feng looked at Wu Keru with a slight smile. I have a few more questions I'd like to ask you. Okay. Wu Keru nodded gently. Her phone rang, and she picked it up to take a look. Then the screen went dark without a word. We've got a job. You're so beautiful. Didn't you have a boyfriend before? Lin Feng asked this question mainly to stall for time. The purpose was to get Wu Keru to talk more and waste some time. Of course. I'm very popular. Wu Keru raised her chin slightly when she heard Lin Feng say that. His eyes also held a hint of pride. However, seemingly worried that Lin Feng might misunderstand, she quickly continued. But you're handsome too. You don't look like someone who can afford clothes like this. I think you must have another story. Wu Keru's gaze swept over Lin Feng's clothes again. Haha, you have a good eye? It's true, Lin Feng said with a smile. He was quite good at bragging. Actually, I also have a side hustle. I invest with friends in my side hustle, and I can earn quite a bit of money every month. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Wu Keru's eyes lit up slightly. She has saved a lot of money in the past 2 years. If she can confirm that what Lin Feng said is true, she can let Lin Feng manage the money. However, This definitely requires a prenuptial agreement. Really? I had a feeling you were extraordinary. Wu Keru quickly showered Lin Feng with compliments. Huh. Lin Feng pretended to be smug. As they talked, they finally arrived at the car. We're here, Lin Feng said with a smile, turning to look at Wu Keru beside him. As they were speaking, the headlights of the BYD Qin Plus flashed. Upon seeing the car, Wu Keru was stunned. She turned to look at Lin Feng, her voice tinged with doubt. The car you're talking about, is this the one? Isn't this a ride-hailing service? How dare you drive a car like this out in public? Wu Keru couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her red lips curled slightly, with a mocking smile. Lin Feng, is the success of your side business limited to ride-hailing services? Forget it. Wu Keru originally wanted to say that if she took this car back, even the big yellow dog at the village entrance would laugh at her. But after thinking about it carefully, what if this upsets Raymond Lam? If you just leave yourself here, you'll lose the free car, won't you? Let's move my things to the car, Wu Keru said, turning to look at Lin Feng. The moment she turned her head, she saw Lin Feng's barely suppressed smile. That smile made Wu Keru feel inexplicably nervous. She herself didn't know why. Ding. Persist for 10 minutes. Reward. Master-level boxing skills. Just as Wu Keru was speaking, the time was up, and the system notification appeared right in front of Lin Feng. The next second, Lin Feng felt as if his body had become more agile. Lin Feng felt he could easily use a multitude of techniques in his mind, techniques that were not theoretical knowledge. Wu Keru, the car is just for getting around. Lin Feng let go of the suitcase he had been holding and looked directly at Wu Keru. Seeing Lin Feng's gaze, Wu Keru took 2 steps back. However, you don't seem to be just a simple bar dancer, do you? You're more like a public bus. Lin Feng was very direct. All of that was just for the system reward, to cooperate with your performance. Now it's my turn to strike. Raymond Lam's words were so sharp. Having worked in this industry for so many years, Wu Keru naturally understands the meaning of this term. Her face flushed red, and then turned pale in an instant. Her breathing became rapid, and her voice carried a hint of panic and accusation. What do you mean by this? Miss Wu, you should know better than me. Lin Feng looked at the furious Wu Keru, a slight smile playing on his lips. When he said miss, he emphasized it even more. Wu Keru's pupils contracted instantly. She hadn't been sure before, but after Lin Feng said that, she was certain. I've actually been found out. That shouldn't be happening. How could someone who's been doing something so consistently be discovered? Room 1308, Shunchang Jiahua Hotel. After Lin Feng finished speaking, his gaze went straight to Wu Keru. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Wu Keru's face turned deathly pale. Because she came out of this room this morning. How did you know? Wu Keru was even more flustered at this point. She values her reputation quite a bit, especially back in her hometown. She hadn't been exposed for so many years, but she never expected to stumble this time. It's over. Chapter 58, I'll grant you whatever you want to do. Wu Keru is now truly panicked. After all, if Lin Feng went back and told her, her reputation back home would probably be ruined. Dancing in bars isn't exactly a pleasant activity, but the real issue is that people now know about my main profession, which is how I managed to survive. Wu Keru came from the countryside, so of course she knew how powerful the intelligence stations at the entrance of rural villages were. Once Lin Feng reveals this, Wu Keru will be completely humiliated back in her hometown. Her parents will probably start to dislike her then, right? Lin Feng, what do you want? Wu Keru's voice trembled, her pride completely collapsed, and her eyes were filled with fear. She was genuinely terrified. Seeing Wu Keru's panicked state, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. I don't want anything. I just think you're hypocritical. You say you're looking for someone to settle down with, but you're doing this kind of thing behind the scenes. What? Do you think I'm easy to fool? Do you still think everyone is blind? Wu Keru wanted to make an excuse, but she couldn't say anything at all. Looking at Lin Feng, she bit her lip lightly, a resolute glint in her eyes. Then her voice became sweet and coquettish. Lin Feng, I was wrong. Please let me go. It's all my fault. As long as you don't tell anyone, I'll agree to whatever you want. As she spoke, Wu Keru opened her coat, revealing her full curves encased in a deep V-neck. She still didn't believe it. With such a body displayed before him, how could Lin Feng not be tempted? The moment the door opened, Wu Keru pressed her body directly against Lin Feng. Lin Feng shoved Wu Keru away, his eyes filled with disgust, as if he had touched trash. No, I have no interest in someone like you. You should leave now. Lin Feng looked at Wu Keru with cold eyes. Okay, as long as you don't tell anyone. Wu Kero nodded repeatedly and took several steps back to increase the distance between herself and Lin Feng. Wu Kero quickly grabbed her luggage and turned away in a disheveled state. Seeing Wu Kero fleeing in such a panic, Lin Feng chuckled, then opened the car door and got in. Although it was a bit disgusting, I was glad that I still received the system's reward. Although Lin Feng wouldn't say it, he trusted Zhao Peng's mouth and believed that soon more and more people would find out. However, Lin Feng's immediate priority was to go to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store to pick up his car. At this moment, Lin Feng's mood instantly improved a lot. The car slowly drove out of the garage and then headed towards the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Wu Kero went from the underground parking garage to the lobby on the first floor. Wu Kero's face was very ugly. After all, Lin Feng had something on her now. Just then, my phone rang. Wu Kero took out her phone, glanced at it, and saw it was a WeChat message from a junior high school classmate. A male classmate. Wu Kero actually disliked this male classmate and always kept her distance. Because this male classmate had been a troublemaker since graduating from junior high school. He's quite well known in his hometown. Wu Kero, I saw on your WeChat moments that you've arrived in Shunchong City. I happen to be here. Shall I take you back to your hometown? Zhu Qinglong's voice rang out. After listening to the voice message, Wu Kero frowned slightly. In fact, Zhu Qinglong had contacted him early in the morning. However, Wu Kero ignored it, partly because her sugar daddy hadn't left yet. On the other hand, Wu Kero has already found a free car. However, the plans have now changed. After thinking for a moment, Wu Kero sent a voice message in a sweet voice. How could I possibly accept that? Haha, we're old classmates. What's there to be embarrassed about? Lin Feng drove to the entrance of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, but his car was blocked by the railings at the entrance. Upon seeing that it was a BYD car, the security guard came out and looked at Lin Feng, asking, "What are you doing here?" "I'll come pick up the car," Lin Feng said decisively. When the security guard heard that it was to pick up a car, he didn't say anything and let them through immediately. After parking the car, Lin Feng walked straight inside. The salesperson at the door greeted him with a warm smile as he entered. "Sir, are you here to look at cars?" "No, I'm here to pick up my car." Lin Feng slowly shook his head before speaking. "Okay, please wait a moment. What is your surname?" A hint of disappointment flashed in the salesperson's eyes, but after asking Lin Feng's name, he notified the handover personnel. Soon, a girl in a black suit walked briskly towards Lin Feng. The girl has shoulder-length short hair, and her delicate and simple makeup cannot hide her beauty. Beneath the suit, those legs were nothing short of art. Not only Lin Feng's attention was drawn to the man next to him, but the same was true for him. "Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Kai Xiao." The short-haired girl approached Lin Feng with a professional smile. "Hello. No need for further explanation. I'm in a hurry." Lin Feng waved his hand lightly. "Okay, please follow me." The short-haired girl then turned around and guided Lin Feng toward the vehicle handover area. The clatter of high heels on the ground was crisp and clear. Her round, perky buttocks swayed gently as she walked, encased in slim-fitting trousers. Lin Feng appreciated the beauty of this moment and followed behind Kai Xiao. The two soon arrived at the vehicle handover area. Because it's the beginning of the year, policies regarding automobiles are still unclear, and many people are taking a wait-and-see approach. There were no other cars in the delivery area today, only Lin Feng's Mercedes-Benz E300L Premium. The all-black car gleamed under the lights, its streamlined body resembling a cheetah poised to pounce, exuding both composure and grandeur. Kai Xiao walked to the car, gracefully opened the door, and then smiled at Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin Feng, this is your car. All the procedures you entrusted us to handle have been completed in advance. Here are the keys, and the relevant documents are in the glove compartment." "Okay." Lin Feng took the keys, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. Lin Feng got into the driver's seat, opened the glove compartment, and found the relevant documents and information. The car was completely fine. "Would you like me to introduce you?" Kai Xiao bent down, her gaze lingering briefly on Lin Feng's face. Raymond Lam could smell a faint perfume scent. "No need." Lin Feng waved his hand and then prepared to start the car. "We have prepared a handover ceremony for you." "No need." Lin Feng waved his hand with a smile, then glanced at Kai Xiao. "By the way, I have a car that I want to sell. You guys should be able to help me sell it. Is it also a Mercedes? If it is, our store can help you sell it." Kai Xiao was slightly taken aback, but still said with a smile, "No. It's the 2026 BYD Qin Plus high-end Yunlian edition. I just got it a few days ago, and it hasn't even gone 500 kilometers yet." If I pay in full, I can sell it for 90,000 yuan. At this moment, Lin Feng just wanted to sell the car, and he didn't care about the price. With this money, I can have a more peaceful new year. May I take a look? Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, a glint flashed in Kai Inchio's eyes. The official guide price for the high-end version of this car is over 120,000 yuan, and the discounts are not significant. The final price will be around 125,000 yuan. It can be sold for 90,000. If I resell it for 100,000, I can still make 10,000 in profit. Kai Inchio was moved. Chapter 59. It's him. How could it be him? Kai Inchio was truly moved. Although she works at this 4S store handling new car handover, she has been working there for several years. I have a fairly good understanding of this industry. If there were no problems with Lin Feng's car, Kai Inchio knew she really had the ability to sell it. Mr. Lin, may I take a look at your car? Kai Inchio asked with a smile that was quite different from her previous professional one. No problem. My car is parked up ahead. Could you help me peel off the protective film from this new car first? Lin Feng said with a smile. Kai Inchio nodded, then got into the car. I started peeling off the film with Raymond Lam. The car wobbled slightly, and after a while, the two threw the plastic film they had torn off the new car into the trash can. Lin Feng then started the car, and Kai Inchio sat in the passenger seat. Lin Feng gripped the steering wheel, then lifted his foot and lightly pressed the accelerator, and the car slowly drove off. The car then stopped in front of the store. The two got off the car. At this point, everyone in the hall could see the two of them. The male salesman who had greeted Lin Feng earlier also looked at Kai Inchio with some curiosity. After all, as the most beautiful girl in their store, Kai Inchio naturally attracted a lot of attention, especially these bachelors. Outside, Lin Feng was unaware that many people were staring at him. This is the car. Lin Feng pointed to the car next to him after getting out of the car. Kai Inchio had already spotted the car. After all, in an environment full of Mercedes-Benz cars, this BYD is very conspicuous. She saw it as soon as she got out of the car. Okay, may I go in and take a look? Kai Inchio turned her head and asked Lin Feng softly. Of course, no problem, Lin Feng said, handing the car keys directly to Kai Inchio. The two then got into the car together. Kai Inchio looked inside the car. It was spotless, practically brand new. Lin Feng casually took out the documents from the glove compartment. This is the vehicle registration certificate, and this is the official green book. I bought this car with cash. Lin Feng showed it to Kai Inchio. Kai Inchio looked at it carefully. The large green certificate clearly stated that the car had only been purchased a few days ago. Why are you selling it so soon after buying it? Kai Inchio was still worried that there might be other problems, so she took the initiative to ask after thinking about it. I originally wanted a Mercedes, but I found I didn't have a car to use, so I bought a BYD instead. Lin Feng naturally didn't tell the truth. He couldn't very well say that the system gave it to him. Lin Feng's father didn't have a driver's license yet, so he couldn't let his father drive it in the short term. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Kai Inchio's lips twitched slightly. No. Is this the lifestyle of the wealthy? I really can't figure it out. However, Kai Inchio didn't say much. Her face remained expressionless, and she simply nodded slightly. Kai Inchio then got out of the car, made a phone call to confirm, and found that Lin Feng's car had no repair records. Then we called our after-sales staff to come and help with the inspection. All paint film tests showed that the paint was original and of the original material. No problems were found inside. After confirming that there were no problems, Kai Inchio smiled at Lin Feng. I'm being a little cautious. Please forgive me. It's nothing. Lin Feng waved his hand, not caring at all. Your car is in another city, which involves transferring the registration. Kai Inchio thought that transferring the registration for a new car would be quite troublesome. I'll just write you a letter of authorization. You can handle it yourself. Lin Feng waved his hand, knowing that it was unlikely he would be able to go back before the new year. It's best to let Kai Inchio handle this matter herself. No problem. Lin Feng quickly completed the necessary procedures, and Kai Inchio transferred 90,000 yuan to him. After finishing all this, Lin Feng put the 2 cases of liquor, 2 mobile phones, and other things he had bought into the trunk of the Mercedes-Benz E300L. Bye-bye, Lin Feng waved, and then the car drove straight out of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. I found a gas station and filled up the tank. After refueling, Lin Feng immediately started the navigation and headed straight for his hometown. Driving his brand new Mercedes-Benz E300, Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. The car's configuration is already maxed out, and the system has also added a lot of extra features. All seats are made of genuine leather. They are fully equipped with features such as seat ventilation, heating, and electric adjustment. In addition, there are 21 Burmester speakers throughout the car. Playing music is a unique kind of enjoyment. Looking at the Samsung logo on the car, Lin Feng couldn't suppress his smugness. Thank you, Wu Keru. The Mercedes sped towards my hometown. Wu Keru sat in Zhu Qinglong's car. They had just set off. Zhu Qinglong's car was a Li Xiang. Wu Keru originally wanted to sit in the back seat, but Zhu Qinglong offered to let her sit in the front passenger seat. It must be said that Zhu Qinglong is very well suited to drive this car. Wu Keru was stunned by all the things she did along the way. Wu Keru frowned slightly. She was still quite anxious about Lin Feng's situation. After all, Lin Feng hadn't given himself any guarantees about this matter. Moreover, even a guarantee is of no use. Wu Keru believes in other things more. The thought that if Raymond Lam were to actually reveal this matter, her reputation would be completely ruined. What's wrong? Is something bothering you? Zhu Qinglong, who had been speeding along, had already noticed Wu Keru's absent-minded state and asked with concern. Zhu Qinglong was quite pleased that Wu Keru was able to ride in his car today. After pursuing him for so many years, Wu Keru finally paid attention to him this year. Zhu Qinglong wanted to tell everyone he knew about this beautiful girl. No, it's nothing. It's just work-related. Wu Keru raised her head and looked ahead. It's a brand new Mercedes. And it looks like the top-of-the-line model. This car seems to cost over 400,000 yuan. Zhu Qinglong raised his chin, gesturing to the Mercedes in front of him. Actually, I originally wanted to buy this car too, but I had other uses for the funds at the time. After saying this, Zhu Qinglong turned his gaze to Wu Keru beside him. He was looking forward to seeing Wu Keru's envious gaze. Wu Keru showed no unusual reaction, only glancing at the new car in front of her. Seeing that there was no one in the left lane, Zhu Qinglong crossed the solid line and turned. Zhu Qinglong's car was in the left lane, while the new Mercedes was in the right lane. As the passenger in the front seat, Wu Keru had a good view of the driver's seat in the Mercedes next to her. Wu Keru, who originally didn't want to pay attention to Zhu Qinglong, pretended to look at the scenery outside. Just then, she looked down. The driver in the new Mercedes is intently looking ahead. The new Mercedes-Benz didn't have window tinting, so Wu Keru could see the inside clearly. It's him. How could it be him? After Wu Keru saw the person's profile clearly, her eyes widened instantly. Chapter 60. You guys are busy. I'm leaving now. What's wrong? Zhu Qinglong, who was already paying close attention, quickly asked when he heard Wu Keru's voice. It's nothing. Wu Keru quickly coughed lightly, but her gaze still unconsciously drifted to Lin Feng in the Mercedes next to her. It's Raymond Lam. She recognized him immediately. But shouldn't Raymond Lam be driving a BYD ride-hailing car? Why has the car been changed now? A complex look flashed in Wu Keru's eyes. She secretly wondered if it was this man who turned around and picked up a Mercedes. If that's the case, what exactly did I miss? Wu Keru suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. If he hadn't taken this deal, Lin Feng might never have known about his situation. Then I might be able to live a good life. Zhu Qinglong nodded slightly, but his gaze involuntarily drifted to the new Mercedes-Benz. At this moment, Lin Feng naturally had no idea that Wu Keru was sitting next to him on the table. Once we arrived in town, there were fewer cars on the road. As Lin Feng turned onto the side road, the Mercedes-Benz became even more conspicuous. In rural areas, older folks may not recognize new car brands, but they all know brands like Mercedes-Benz and BMW. The car continued forward along the cement road. I have finally arrived at my hometown. Linzhuang. The car arrived at the village entrance, where several women were sitting in front of a house. This is clearly an intelligence exchange. After seeing the new car, the elderly women all looked at it curiously. One of them even got up to see where the Mercedes was headed. Look, this car has stopped in front of Lin Dafu's house. The woman quickly waved to the people next to her when she saw the Mercedes-Benz driving directly towards Lin Dafu's house. Lin Dafu. Upon hearing that it was Lin Dafu's house, the elderly women quickly stood up. They ran over and looked around, and sure enough, it was true. Beep beep. Lin Feng's car arrived at his doorstep, and he honked the horn twice. A few seconds later, two people came out of the house. These two people are none other than Raymond Lam's father, Lin Dafu, and mother, Zhang Alian. Who is this? Parking your car in front of my house. Lin Dafu frowned and shouted when he saw a brand new Mercedes parked in front of his house after he came out. Out. Exactly. Lin Feng's mother, Zhang Alian, nodded and squinted at the car. Lin Feng smiled, opened the car door, and got out of the car. Son. After recognizing her son, Zhang Alian exclaimed in surprise and quickly walked over. Xiaofeng. Lin Dafu was stunned for a moment. Then a smile instantly appeared on his face. He glanced at the car next to him and asked, "Is this your car?" This is what Lin Dafu is more concerned about. However, Zhang Alian, who was standing next to her, didn't seem to care about the car at all. Instead, she proactively asked Lin Feng, "Didn't you say you were going on a blind date? Aren't you going to treat her to lunch? How can you be so inconsiderate?" Zhang Alian originally thought that after her son finished his blind date and took the other person out for a meal, he should be back by the afternoon. To my surprise, they returned before lunchtime. "I went to see it, but it really isn't suitable," Lin Feng said with a smile, seeing his mother's anxious expression. "Why wouldn't it be suitable?" Zhang Alian was still quite curious about blind dates. "That woman works as a dancer in a bar, not some 985 university like you said." Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Zhang Alian. Back then, when his mother said she was from a 985 university, Lin Feng was also quite hopeful. Unexpectedly, they were dancing in a bar. Then forget it. As a woman, Zhang Alian naturally knew that dancing in bars was riskier for girls. Forget it, forget it. If I can't find someone else, I can just introduce another one to my son." Thinking of this, Zhang Alian wanted to comfort her son since he had failed to go on 2 blind dates. She was also worried that her son would be discouraged by this and wouldn't want to go on blind dates anymore. "Mom, don't be discouraged. Just hurry up and have someone introduce me to other options," Lin Feng said cheerfully at that moment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Alian immediately looked up at her son. She saw longing in her son's eyes. "This isn't right." Zhang Alian felt something was off. "How did it turn into you comforting me?" Her son's words instantly made Zhang Alian feel a great deal of crisis. "What's wrong with your car?" Lin Dafu finally found an opportunity to ask. "I started a side business with a friend, and we've made quite a bit of money these past few days. You guys know about AI, right?" Lin Feng had already planned out how to say it. "Artificial intelligence, right? What do you mean by Beanbun? It's Dipusco, right?" Lin Dafu nodded hurriedly after hearing the word AI. After all, this thing has become very popular in the last 2 years, and many elderly people are also discussing it. "Yes." Lin Feng knew his father's pronunciation wasn't quite accurate, but he didn't correct him. Instead, he nodded slightly. "I'll use the money to buy this car." Lin Feng continued to explain. "How much does this car cost?" "It's a Mercedes. It must cost at least 200,000 or 300,000, right?" Lin Dafu gently touched the car before looking at his son. "Yes, this car costs over 400,000. Lin Feng didn't hide anything. There was no point in hiding the car's price. Even if Raymond Lam doesn't say it, others will. "Son, you earn money, but there's no need to waste it like this." Upon hearing that her son had bought a car for over 400,000 yuan, the mother's eyes widened, and then she gently patted Lin Feng. "Your top priority right now is getting married, don't you know? Getting married here costs a lot of money." "You silly child. That's right. Your mother is right." Lin Dafu's eyes scanned back and forth on the car. After hearing what Zhang Alian said, he quickly nodded and agreed. Although he also thought the car was quite nice, Zhang Alian was right. The cost of getting married has skyrocketed in the past 2 years. The bride price is 400,000 yuan, and you need money for a house, a car, and a wedding banquet. It would take at least 1 million to get it done. Both of them were farmers in the countryside, and although they had some savings, it was far from enough. Therefore, no one wants Raymond Lam to waste money. This car is all about appearances. Maybe the next girl I go on a blind date with will be more interested in me when she sees my car. Besides, we've been doing well with AI these past 2 years, and the profits will be even more substantial after the new year," Lin Feng said with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. "All right." Zhang Alian felt a little more at ease after hearing her son's words. "Is that Xiaofeng?" Just then, a woman walked over with a smile, her gaze lingering on the Mercedes for a moment, a hint of envy in her eyes. "Aunt Liang." Lin Feng recognized her instantly. She was the matchmaker his mother had found for his first boyfriend. "Is this your car? It must have cost a lot of money, right?" Aunt Liang asked hurriedly. This was what she was most curious about. "Yes, around 470,000 upon landing." Lin Feng nodded slightly. Hearing Lin Feng say that, Aunt Liang's eyes lit up with excitement. This Lin family is about to produce a great person. That's incredible. Aunt Liang immediately thought of Lu Wenxin, whom she had introduced to Lin Feng last time. I wonder if Lu Wenxin's mother knows. I must ask her later. Aunt Liang immediately had this thought in her mind. Call up? No way. These things should be said face to face. That's what makes it interesting. You guys are busy. I'll be going now, Aunt Liang thought to herself, and quickly said goodbye and left.